Chapter 799. Cloud Mountain Range was just like its name. The entire mountain range was filled with clouds. Not only did it block vision, it even suppressed spiritual sense. Sensing that his spiritual sense was suppressed within 100 meters, Zichen's expression slightly changed. Obviously, there was something strange about these clouds. Usually there isn't so much clouds in the Cloud Mountain Range. Now there are so many that we can't even see the path. The fruit of strength must be about to appear. Seeing this scene, Heya didn't panic. Zichen stood outside the mountain range. He looked at Heya and asked, "You mean there isn't so much clouds here?" Heya shook his head and said, "No, originally there was almost no clouds in the periphery. Usually, only the inner part of the mountain range has clouds. Generally, people hunt beasts in the periphery. No one dares to enter the depths. The fame of the Cloud Mountain Range is not any less than the Barbarian Dragon Mountain Range. Oh, is it possible that there is an existence stronger than the Barbarian Dragon here?" Zichen's face had a touch of curiosity. Black Cliff nodded and said, "That's right. Not only is it stronger than the Barbarian Dragon Mountain Range, it is much stronger than the Barbarian Dragon Mountain Range. Legend has it that the barbarian god used to train in the Misty Cloud Mountain Range. The danger level of the Misty Cloud Mountain Range is even higher than the Barbarian Dragon Mountain Range. Legend has it that the Misty Cloud Mountain Range is where the barbarian god used to train." While the two were talking, the barbarians appeared in the distance. The Wood tribe had already entered the mountain range. Following them were the original Ink tribe. When they came from the Ink tribe, there were 9 of them. Now there were only 6 left. 3 of them were killed by Barbarian Tiger. When the 6 of them saw Zichen from afar, their faces changed. They took a detour and entered the Cloud Mountain Range from another place. They deliberately avoided Zichen. Before the Mo tribe people stepped into the Cloud Mountain Range, another group of barbarians appeared on the horizon in the distance. Zichen spread his spiritual sense and perceived the strength of the group of barbarians. They were all at level 5 or level 6, and there were more than 30 of them. Obviously, other forces came after hearing the news. Their purpose was to obtain the fruit of strength. These forces didn't walk together. Moreover, when they looked at each other, they were full of vigilance. Zichen entered the clouds and mist. His spiritual senses were instantly suppressed within 100 meters, and he could only see things within a dozen meters. In addition, there was also an oppressive aura in the clouds. The moment the level 6 savage tiger entered, he let out a low growl. His emotions became unstable, as if he was not used to this place. Originally, there were savage beasts in the periphery. Now that our vision is obstructed, we can't see anything. Please don't let any savage beasts appear. Black Cliff prayed after realizing that his vision was severely obstructed. "Follow me, but don't stray too far from me," Zichen said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Black Cliff and the 2 level 4 warriors moved closer to Zichen. A mournful cry was suddenly emitted from within the clouds. This cry did not last for long before it suddenly came to a halt. Black Cliff's expression instantly changed. The other 2 level 4 warriors couldn't help but tremble. Clearly, when the scream ended, it meant that this powerhouse had died. Zichen's expression didn't change as he continued forward. After a few hundred meters, the group saw a pool of blood that hadn't dried up yet. Next to the pool of blood were some pieces of meat that had been chewed up. Black Cliff's face was pale as he said, "It's not that one. It should have died before. The corpse is gone. It must have been eaten by a savage beast. Let's continue," Zichen said in a deep voice. During this time, his spiritual senses had been spread out to 100 meters away, observing every movement in the surroundings. Suddenly, an object appeared in Zichen's spiritual senses. This object was like a cloud and was extremely fast. It was like a bolt of lightning, heading straight for them. Along the way, it didn't make any sound. Even the clouds weren't affected. Pun. Zichen took a step forward and arrived beside Black Cliff. He punched out with his golden fist. With a loud bang, the unknown object was sent flying by Zichen. When Zichen's fist landed on the object, he felt that it was soft as if he had hit a ball of meat. The powerful force was almost halved in an instant. The remaining force could only send the object flying, but it couldn't kill it. After this punch, Zichen clearly saw the object's appearance. It was a small beast with soft white fur that was less than a meter long. It looked similar to a monkey in the human world, but its mouth had extremely ferocious and cold fangs. Black Cliff also saw the appearance of this small beast and immediately exclaimed, "This is a cloud savage beast that was born in the clouds. Damn it, shouldn't this kind of thing be in the depths? Why did it suddenly appear here?" Black Cliff's face was filled with fear. The cloud savage beast was clearly coming for him. Almost no one dared to go to the depths of the Cloud Mountain range. The reason so many people didn't set foot there was because of the existence of these cloud savage beasts. In the clouds, their speed was comparable to lightning, and their attack power was also very sharp. In the clouds, these cloud savage beasts were almost invincible. "Let's go." After sending the cloud savage beast flying, Zichen's expression didn't change. He continued to move forward. With his spiritual senses, he could detect the cloud savage beast's movements in advance, so he didn't have to be afraid. After being sent flying by Zichen, the cloud savage beast immediately fled. It was quite decisive. On the way, Zichen encountered another 2 cloud savage beasts, and sent them flying with great force. Hearing the screams coming from the clouds, Black Cliff was very glad that he came with Zichen. If he came alone, he would have died many times over. As for how long it would take for the Fruit of Strength to appear, Black Cliff didn't know. All he knew was that the Fruit of Strength would appear here, but he didn't know if it was halfway or the deepest part of the Cloud Mountain range. Screams and roars could be heard from time to time. Along the way, Zichen also found half of a barbarian wolf's corpse. After advancing for a few hundred miles, the clouds gradually thinned out. Everyone's vision was able to reach up to 50 meters away, and Zichen's spiritual senses could also reach up to a few hundred meters away. Along the way, the group didn't encounter any more cloud savage beasts. However, as they went deeper, Manhu became more and more irritable and restless. He kept roaring, but unfortunately, no one could understand what he was trying to say. After advancing for a few dozen miles, they discovered that there were no clouds at all. The blue sky gave them the illusion that they were in the outside world. Just when Heya was suspecting that they had already passed through the Cloud Mountain range, he heard Manhu's roar. Soon after, Manhu's rank 6 power started to fade away, dropping from rank 6 to rank 5. Zichen's eyes flashed. He didn't think that there would be a suppression in this place. Black Cliff and the other 2 were also shocked. Manhu's roar was only due to fear and he didn't feel any pain. After his cultivation was suppressed to rank 5, he got used to it, and his irritable moods slowly improved. At the same time, Zichen's spiritual senses detected the presence of other people. They were just a few miles away. When Zichen's group arrived, there were already a few dozen cloud savage beasts gathered here. Originally, they were either rank 6 or rank 5, but after the suppression, they were all rank 5. Dozens of barbarians had gathered together in groups of 3 to 5. Their eyes were filled with vigilance as they looked around. There was also a strong sense of hostility in their vigilance. However, they restrained themselves and didn't attack immediately. Among the group, the Wood tribe was the strongest. They had more than 25th rank warriors. Although some of them had died along the way, there were still more than a dozen of them alive. Moreover, almost all of these people had barbarian wolves as mounts. The barbarian wolves were all 4th rank. More than a dozen of them together was not a weak force. The outsider, Emochen, was sitting on a large rock not far away. He had an indifferent expression, but when he saw Zichen arrive, he glanced at Zichen with disdain. When the barbarians saw that Zichen's group had 2 rank 4 warriors, their faces flashed with disdain, and they snorted at Zichen's group. In this forest, other than the barbarians, there were also many rank 5 savage beasts. They were either alone or in groups of 2 or 3. There were more than 20 of them. This was a huge rocky land. It was also the end of the blue sky. If they continued forward, they would reach the land of clouds. In addition to the clouds, there was a mysterious force that formed a barrier in front of them, preventing them from moving forward. Zichen's spiritual senses swept around and he withdrew. Since everyone was here, this should be the place where the fruit of power would appear. After Zichen arrived, he led Heya and the others to the side and sat down on a large rock. The fruit of power will appear here. After sitting down, Zichen looked around and found that many people had the same doubts as him. Looking around, other than the mountain rocks, there wasn't even a decent plant. How could there be a fruit of strength? Just by hearing the name, the fruit of strength should grow on trees, but there didn't seem to be any trees that grew fruits here. Zichen wasn't the only one who was looking around. The others were doing the same as well. Apart from a few who were calm, most of them were filled with doubt. After looking around to no avail, their gazes fell on the large rocks. Some of them even took out stone tools and started to knock on the rocks. Idiots! Looking at the barbarians who were foolishly knocking on the rocks, Mo Chen's mouth had a trace of disdain. He looked at them as if he was looking at a fool. Although the barbarians didn't find anything, the doubts on their faces didn't lessen. During this time, Zichen's spiritual senses also secretly swept a few large rocks, but it was to no avail. During this period of time, he also indirectly proved that his spiritual senses were stronger than Mo Chen's because Mo Chen did not notice him at all. Although it was partly because Zichen could sweep past him, it was more because Zichen's spiritual senses were stronger than Mo Chen's. Chapter 800. This pressure was a spiritual thought. It was extremely powerful, and it wreaked havoc on the crowd. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines as the spiritual thought passed through their bodies. This naturally included Zichen and the outsider Mo Chen. Their expressions changed as soon as they felt this spiritual thought. Spiritual thoughts didn't exist in the world of savage beasts. It was impossible to have any spiritual thoughts except for outsiders. But now, not only did a spiritual thought appear, but it was also an extremely terrifying one. It was so terrifying that it could obliterate them. Zichen's spiritual thought was powerful. He deliberately emitted it, but Mo Chen didn't sense it. But this spiritual thought wreaking havoc was extremely flamboyant, overbearing, and terrifying. Zichen and Mo Chen were on guard in the face of this terrifying spiritual thought. The second thing they did was to release their spiritual thoughts to sense the location of this powerful spiritual thought. The sky suddenly split open, and a pitch-black space crack appeared in front of everyone. The crack was pitch black, and it looked like a giant mouth of the netherworld. The terrifying pressure was wreaking havoc on the crowd from the crack. The sky is collapsing! The sky is collapsing! Many barbarians cried out in alarm as they saw this scene. Their faces were filled with horror. Zichen and Mo Chen's gazes fell on the crack as soon as it appeared. With their knowledge, they could tell that this was a space passage that had been forcibly opened. How powerful must one be to be able to forcibly open a space passage? Many barbarians were horrified when the space passage appeared. But a small number of barbarians were full of expectation. In the distant memory of their tribe, the mysterious fruit of power had come from here. The space was split open, and a pitch-black passage appeared. But the fruit of power didn't appear. Instead, an extremely tall figure appeared from the pitch-black passage. The figure took a step out of the passage, and stood in the air, overlooking everyone. Zichen and Mo Chen's complexion changed once again when they saw this tall figure. The other barbarian men also knelt down in fright when they saw this scene. Even the barbarian men who had been extremely calm a moment ago also knelt down in worship towards the void with a pious look on their faces. Barbarian God! It's the barbarian God! How is this possible? The tall figure walked out of the passageway with a terrifying aura surging around his body. All the barbarians were kneeling down in worship, while the savage beasts were prostrating themselves on the ground. Facing the terrifying aura surging around the tall figure, all the savage beasts were frightened. Zichen almost cried out in surprise when he saw the figure that looked exactly like the statue of the god of berserkers in the sky. The other party looked like the barbarian god, and the aura around him seemed to have affected the entire Cloud Mountain range. In the barbarian world, only the barbarian god had such strength. On the side, Heya and the other two kowtowed to the shadow and called out to the barbarian god. Man, who lowered his head as much as he could and shivered. The god of berserkers represented the strongest person in the world of berserkers. He was an invincible god in the hearts of berserkers, and at that moment, he was the only one in the world. Emochin had already stood up from the big rock. He activated the Yuan Qi around his body and looked at the opponent with fear. He was ready to defend himself. As for Zichen, he was staring at the god of berserkers. His face was filled with shock, but that wasn't the most obvious one. Zichen's face was filled with shock and confusion. Because at the instant he saw the tall figure, Zichen felt as if he was looking at himself, or rather, his future self. A sense of familiarity rose in his heart, and this feeling was no longer as ethereal, illusory, and unfathomable as when he was facing the statue of the god of berserkers. At that moment, Zichen could clearly sense this sense of familiarity, and he also instantly sensed the source of this sense of familiarity. The perfect body, the source of this feeling was the perfect body. It was known as the strongest body among humans. The barbarian god also cultivated the perfect body, and it's the perfect body. This discovery caused a storm in Zichen's heart. The barbarian god stood in the sky and looked down. His emotionless eyes scanned the surroundings before landing on Emochin. During this time, the barbarian god only glanced at Zichen. However, Zichen could sense that the barbarian god had been observing him from the moment he appeared until now. The barbarian god's eyes fell on Emochin. The next moment, a powerful pressure was released from his body. Under this pressure, everyone felt as if they were frozen in place. They couldn't move their bodies anymore. The kneeling barbarians were still kneeling, and the savage beasts were still crawling. Only Zichen and Emochin were still standing. Under this pressure, everyone was motionless. Only their eyeballs could move. Bestow the fruit of power. The barbarian god opened his mouth high in the sky. His voice was loud and clear like a bell in everyone's mind. As he finished speaking, the barbarian god pointed at Emochin. A light appeared on his fingertip. Then, the light grew bigger, brighter, and became extremely dazzling. After a breath, a round ball the size of a walnut was formed in front of the barbarian god's fingertip. After it was formed, it flew toward Emochin. The round ball was the fruit of power. It was the power condensed by the barbarian god. Emochin couldn't move. Being stared at by the barbarian god, he was extremely anxious and panicked. However, when he saw the fruit of power flying toward him, he relaxed and a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. The fruit of power turned into a beam of light and fell into Emochin's hand. This was a fruit of power. Once consumed, it could make a level 5 warrior break through to level 6 in an instant, or a level 5 savage beast break through to level 6. This was the most amazing thing in the world of the barbarians. It was also the most heaven-defying thing. 1 finger, 2 fingers, 3 fingers. The barbarian god pointed at Emochin 6 times. After the 6th finger, Emochin had 6 fruits of power in his hand. Once he swallowed and refined all of them, his physical strength of the 1st grade would reach the 6th grade. He would reach the limit of leaving this world. With 6 fruits of power in his hand, Emochin, who still couldn't move, had a look of ecstasy in his eyes. Now that he was a 1st grade warrior, he only needed to swallow 5 fruits of power to break through to the 6th grade. The last one was to repay the Wood tribe. After the 6th finger fell, the barbarian god's gaze moved again. This time, he still didn't look at Zichen. Instead, he looked at the other barbarians and savage beasts. Then, the barbarian god pointed again. With every finger, a fruit of power fell into the hands of the barbarians. However, this time, the barbarian god didn't generously give out 6 fruits of power at once. He only gave out 1 fruit of power at a time. However, just 1 fruit of power was enough to make the person who received it overjoyed. It was worth mentioning that barbarian tiger, who was a 6th grade warrior, was lucky enough to receive a fruit of power. On the other hand, Heya and the other two fourth-grade warriors besides Zichen didn't receive a single fruit of power. As the fruits of power were distributed, Zichen was clearly anxious. Logically speaking, the barbarian god should have given them to an outsider like him first. However, he hadn't received a single fruit of power after giving out so many fruits of power. At this moment, Zichen seriously suspected that he had used the path of transformation of the perfect body to become a barbarian. Coincidentally, the barbarian god didn't notice and ignored him. Just as he was feeling extremely nervous and anxious, the barbarian god, who had distributed more than 10 fruits of power, finally looked at Zichen. Although Zichen felt that the barbarian god had been paying attention to him before this, perhaps it was just an illusion. However, the barbarian god was now really looking at Zichen. The barbarian god's eyes were still calm and emotionless as he looked at Zichen. At this moment, Zichen was paying attention to the fruits of power, not whether there were any emotions on the barbarian god's face. It didn't matter if the barbarian god immediately cried when he saw Zichen. The most important thing was to give him the fruits of power. In the end, the god of berserkers finally pointed at Zichen while feeling all sorts of complicated emotions such as anxiety, anticipation, and anticipation. Buzz! A bright light flashed, and a fruit of power condensed between the barbarian god's fingers. Then, it slanted and fell into Zichen's hand. Zichen already had 1 fruit of power in his hand, but he didn't give up. Because he was an outsider, according to the treatment, he should have 6. Even if he could only use 1, no one would complain about having too many of such a heaven-defying item. He could keep the other 5 and give them to the monk, the demonic ape, Siener, or Longhu when he got out. In that case, a mere 5 fruits of power didn't seem to be enough to distribute. Fortunately, the barbarian god wasn't stingy. The second finger pointed at Zichen. In a flash of light, the second fruit of power was formed and fell into Zichen's hand again. At this moment, many barbarians were puzzled and curious when they sensed this scene. They didn't understand why this barbarian was different from the rest and got 2 fruits of power alone. After all, each barbarian had 1 fruit of power. However, after the second finger, the barbarian god pointed a 3rd time, and the 3rd fruit of power fell into Zichen's hand. Then, the 4th finger, the 5th finger, and the 6th finger. 6 fruits of power appeared in Zichen's hand. This treatment was comparable to that of an outsider. At this moment, apart from the 3 people who knew about Zichen's background, everyone else was extremely puzzled. They couldn't understand why a barbarian could be treated the same as an outsider. The same? The answer was naturally different. After the 6th finger, the barbarian god paused for about 3 breaths. A hint of hesitation flashed across his face. Then, he pointed at Zichen again. 7 fruits of power. Zichen already had 7 fruits of power in his hand. He had 1 more than the outsider, Emotion. Everyone was even more puzzled and puzzled. At the same time, they were also guessing the origin of this barbarian. How could he be more favored than an outsider? A hint of doubt also flashed in Emochen's eyes. But soon this doubt turned cold. So what if he had 7 fruits of power? He had to be alive to eat them. Not to mention 7, even if he had 8 or 9 fruits of power, so what? Emochen already had the intention to fight for them. However, just as this thought appeared in his mind, the barbarian god pointed a finger again. The 8th fruit of power was formed and fell into Zichen's hand. Then, the 9th finger pointed a finger again. After the 9th fruit of power was formed, it was also given to Zichen. The crowd couldn't bear it anymore. But after the barbarian god pointed a finger again, they felt that their minds were in a mess. P.S. Yesterday, I found out that I have word OCD. I'm used to typing in Word and can't type a single word on other typing software. During this period, I downloaded 3 typing software and used many colorful versions, but none of them worked. I can only type in the pure white version of Word. Chapter 801. While the barbarian god was distributing the fruits of power, in the deepest part of the barbarian world, the legendary barbarian god's true statue, a group of barbarians also received the fruits of power. The first ones to receive the fruits of power were two outsiders who had completely broken through the seal. Both of them were powerful and belonged to two superpowers in the deepest part of the barbarian world. One of them was the Earth race, known as the strongest power in the barbarian world. They had millions of members, and the strongest of them was a level 8 warrior. The other was the Fire race, which was second only to the Earth race. There were many powerful warriors in the Fire race, and they had a level 8 warrior as their leader. The true god of barbarian god's true statue was guarded by these two powers. If the other powers wanted to learn the strongest barbarian art, they had to pay a sufficient reward. Besides the two outsiders, some of the surrounding barbarians also received the fruits of power. The situation was roughly the same as the Cloud Mountain. After the distribution of the fruits of power, the light on the barbarian god's statue faded away. Below the statue, the two outsiders looked at each other. Will you leave after you break through?" asked an extremely young-looking male outsider who was wearing a suit of armor. The outsider named Wu Yu was a young man. He smiled and said, "Before I answer you, I want to ask you, Chen Meng, will you leave?" Chen Meng was startled, and his expression changed slightly. He then smiled and said, "Leave? Are you kidding me? I've been on this ancient road for dozens of times. It's not easy to come across such a place. No matter what, I have to stay for a while and recuperate." Wu Yu smiled and didn't say anything. Chen Meng paused and asked, "Wu Yu, we actually met on the same ancient road. I'm curious, how many ancient roads have you walked?" Wu Yu looked at Chen Meng and didn't answer immediately. "It's fine if you don't want to say. I'm just curious." Chen Meng didn't seem to care. Wu Yu said, "The 9 ancient road of trials, there's nothing to hide. I've already walked 5 or 8 of them." Chen Meng's expression changed, and he exclaimed, "What? You've already walked 5 or 8? That means you'll reach the first gathering place if you walk one more?" "That's right." Wu Yu nodded. Then he asked, "Why? Aren't you one?" Chen Meng paused for a moment, then shook his head and said, "No, I only walked 38 of the ancient roads. I thought you were the same as me, but I didn't expect you to have already walked 58. The expression on Wu Yu's face didn't change, and he said, "The ancient road is mysterious and unpredictable, and no one can say for sure what we will encounter during this period of time. However, I only arrived here on the 8th day, and you arrived here on the 8th day. Obviously, your talent and battle prowess are stronger than mine." Chen Meng shook his head and said, "On the ancient road, there is no competition of talent or battle prowess, only luck. Survival is the way of the king." Wu Yu smiled and said, "If we're talking about luck, you're better than me. You actually came earlier. However, I heard that there are 2 other outsiders in this world. I wonder how their luck is. Will they come earlier than you?" Hearing this, Chen Meng shook his head again and said, "That's not very likely. I think 38 is already the earliest. After all, I stepped on a first-tier ancient path back then." Wu Yu's eyes lit up. "Oh, a first-tier ancient path. Those who dare to enter that place are truly extraordinary existences. I was unlucky and was chosen to enter the second-tier ancient path." Then Wu Yu looked at Chen Meng and asked, "After your strength breakthrough, you won't be leaving soon, right?" Chen Meng looked at Wu Yu and said seriously, "I want to take a look at the barbarian Dragon Mountain range, so I specially invited you." When the 2 outsiders were talking, the other barbarians in the distance didn't come close. The 2 of them seemed to be in a good mood, but in fact, they were both on guard against each other. After all, almost all the challengers on the ancient road were enemies. The barbarian Dragon Mountain range is a place with many legends. I also want to see if there are any barbarian dragons there. While talking, Wu Yu put away the 6 fruits of power. "Good, after breaking through, we will enter together. As for the people of the Earth race, they will also cooperate with us." Chen Meng laughed heartily. Wu Yu also smiled faintly and said, "I think the Fire race is also very curious about the barbarian Dragon Mountain range. I think they will definitely cooperate with us." After the discussion, the two of them returned to their respective tribes and began to refine the fruits of power to increase their strength. During this time, there was not a single battle caused by the fruits of power occurred. Cloud Mountain Range. When the 10th fruit of power was in Zichen's hands, everyone was in a mess. Their minds became more active, and some of them even had an extremely unfriendly look in their eyes. Under the pressure of the barbarian god, everyone still couldn't move. Therefore, the unfriendliness was either in their eyes or in their hearts. After the barbarian god gave Zichen the 10th fruit of power, he didn't give any more. The bestowment of the fruits of power was obviously coming to an end. The pressure that enveloped everyone was slowly weakening. The barbarian world will no longer have any fruits of power. After the pressure completely dissipated, the barbarian god's voice rang out again. The meaning behind his words was extremely important. He actually said that the barbarian world would no longer have any fruits of power. After the pressure disappeared, all the barbarians once again knelt down. Those who received the fruits of power were kowtowing and thanking the barbarian god. Those who didn't receive the fruits of power were praying. Even if they clearly heard the barbarian god's words and knew that the fruits of power would no longer appear, they still didn't want to give up on this last hope. After the barbarian god finished speaking, he didn't say a second word. His solid figure slowly dissipated in midair. The passage behind him also disappeared. After about 6 breaths, the barbarian god's figure disappeared and the sky returned to normal. The barbarians who were kowtowing stood up. Their expressions were different. Those who received the fruits of power were excited. Those who didn't receive the fruits of power were disappointed and resentful. They started to curse. But in the next moment, their gazes fell on Zichen. Then, they shifted their gazes from Zichen to Zichen's hand. They saw the 10 fruits of power that were emitting a dazzling light. Greed instantly spread from the bottom of their hearts to their faces. Many of the barbarians started to breathe rapidly. They didn't receive a single fruits of power and were extremely resentful. However, Zichen received 10 of them. This was extremely unfair. Zichen's expression didn't change in the slightest as he was stared at by dozens of greedy eyes. At this moment, he was thinking about the barbarian god's words. Of course, these weren't the majestic words, but the words that resounded in Zichen's mind when the barbarian god's figure dissipated. The fruits of power are very useful for increasing one's physical strength. They have extraordinary meaning for perfect bodies. Don't be in a hurry to break through. First, use the fruits of power to establish a good foundation. Wait until your potential reaches a saturated state before breaking through. To ordinary people, the fruits of power have restrictions, but these restrictions are useless against perfect bodies. Little fellow, I look forward to meeting you again. Upon hearing the barbarian god's voice transmission, Zichen was clearly taken aback. This was because the tone wasn't the strange tone of the barbarian world. Instead, it belonged to the outside world, the extremely smooth tone of the human world. However, before Zichen could figure out where the barbarian god came from, he heard heavy and rapid breathing. Many barbarians, who had obtained nothing, had already approached Zichen. The barbarian god disappeared and the fruits of power were distributed. Everyone's previously suppressed strength slowly recovered. Leader Zichen. Black Cliff, who had obtained nothing, saw the barbarians approaching. His face was instantly filled with fear. Take your men and retreat. Man Hu, you retreat as well. Zichen said to Black Cliff and then to Man Hu. The fruits of power are also useful to you. Swallow them first and find a chance to refine them. Zichen said to Man Hu. Leader Zichen, be careful. Black Cliff and the other two began to retreat. Man Hu, who had swallowed the fruits of power, also retreated with the 3 of them. The sealed strength in Man Hu's body was also slowly recovering. His body was emitting the aura of a king. No one dared to provoke him. Zichen had 10 fruits of power, so he didn't need to snatch one from Man Hu. The barbarians were approaching while the outsider Emochen stood in the distance and sneered. During this time, the Wood tribe didn't try to get close to Zichen. Zichen glanced at the barbarians and said coldly, If you don't have any fruits of power, then I can forgive you. But if you still want to come, then you are simply courting death. As soon as Zichen finished speaking, the barbarians' expression changed. They were the ones who had obtained the fruits of power, but after their expressions changed a few times, they once again rushed forward. Not everyone was going to approach Zichen. Some of them had already recovered their strength after obtaining the fruits of power and ran away. Apart from the barbarians, there were also some beasts that had obtained the fruits of power and ran away. A group of barbarians rushed towards Zichen. Battle cries instantly sounded. Zichen held the 10 fruits of power in his left hand. Then, he clenched his right hand into a fist and punched towards the incoming barbarians. Peng! Under the golden light of the fist, a barbarian was hit by Zichen. This time, his body did not fly backwards. Instead, it exploded under the violent power of the attack. The barbarian's body turned into a pile of flesh and blood in an instant. A dazzling fruit of power was caught by Zichen. Zichen blew up a level 5 barbarian warrior with a single punch. Moreover, this was a warrior with a fruit of power. Such a powerful battle strength shocked everyone. 2 of the barbarians sensed that the situation was not good. They wanted to retreat and run away, but they were already targeted by Zichen. It was too late. Then, Zichen punched out 2 more times and blew up the 2 barbarians. There was no doubt that these 2 barbarians had fruits of power. Zichen picked up the 2 fruits of power and said coldly, "I told you not to be so greedy, but you didn't listen." After blowing up 3 people with fruits of power with 3 punches, Zichen now had a total of 13 fruits of power. However, his previous powerful battle strength could almost kill a level 5 warrior. This caused everyone to feel apprehensive. Although they wanted to obtain the fruits of power, their lives were more important. During this time, a few level 6 warriors were ready to make a move. Emochin stood in the distance and sneered at Zichen. Zichen didn't pay attention to these level 6 warriors who were trying to approach him. Instead, he looked at Emochin and sneered. Then, Zichen held the 13 fruits of power in his left hand. But in the next moment, a light flashed in Zichen's hand and the fruits of power disappeared. Chapter 802. The fruit of power wouldn't disappear for no reason. Emochin hadn't expected this. So, the sneer on his face froze in an instant. Emochin stood up and stared at Zichen. The disdain on his face had long since disappeared, replaced by a dignified expression. If things were as he had guessed, then this trial-taker of the ancient road had the qualifications to make him take him seriously. The restless 6th-level warriors took a few steps towards Zichen and stopped moving. The greed on their faces had been replaced by shock. They were shocked to see a human being who was much lower than the barbarians. This human had a common name in the barbarian world. Outsider. This barbarian was an outsider. Moreover, he was an outsider who could change his appearance. The barbarians were shocked. Then, fear appeared on their faces. They began to move back carefully. The greed in their hearts had been completely suppressed by fear. There were too many legends about the outsiders. But each legend had the word powerful in it. The 6th-level warriors moved back carefully. They were afraid that the outsider would get angry and kill them. However, their worries were unnecessary. Zichen didn't even look at them. "You're an outsider. You're an outsider." Everyone on the Wood tribe's side was stunned by Zichen's change. The chief of the Wood tribe cried out. The faces of the barbarians of the Wood tribe changed. They had offended an outsider. Fortunately, they had another outsider with them. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to deal with this situation. Zichen glanced at the barbarians of the Wood tribe. When the barbarian god had bestowed the fruit of power, 2 barbarians of the Wood tribe had been lucky enough to obtain it. Zichen didn't remember who they were. But it didn't matter because the fruit of power had fallen into the hands of the chief of the Wood tribe. His eyes swept over the barbarians of the Wood tribe and finally fell on Emochin. Zichen's face was full of sarcasm and ridicule. He hadn't revealed his identity before because he was worried that the fruit of power would target an outsider. But now that he had obtained the fruit of power, there was no need to continue hiding. I didn't expect that you were also a challenger of the ancient road. I underestimated you this time. Emo-chan looked at Zichen with a dignified look. His words were cold. Emo-chan, right? Zichen looked at Emo-chan and said coldly, You've taken a fancy to my fruit of strength. Just as well, I've also taken a fancy to yours. Let's fight to the death. Of course, if you're willing to hand over the fruit of strength, I can spare your life. Emo-chan's face twisted with rage as he shouted. I admit that I underestimated you. I didn't see that you were a trial taker of the ancient road. However, if you want to steal from me, Emo-chan, dream on. I, Emo-chan, have been on the ancient road for more than 10 years, and I've walked through dozens of ancient roads. Usually, I'm the one who steals from others. Today, not only do you have to give me those 13 fruits of power, you have to leave behind your life as well. This is the price you have to pay for your arrogant words just now. Just as Emo-chan's cold voice faded, an extremely powerful aura gushed out from his body. This was the aura of a late primal core expert. After releasing his aura, Emo-chan's entire body began to glow. This was the light of origin energy, and it was actually extremely pure. Zichen was clearly surprised. He hadn't expected that Emo-chan had been hiding something. This guy was clearly a heavenly warrior, but as for whether he was a Hotian or Xiantian expert, Zichen didn't know. He couldn't tell. Amidst the cries of surprise, Emo-chan's body rose up from the ground. He stopped 100 meters above the ground and looked down at Zichen, his entire body filled with killing intent. Seeing Emo-chan rise up into the air like the barbarian god, the crowd of barbarians cried out involuntarily. He could fly, he could fly. You've walked dozens of ancient roads to get here. It seems that your luck is very bad. I've only walked 3. Zichen also rose up into the air. He began to release his aura. It was also extremely pure origin energy. He was also a heavenly warrior. The aura released by both of them formed an inexplicable pressure. 100 meters below the ground, everyone felt their chests tighten and their breathing become difficult. What followed was obviously a fierce battle between outsiders. No matter if it was the barbarians or the savage beasts, they all retreated to the edge of the pressure. After hearing Zichen's words, Emo-chan almost fell down from the sky. He had walked 3 ancient roads to get here. Was this strength, or was it luck? It should be known that he had come out from a second-class ancient road. He had also entered the second-class ancient road voluntarily. But this challenger in front of him had actually walked 3 ancient roads to get here. What kind of ancient road was he? First class? This was almost impossible. After sensing that his opponent was only at the early stage of the primal core realm, Emo-chan relaxed. An early stage of the primal core realm naturally couldn't be an expert. He must have been lucky to be able to get here. The pure origin energy released by Zichen surprised Emo-chan. I didn't expect you to be a heavenly warrior. Unfortunately, you're only at the early stage of the primal core realm. Even if you're a Xiantian realm warrior, you won't be able to leave here alive. Zichen chuckled and said, I wasn't sure if you were a heavenly warrior or not. But after hearing what you said, I'm relieved. Emo-chan asked doubtfully. Relieved about what? Don't worry. I'll be able to kill you smoothly. If you were a Xiantian realm warrior, I'm afraid I would have to put in a lot of effort. Emo-chan was furious. You're boasting shamelessly. We're 2 levels apart. Let's see how you'll kill me. Die. As he shouted, Emo-chan flew towards Zichen rapidly. In the process of moving forward, he had already circulated the ultimate yuan qi in his body to the limit. He was going to use his strongest attack. After knowing that Zichen was an outsider, Emo-chan didn't hold back anymore. The ruthlessness and decisiveness that he had cultivated on the ancient road also showed in the next moment. He used his strongest attack as soon as he attacked. Zichen sneered. The ultimate yang yuan qi in abdomen started to circulate rapidly. Under the circulation of yuan qi, Zichen's body started to emit a golden light. The dazzling golden light was so bright that many people couldn't open their eyes. Zichen clenched his fist and shouted, Tyrannical fist. The tyrannical fist was an ancient fist technique with extraordinary power. When Zichen threw this punch, not only did he use his origin energy, but he also used the strength of his level 5 body. This made the already terrifying punch even more terrifying when Zichen used his full strength. Boom! Two beams of energy collided in the sky, creating a loud explosion. The two extreme energies collided, entangled, and reached a stalemate hundreds of meters high in the sky. After the loud explosion, a series of tremors spread out. The aftermath of the collision of the two extreme energies started to spread out. Wherever it passed, the space vibrated and rippled. Wherever the ripples passed, the tall trees and mountains instantly turned into dust. Even the barrier in the depths of the sky started to tremble. On the ground, many retreating barbarians were blown away by the shockwaves. Their faces were filled with horror as they tried to escape. They were far away from the shockwaves, but many of them were injured and vomited blood. If they were close to the shockwaves, none of them would be able to survive. In the sky, after the first attack, Zichen and Emochen once again closed in on each other. They continued to attack one after another. The collision of energy was like thunder, rumbling loudly. Both of them were Heaven Realm warriors. One of them had strength but no realm, while the other had realm but no strength. The difference in their attacking power wasn't very big, so the winner couldn't be decided in a short time. However, under Zichen's continuous attacks, Emochen was still at a disadvantage. But it was only at a disadvantage, and he wasn't injured either. After one head-on collision after another, Emochen's face became more and more gloomy. It seemed like this early-stage core realm warrior really had some extraordinary skills. After walking on the ancient road, Emochen understood that it was unwise to fight head-on for a long period of time. Therefore, after another confrontation, Emochen took the opportunity to retreat. After retreating for 1,000 meters, Emochen started to form hand seals. Then, under the blinding light, a sharp blade appeared in the sky and slashed towards Zichen. After the close combat was over, it was time to use spells. Zichen naturally didn't want to be outdone. Extreme Yang reappeared in the sky. Like a golden sun, a spell attack appeared and landed directly on the sharp blade. In the explosion of energy, the two spells dissipated, but the aftermath of the energy was still shaking. The ground 100 meters below had been destroyed beyond recognition. The barbarians and savage beasts had fled far away. The world of the barbarians was a world that focused on physical strength. In this world, other than the giant bird and the barbarian god, there was nothing else that could fly. All the attacks in this world were close combat. However, at this moment, the attacks from the two people in the sky had undoubtedly changed their worldview. Looking at the two's attacks, they felt like they were in a strange and bizarre world. He couldn't suppress his opponent with close combat, and he couldn't get the upper hand with spells either. Emochen knew that he had encountered an extremely difficult opponent. He didn't have any intention of hiding his strength. Before his energy ran out, he launched a powerful attack to destroy his opponent. Boom! The sky suddenly began to shake. Almost all of Emochen's Yuanli was released. The Yuanli stirred the void and turned into a giant energy dragon, rushing towards Zichen. This giant energy dragon was made of pure energy. In the outside world, it could kill a large number of people of the same level. However, if it wanted to kill Zichen, it was obviously a bit unrealistic. After launching the first energy attack, Zichen immediately launched the second style of the tyrannical fist. Hundreds of dazzling fist lights appeared in the sky and blasted towards the giant energy dragon. Hundreds of fist lights landed on the giant energy dragon, causing a series of explosions. Just as the fist lights dissipated, the giant energy dragon also crumbled. Endless energy surged in the sky. The energy light directly enveloped the two people. The barbarians in the distance couldn't see anything. Zichen, who was in the middle of the energy light, suddenly felt a sense of danger coming from behind. He didn't have time to think. He pointed his finger behind him. Chapter 803. Emochen's face was full of shock when he saw his powerful attack being blocked by his opponent's finger. His weapon was an extraordinary alchemy weapon, and it was a sneak attack. Emo-chan had used this move to kill countless existences on the ancient road, and he had also used it several times to resolve the crisis. But now, the attack he was relying on was easily blocked by a finger. While his expression changed, Emo-chan swung his blade again, and a cold light flashed on the blade. Clang! His blade was blocked by his opponent's finger again, and a sonorous sound was heard. Zi-chen's fingertip emitted a dazzling light, and a terrifying aura emerged. Emo-chan swung his blade 4 or 5 times, each of which was his strongest attack, but he couldn't break through the defense of his opponent's finger. It was the first time Emo-chan had seen such a tough and strange finger. His face was obviously flustered, and cold sweat had already appeared on his forehead. Looking ahead again, Zi-chan was looking at him coldly, with a cold expression. After a dozen attacks, the violent energy around him had already dissipated. Emo-chan knew that it was useless to continue fighting. Therefore, he decisively turned around, put away his blade, and ran away. He had learned this from the ancient road. Otherwise, he would be the one to die if he stayed here. Want to run? Do you think it's realistic? Zi-chan said coldly. Light flashed on his back, and the heavenly thunder wings appeared. With a flap of the wings, Zi-chan turned into a silver cold lightning and chased after Emo-chan. Emo-chan, who was running away, looked extremely flustered, but if one looked carefully, they would see a trace of calmness in his eyes. Danger came from behind, and Zi-chan had already caught up. Emo-chan's flustered face suddenly flashed with a trace of madness, and he tightened his grip on his blade. Then, he turned around and slashed down with his blade. Go to hell! Blade light flashed, and a dense killing intent swept through the world. This extremely stunning blade attack was infused with all of Emo-chan's power, and it was fiercely chopped towards Zi-chan. This attack was completely unexpected, and Zi-chan didn't even have time to react. Swoosh! Without putting up any defense, the blade light slashed down and easily cut open Zi-chan's body. A thin cut appeared on Zi-chan's body. Half of his body had been cut diagonally. In the distance, the barbarians who hadn't fled yet saw everything clearly. They opened their mouths wide in shock, and their faces were full of shock. The person who had been at a disadvantage just a moment ago had actually gained the upper hand in the blink of an eye. Furthermore, he had slashed open his opponent's body, turning defeat into victory. The Mu clansman, who had been extremely nervous before, finally relaxed after seeing Emo-chan destroy the enemy. Fortunately, the powerful outsider was on his side. However, compared to the Wood Tribe's relaxed expression, Emo-chan's frenzied expression instantly turned into one of shock. Amidst the shock, there was even a hint of fear. At this moment, even he could not tell whether what he had slashed apart was a clone or an illusion. In front of him, Zi-chen's body, which had been cut open, suddenly dissipated and turned into the chi of heaven and earth. Emo-chan was still in the posture of finishing his attack. His waist was half-tilted, and his long blade was slanted to the ground. He was motionless, as if his body had been fixed. Even though he knew that he had slashed apart a fake figure, he still didn't make any effective response. Seeing the outsider's body suddenly disappear, all the barbarians were puzzled. They couldn't understand how a living person could disappear just like that. Even if the person was gone, the fruit of power should still be there, right? But the fruit of power was gone. What was even more puzzling was that after Emo-chan had killed his opponent, he didn't move at all. He didn't even move to put away his blade. He just stood there in the air, as if his body had been fixed. He didn't make any next move. Amidst the puzzlement, some people noticed that there seemed to be a cold light flashing in front of Emo-chan's chest. It seemed like a sharp weapon had pierced his chest from behind. As the cold light flashed in front of his chest, everyone saw drops of liquid dripping down. At first, the liquid was droplet by droplet. Then, it formed a thin line and splashed onto a large rock below. Because the surrounding clouds had dissipated, many people saw the drops of liquid dripping on the rock from afar. It was actually red blood. Blood, it's blood. How is this possible? Just as the leader of the Mu tribe opened his eyes wide in disbelief and exclaimed, he heard even louder exclamations coming from all around. When he looked up at the sky again, he saw that Emo-chun had been lifted up by a long spear. The owner of the spear was the outsider whose body had suddenly disappeared. However, at this moment, the outsider had a pair of silver wings on his back. His expression was still as cold as before. You! Emo-chun hadn't died yet, but his strength had been completely suppressed by Zichen. Zichen could kill him at any time. Emo-chun's face was full of fear, and he seemed to be begging for mercy in the next moment. Bang! But at this moment, Zichen's spear trembled, and a wave of energy wreaked havoc in Emo-chun's body. Then Emo-chun's body exploded, and his spiritual sense was shattered. Emo-chun's body exploded into a rain of blood. During this time, there were 3 things floating in the air: a spirit ring, a pill weapon, and a yuan core. He was dead. The powerful outsider Emo-chun had actually been killed just like that. The Mu tribe's people were filled with terror. They hastily called over their barbarian wolves and miserably ran outside. They wanted to run out of this place and find reinforcements. That was because the Mu tribe's true experts were all outside. They knew that once they entered this place, their strength would be suppressed. While Zichen and Emo-chun were fighting in the depths of the mountain range, the outer regions weren't peaceful. There were a few tribes guarding this place, and the Mu tribe was the most powerful. They were guarding this place, waiting to catch everyone else in one fell swoop. While they were waiting, 2 barbarians came from afar. They were both level 7 warriors. When they arrived at the Cloud Mountain range, they started slaughtering the barbarians who were guarding this place. The barbarians couldn't defeat the 2 level 7 warriors even if they joined forces, so they started to run away. After a while, there were no more barbarians left except for the 2 level 7 warriors. The 2 rank 7 warriors didn't enter the Cloud Mountain range. Instead, they stood guard outside. Once a barbarian came out, the 2 of them would ruthlessly kill him. After killing the barbarian, they would steal the fruit of strength from the barbarian. The level 7 warriors didn't have much use for the fruit of strength. Everything they did was for the sake of their tribe. The level 7 warriors snatching the fruit of strength was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. After Zichen killed Emo-chun, he took the 3 things floating in front of him and descended from the sky. Below him, other than Heiya, the other 2 level 4 warriors, and Barbarian Tiger, there was no one else. Everyone was afraid of Zichen's strength, so they ran away first. Leader Zichen. Heiya greeted him, but it wasn't hard to see the shock on his face. His voice was trembling, and the other 2 level 4 warriors couldn't help but tremble. Zichen nodded at the 3 and said, "Let's leave this place first." Zichen's tone was extremely calm, and there was no trace of fierceness in his tone. This allowed the 3 of them to heave a sigh of relief. Today, they had finally witnessed the true battle prowess of the outsiders. Just as the rumors said, once the outsiders recovered from their illness, they would be invincible since they could fly. Other than an outsider who could kill an outsider, a barbarian wouldn't be able to kill an outsider. "The Wood tribe has all escaped," Heiya said after he calmed down. At this moment, Zichen was sitting on Barbarian Tiger's back again. Barbarian Tiger also sped up and ran outside. Zichen said, "Don't worry, they won't be able to escape." Since the fruit of power had been bestowed, the mist in the Cloud Mountain began to dissipate. Although it wasn't dark blue yet, they could still see the path, so they were able to leave much faster than when they came. Behind Barbarian Tiger, the 3 level 4 warriors were also chasing. During this time, Zichen also released his spiritual sense, and occasionally found 1 or 2 barbarians hiding in the forest refining the fruit of power. But Zichen didn't try to steal the fruit, and these barbarians also didn't attack him. They immediately left after taking the fruit. When they were about to leave the Cloud Mountain, Zichen heard the roars of beasts and the miserable cries of barbarians. "It's the roars of barbarian wolves. Could it be the Wood tribe? They were attacked, but who would dare to attack them here?" Heiya exclaimed. Zichen released his spiritual sense and saw what was happening outside. The two level 7 warriors were crazily slaughtering the Wood tribe. As for the leader of the Wood tribe, he had already turned into a cold corpse. In addition, there were many barbarian and beast corpses in the surroundings. Zichen's lips curled into a cold smile as this thought suddenly popped up in his mind. A black dog eating a black dog. The Wood tribe members were completely terrified. They didn't dare to fight back, so they urged the barbarian wolves to speed up. But the level 7 warriors were not only powerful, but they were also very fast. Even after they sped up, the barbarian wolves couldn't keep up. Miserable cries of both humans and beasts continued to ring out. Every time a scream rang out, it meant that a person or beast had died. Just as Zichen and his group walked out, all the barbarians in the area were killed. The two 7th grade warriors were filled with murderous intent, but when they saw the outsider, Zichen, their expressions suddenly changed. Zichen didn't pay attention to the two of them. Instead, he signaled Barbarian Tiger to go forward until he reached the leader of the Wood tribe. Zichen waved his hand and 2 fruits of strength flew out from the corpse of the leader of the Wood tribe and into Zichen's hand. After taking the fruits of strength, Zichen didn't pay attention to the two of them and signaled Barbarian Tiger to continue forward. But on the way, Zichen took away all the beast corpses. It was clear that they were food for the Raven tribe. The 2 warriors of the 7th rank were ignored just like that. Their expressions were somewhat uncomfortable, but the strength of the outsider made them incomparably fearful. Do you know which tribe we are from? Outsider, you dared to steal our fruits of strength? You have guts. One of the level 7 warriors couldn't hold back and directly said. Chapter 804. Zichen's threat made the 2 men's faces turn ugly, but they were not willing to leave just like that. Outsider, we are from the Earth race and the Fire race, and there are 2 outsiders in our tribe. If you know what's good for you, leave the fruit behind. Otherwise, you should be able to guess the consequences. Their words surprised Zichen. It seemed like there were 4 more outsiders in this world. One of them was Mo Chen, and the other 2 were from the Earth race and Fire race. As for the last one, he was nowhere to be found. Zichen's cold eyes fell on the 2 men. He said coldly, I hate it when people threaten me, but I also hate killing people. I'll give you one more chance. Leave or die. The 2 men's faces turned even uglier, and their expressions kept changing. Looking at the 2 men's faces, Zichen sighed. It seems that before I can use force, all kindness will be seen as weakness. After he finished speaking, Zichen jumped off Man-Hu's back and rushed towards the 2 level 7 warriors. The 2 men's faces changed. They were hesitant before, but because of Zichen's attack, they made up their minds. Their faces were full of unwillingness. After they shouted, they used all their strength and threw a level 7 barbarian spell at Zichen. Zichen also clenched his fists. With his level 5 strength and the elemental energy in his body, he punched out from both sides. Compared to the barbarian's fists, Zichen's fists were smaller by half. But when they collided with the 2 huge fists, 2 loud bangs were heard. The 2 level 7 warriors were sent flying by Zichen. Their faces were twisted in pain, and the fists and arms that they used to fight with Zichen were all shattered. Let's go, let's go! The 2 men landed on the ground, and their faces were full of fear. One of them shouted while enduring the pain. They had lost the will to fight back. After giving the warning, the coldness on Zichen's face did not lessen. Instead, it became even more intense. After displaying your strength, you'd be an idiot to continue being merciful. Moreover, I've also taken a fancy to the fruits of strength on your bodies. As soon as he finished speaking, the golden essence force enveloped the 2 of them. The 2 grade 7 warriors let out blood-curdling screams. By the time the golden essence force was retracted, the 2 grade 7 warriors had already lost their lives. Zichen found 4 fruits of strength from the 2 of them. Adding the 15 he had a total of 19. Based on the calculation of each level, even if Zichen's physical strength was not even at level 1, he would still be able to break through to level 19. Zichen didn't dare imagine a powerful body at level 19 because it was purely a dream. The strength fruit could only break through to level 6. Even if the perfect body wasn't restricted by this, Zichen's strength wouldn't increase much. After leaving this place, Zichen found a relatively remote place where he planned to refine the fruit of might. During this time, Heya and the other two followed Zichen. "Leader Zichen, are we going to stay here?" Heya asked, puzzled. Zichen nodded. "That's right. Let's increase our strength first." While speaking, Zichen took out a fruit of might and said, "I'll give you one. Refine it and break through." This? Seeing the fruit of might in Zichen's hand, Heya couldn't suppress his excitement. "I came here all because of your information. You deserve it." Zichen placed the fruit of might in Heya's hand. Heya actually wanted to decline or be polite, but this was a fruit of might, an extremely heaven-defying item. He couldn't be polite. "All right, refine it." Zichen ignored Heya and looked at Man-Hu. At that moment, Man-Hu was refining the fruit of might. Barbarian God had told him that the fruit of might was extremely useful for increasing one's strength. Zichen didn't need to think to know that the fruit of might wasn't as simple as increasing one's strength. This kind of heaven-defying item must have other uses. Since Barbarian God had given one to Man-Hu, there must be a reason. Therefore, Zichen had Man-Hu refine the fruit of might. Heya stopped beside a pile of rocks a dozen meters away. With the fruit of might in his hand, he couldn't wait to refine it. The other two rank 4 warriors stood guard for Heya. Heya swallowed the fruit of might and began to refine it. Heya didn't have Yuanli, so the so-called refining was digesting the fruit of might and fusing it into his body. Zichen sat cross-legged and prepared to refine the fruit of might. After calming down, a fruit of might appeared in his hand. The small fruit of might was only the size of a walnut. Zichen could swallow it in one gulp. When the fruit of might was formed, it was formed from the condensation of strength. Therefore, it didn't have the sweetness of a fruit. It didn't have any taste before entering the stomach, but once it entered the stomach, the fruit of might turned into pure strength. This pure strength gathered in Zichen's body under the circulation of the perfect body. This strength flowed through his meridians and fused into his bones, flesh, meridians, and every single cell of his strength. This was a wonderful feeling that could only be felt, and not described in words. If words had to be used to express it, it was like a dry desert suddenly ushering in a wind and rain, or a thirsty traveler suddenly discovering the best nectar. The fruit of might was indeed a heaven-defying item. It could only increase Zichen's strength, but it didn't have any effect on Zichen's Yuanli. The fruit of might contained an unimaginable strength. It was said to be able to forcibly increase a barbarian's strength by 1 level. After this enormous strength fused into Zichen's body, it fused with Zichen's strength. It was as if the conditions were right. If one's realm was likened to a bucket, then one's strength would be the water that filled the bucket. In the past, Zichen had strived to make the bucket bigger so that it could hold more water. This was an increase in realm. The appearance of the fruit of might made the quality of the water in the bucket higher and denser. This was a transformation of strength's essence. This was like a bucket originally filled with stones, but there were many cracks in it. This situation meant that although ordinary barbarians had a realm, they didn't have an extremely fine strength. Although they had such a realm of strength, their battle strength wasn't very strong and couldn't last for long. This weakness might not be seen when facing weak enemies, but if they were fighting against existences that were filled with fine sand, they would naturally be weaker. After the fine sand was filled, more water could be poured in until it was completely saturated. At this moment, Zichen was in such a situation. However, unlike others, because the perfect body technique he cultivated was relatively powerful, the strength he cultivated didn't contain stones or fine sand. Instead, it was pure water. This water filled up the round bucket, making his battle prowess stronger and longer. But now, after refining the fruit of might, the water that was already full was compressed under the effect of the fruit of might. This made the density of the water even greater, and Zichen's power was naturally purer and stronger. Once the water was compressed to an extreme, it would become the purest thing. It could be called a solid state. Zichen's strength was like this. After being compressed to an extreme, it increased in quality. The principle of the ultimate energy contained in the heavenly warrior abdomen was not much different from this. They were all striving to increase in quality. After refining one fruit of might, this massive amount of energy had yet to fill Zichen's round bucket, so Zichen didn't have the time to compress and refine it. Right on the heels of that, the second fruit of might entered his stomach. It contained the same level of power as the first one. Zichen began to refine the power again and let his body absorb it. After refining 3 fruits of might, Zichen felt that he had reached the limit of level 5 strength. If he was willing, Zichen could use this power to break through to the level 6 warrior realm. Of course, if he swallowed another fruit of might, it would be even easier for Zichen to break through. If not for the barbarian god's voice transmission, Zichen would naturally break through. However, after hearing the voice transmission, Zichen stopped breaking through. He continued to compress and refine the power. During this period, Zichen didn't only refine his strength, but also his body. If he wanted to store more dense items in the round bucket, the quality of the bucket had to be excellent. Therefore, Zichen was refining and tempering his body at the same time. When the 4th fruit of might entered his stomach, it transformed into pure energy and was used by Zichen to temper his body. In the past, Zichen had used the ancient beast's blood essence to do the same thing, but the effect was extremely slow. The fruit of might was almost specially prepared for the perfect body, so it was more convenient for Zichen to refine it. At this moment, Zichen's body was like a thirsty traveler, and the fruit of might was like nectar that constantly nourished Zichen's body. During the refining process, Zichen discovered that the perfect body that he had tempered countless times actually still had impurities. Some turbid energy was expelled through his pores, and Zichen's physique became even purer. During the tempering process, Zichen seriously suspected that once he broke through to level 6 and displayed the perfect body that had been compressed to the extreme, his combat strength would surpass that of using ultimate origin energy. The fruit of might was a rare body-tempering treasure. When Zichen's body absorbed this power, more impurities were expelled. If Zichen's perfect body in the past was a tenacious foundation built with various resources, then after absorbing the pure energy contained in the fruit of might, Zichen's perfect body was a true perfect body. In time, when Zichen could mobilize the power in his body and condense solid energy, it would be an extremely magical and heaven-defying fruit of might. At this moment, Zichen suddenly understood the source of the fruit of might. It was actually a power source condensed in the body of an expert whose perfect body had reached the limit. As for the barbarian god from before, his perfect body had clearly grown to the peak, and the power condensed from his body was the fruit of might. Chapter 805. Zichen's power had not broken through yet, but as he refined the fruit of strength, he released a strong pressure. This pressure was comparable to that of a ferocious beast, making people feel suffocated. Previously, the 2 level 4 warriors were guarding Heya, but the pressure from Zichen, who was more than 10 meters away, was too terrifying. Their faces turned pale, and they ran far away after a short while. "It's too scary. It's like a ferocious beast is right in front of me." The 2 ran away and stopped when they were a few hundred feet away from the pressure. Not long after, Black Cliff opened his eyes. He was also awakened by the terrifying aura. When he opened his eyes and saw that there was no one around, Black Cliff's expression changed. He could feel the oppressive aura right next to him. His expression changed drastically. When he realized that the pressure was coming from Zichen, he was so shocked that he could not say a word. He could feel that Zichen's power level had not increased, but the pressure from Zichen's body indicated that he had become even scarier. After getting up, Heya could not stand it for a few minutes. The suffocating feeling was driving him crazy. He walked a few hundred feet away, looked at the 2 level 4 warriors, and then sat down to refine the fruit of strength again. After refining 1 fruit of strength, Heya's power level increased from level 5 to level 6. When he opened his eyes again, he found that there was no one around him. The two guards had retreated a few hundred feet because the pressure from Zichen's body had become even scarier. The two level 4 warriors could not withstand it. In the world of the barbarians, Zichen was only a level 3 warrior. His level was lower than the people present. Of course, combat power was not included. Zichen's strength level had already reached level 5. Level 5 strength was equivalent to the middle stage of the primal core realm, which was higher than the elemental force level. Furthermore, after refining so many fruits of strength, Zichen's perfect body had transformed into true perfection. The perfect body, which was known as the strongest physique among humans, released the terrifying pressure that it should have. The moment his body transformed into the perfect body, it was equivalent to Zichen possessing the powerful battle prowess of a mid-stage primal core cultivator. This physical combat strength had already exceeded the realm of elemental energy. In other words, Zichen's strongest attack was no longer the moment he used elemental energy to cast techniques, but when he used his perfect body to cast berserker arts. Zichen's transformation was undoubtedly huge. However, this transformation was also accompanied by a huge consumption. During the time he had been refining and tempering his body, Zichen had already consumed half of the 18 fruits of power. 9 fruits, 9 miraculous and heaven-defying fruits of power, allowed Zichen's body to transform to a perfect state. During this period of time, Man Hu had also finished refining and was now with Heya and the other two. Looking at Zichen refining the fruit of strength in the distance, the trio's faces were filled with shock and confusion. What's going on? What's going on? He has refined 5 fruits of strength, but his body doesn't show any signs of breaking through. Heya let out a low cry, his eyes filled with disbelief. Beside him, a level 4 warrior corrected him. Leader, it's not 5. It's 9. When you were refining, Leader Zichen had already refined 4. 9. Heya looked at the 2 level 4 warriors. The 2 of them nodded. It's said that 1 fruit of strength can increase a person by 1 level. However, Leader Zichen hasn't broken through after refining 9. This is too unbelievable. Heya couldn't understand Zichen's situation. As the number of fruits of strength Zichen refined increased, his aura became more and more terrifying. This aura made Heya and the others feel uncomfortable, frightened, and in awe. This aura was somewhat similar to the barbarian god in the Cloud Mountain range. However, it was slightly weaker than the barbarian god's aura. Sometimes, when they slept at night, they would be awakened by this aura. It was as if a peerless monster was right next to them. These days of not being able to eat or sleep well lasted for several days. Just when the trio felt that their minds were about to collapse, Zichen finally opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, Zichen's aura slowly dissipated. Withdrawing his aura, the trio and Man Hu walked over. Man Hu hadn't broken through, but his battle strength had increased. Not only did the fruit of strength increase his battle strength, but it also increased his potential. This would allow him to reach greater heights in the future. Heya, on the other hand, had broken through and become a level 6 warrior. This was the realm he had always dreamed of. However, after seeing Zichen easily kill a level 7 warrior and sensing the barbarian god's aura coming from Zichen, Heya wasn't as excited as he should have been after breaking through. When he arrived beside Zichen, he was extremely cautious. I still need to cultivate here for a period of time. You don't have to stay here with me. If there's anything you need to do, you can leave. Over the past few days, the trio's every move was under Zichen's spiritual senses. When the 11 fruits of strength allowed his perfect body to reach its peak, Zichen temporarily gave up on refining them. The trio didn't want to stay here either. When they heard Zichen's words, they quickly nodded. If there's anything, come and find me here. I reckon it will take some time before I can leave, Zichen added. Heya nodded and said, Then we won't disturb Chief Zichen any longer. We'll take our leave now. The trio left, leaving Man Hu behind. The 11 fruits of strength had allowed Zichen's physical strength to reach the peak. His perfect body had reached level 5. Without using his elemental energy, his physical strength was comparable to a heaven realm martial artist of the same level. This was because the energy cultivated by the perfect body wasn't any weaker than ultimate energy. After the trio left, Zichen rested for half a day and gave Manhu a few drops of ancient beast's blood essence for him to refine. Now that Zichen's physical strength had reached the perfect body, there wasn't much point in having the ancient beast's blood essence. Half a day later, Zichen continued to refine the fruits of strength. However, this time, Zichen wanted to break through to the next level. The pure energy contained in one fruit of strength was immense. Even with his perfect body, Zichen instantly broke through the barrier of level 5 and reached level 6. After reaching level 6, Zichen's body's wooden barrel had become larger, and the amount of pure power it could contain had also increased. Then, Zichen swallowed the 13th fruit of strength, followed by the 14th, 15th, and 17th fruit of strength. When Zichen only had one fruit of strength left, his physical strength had reached the peak of level 6. However, his physical strength stopped there. In fact, he had already reached the peak of level 6 after consuming the 16th fruit of strength. The 17th fruit of strength didn't increase his strength much and didn't reach level 7. Zichen knew that the fruits of strength were no longer effective. He had to rely on himself for the rest. This bottleneck to level 7 had to be broken by Zichen himself. After refining the 17th fruits of strength, Zichen's transformation was undoubtedly huge. His physical strength was 100 times stronger than before. Just the thought of 100-fold increase in combat strength was terrifying. Just as Zichen opened his eyes and was about to get up, he heard two loud sounds coming from under his feet. Then, Zichen saw that his feet had sunk deep into the ground. Zichen wasn't used to the sudden increase in strength, so he subconsciously used too much strength. Zichen bitterly smiled. He had actually forgotten about this. He put some strength into one of his legs and was about to pull his other leg out. However, just as he lifted his leg, he heard another loud sound. Zichen's leg, which had just put some strength into it, was now 3 inches into the ground. This is too ridiculous. Zichen's smile became even more bitter. It seemed that his strength had increased too much, and he couldn't even walk normally. Then, he exerted strength 2 more times, and Zichen sunk even deeper into the ground. Zichen was helpless, but he had to get out, right? So, he used his hands to try and break free, but who knew that the ground was like tofu? Zichen pressed his hands lightly, and good lord, both of his hands were sunk into the ground. At this moment, Zichen had no other choice. He needed a long time to get used to the sudden increase in strength. Thus, Zichen called Man-Tiger over. Man-Tiger bit Zichen's collar and pulled him out of the ground. After coming out, Zichen sat on the ground and wanted to thank Man-Tiger by patting his head. However, Man-Tiger was like a startled bird. A trace of fear flashed across his eyes, and he quickly dodged to the side. Zichen smiled bitterly. I almost forgot about that. Luckily you reacted quickly. Otherwise I would have killed you. Next, it was time for Zichen to familiarize himself with his strength. This process was relatively slow because Zichen's strength had increased by 100-fold. The first thing Zichen had to learn was to walk normally. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good for him to let Man-Tiger bite his collar all the time or rely on his elemental energy to fly. During this period, Zichen constantly tried to control his strength. On the first day, he was already able to walk unsteadily. However, there were many deep footprints on the ground. On the second day, Zichen tried to pick up things. This was the so-called pick up and put down gently. However, after one day, all the things that Zichen picked up were broken into pieces. Among them, a large rock that Zichen lightly patted also shattered into pieces. Seeing Zichen's unstable state, Man-Tiger moved even further away from him. He was afraid that Zichen would accidentally pat him. If that happened, he would either be injured or die. On the third day, Zichen was able to pick up things without damaging them. However, he only picked them up and didn't dare to throw them. As for his feet, Zichen was able to guarantee that every step he took would use the same amount of strength. As a result, wherever Zichen passed, it was as if a giant had stepped on the ground, leaving behind 2 rows of footprints of the same depth. On the 4th day, the 5th day, and the 6th day, Zichen was able to control his strength better. Now, when he patted a large rock, it wouldn't shatter. Instead, it would only cause cracks to appear. Just like this, on the 10th day, Zichen was able to control his strength very well. Of course, he still wasn't very adept at it, and there were times when he used too much strength. Chapter 806. Before he got close, Haya shouted. Zichen saw Haya. Haya was practicing his walking, so he walked towards him. As soon as his foot landed, the ground shook. Clear footprints appeared again. It seemed that because of Haya's arrival, Zichen couldn't control his power. Haya was heading straight for Zichen, but when he saw Zichen walking over, his body was twisting and turning. Every step he took left a footprint on the ground. His face was immediately filled with shock, and he stood there in a daze. His mouth was wide open, and he could even swallow a large bird's egg. "Why are you in such a hurry? What happened?" Zichen finally walked to Haya's side. He wanted to pat Haya's shoulder but realized that he couldn't reach him, so he gave up. Haya stared at Zichen blankly. After a while he said, "Leader Zichen, something big has happened. The world of the barbarians is going to be in chaos." "Chaos? What kind of chaos?" Zichen sat on a big rock. This time, he controlled his power well and didn't break the rock. "The few large tribes in the deep region are going to join forces to attack the barbaric Dragon Mountain range. During this period of time, there are also outsiders participating. Among them is the tribe that you killed the 2 rank 7 warriors from last time." Black Cliff released the shocking news. "Oh." Zichen was obviously surprised by this. "The news is true. This time, they are serious. However, before they attack the mountains, they want to unify the entire world of the barbarians." Zichen frowned. "Unify the world of the barbarians? How do they do it? Do they surrender or do they kill them all?" "Surrender. Absolute surrender. If they have the slightest intention of rebelling, they will be killed immediately." Haya took a deep breath and said, "According to the news, they will take everything they want along the way." "Where are they now?" Zichen asked. "They are about to reach the territory of the Wood Race. Once the Wood Race surrenders, they will have to go to the Black Race. After the Black Race, it will be the Ravens," Haya said quickly. Zichen looked at Haya and asked, "What do you think?" "Me." Haya was stunned. Then, he smiled bitterly and said, "What can I do? I can only lead the small black clan to submit." It was clear that Haya was still unwilling to accept this. "Just simple submission?" Haya shook his head and said, "Other than surrendering, we will also pay some resources according to the overall strength of the tribe. If the resources are not enough, we will use women or laborers to replace them." Zichen nodded. Evidently, he had already guessed why Black Cliff was so unwilling. After submitting, he would have to give something to the other party, which meant that he would have to offer offerings every year. Clearly, Haya wanted Zichen to step in. Understanding Haya's intentions, Zichen said, "I can help you with this matter." "Really?" Black Cliff's eyes brightened. He didn't have much hope in coming here. After all, Zichen wasn't from the Black Race. He was from the Raven. Zichen had a duty to protect the Ravens, but not the Black Race. Zichen nodded and said, "Helping the Black Race and the Ravens is no problem." Zichen changed the topic and said, "But have you ever thought about what will happen if I leave? I am an outsider and I have reached the 6th level. I will leave very soon. After I leave, how do you think they will deal with the Ravens and the Black Race?" This. Haya's expression changed. He hadn't thought of this. In fact, it wasn't that he hadn't thought of it, but that he hadn't thought about it. He originally thought that Zichen would stay here for at least 10 years, and with his protection, the Black Clan would develop well. Now that Zichen said that he would leave soon, there was no point in protecting the Black Race for a short period of time. He would also offend the big tribes. Heiya's expression changed. Thinking about the stakes involved, he was soaked in cold sweat. I will take my people to submit now. Heiya made a quick decision. He was afraid that the black race wouldn't be safe if they submitted too late. Didn't you say that it's still early? I am going back to the ravens anyway. Let's go together. After Zichen stood up, Heiya noticed that the rock that Zichen was sitting on had cracked. He was stunned. He was trying to guess how strong Zichen was. On the way back, Man Hu stayed far away from Zichen. He was afraid that Zichen would make him carry him. Zichen didn't go back immediately. He went to the barbarian god statue. His strength had reached the peak of the 6th level. He could also learn a 6th level barbarian spell. His physical strength was Zichen's strongest weapon. He needed to use it to the fullest. Perhaps because of the unification of the large tribes, when Zichen arrived here again, there was no one in the small market near the barbarian god statue. There were only a few empty tall buildings, and the wood tribesmen who had been guarding this place had also disappeared. The last time Heiya came back, he had come here to meditate. This time, he followed Zichen and walked up the altar again. However, his speed was not as fast as Zichen's. Forget about Zichen, he couldn't even compare to the ravens. When Zichen was learning a 6th level barbarian spell, Heiya hadn't even entered the state of enlightenment. Forget it. We'll talk about it next time. Seeing that Zichen was about to leave, Heiya smiled and followed Zichen. During this time, Zichen walked to familiarize himself with his strength. Because he needed to familiarize himself with his strength, Zichen didn't walk very fast. It took him a few days to reach the black race's territory. Along the way, Heiya invited Zichen to visit the black race. Zichen refused and said that they would talk about it next time. After that, one man and one tiger walked towards the ravens. When they passed by the barbarian god statue, Zichen saw a few familiar faces. They were 6 barbarians. They were all 3rd level warriors. Wu-La and Una were among them. The 2 of them seemed to have finished their meditation. They were standing outside the altar. There were no other black race guards around them. The 2 of them were chatting happily and didn't notice Zichen's arrival. Zichen heard their conversation from afar and felt a chill run down his spine. The 2 of them were still talking about sleeping with Una. If there was nothing good, Una wouldn't agree. Helpless, Wu-La threatened to fight. If he won, Una would have to agree. Una curled her lips and said that Wu-La wasn't a match for her. Wu-La was furious. Zichen shook his head and walked towards them. After deliberately making the sound of his footsteps, the 2 of them finally reacted. The 2 of them turned around and saw that it was Zichen and Man Hu. Their faces were filled with surprise. Chief Zichen. The 2 of them quickly ran over, their faces filled with surprise and joy. Zichen raised his head and looked at the 2 of them. He nodded his head in satisfaction and said, "Not bad. You actually broke through to become 3rd level warriors." Hearing Zichen's praise, Una revealed a rare bashful smile. Wu-La, on the other hand, laughed loudly in joy. "This is all thanks to Chief Zichen. If it weren't for the fact that Chief Zichen brought us enough food, I wouldn't have been able to break through." Next, Wu-La turned to Zichen and said loudly, "Chief Zichen, let me tell you a piece of good news. During this period of time, our Raven tribe has gained 7 more children." The children that Wu-La spoke of meant children of the barbarian tribe. Other than food, children were the most important issue for the barbarian tribe. They represented the inheritance of the tribe. "Haha, is that so? Then I must congratulate you." Zichen laughed dryly. "What are you congratulating me for?" "This is all thanks to Chief Zichen. Quite a few of them were given to us by Chief Zichen." "Haha, Chief Zichen, you are the benefactor of our Raven tribe." Zichen's mouth twitched, and he nodded his head. Perhaps this was the cuteness of the Raven tribe. There was no such thing as a pure bloodline. All they had was the hope for the continuation of the tribe. "Call them. We'll go back together." Zichen was afraid that Wu-La would continue to brag about this issue, so he quickly interrupted him. "Call them. Wu Law was startled and said, "But they haven't finished comprehending. Something big has happened recently. Let's go back first." "Tell them to stop comprehending," Zichen said. "Okay." Wu Law ran back to the altar and called the others down. When they saw Zichen, their faces were filled with worship. Zichen nodded and found that these were originally second-level warriors. They had all broken through to third level. It seemed that the Raven tribe had changed a lot these days. "Chief Zichen, we broke through to third level. We wanted to learn the third-level barbarian technique that you taught us, but the Raven tribe leader didn't have time to teach us. The others didn't learn it well, so we could only come here to comprehend." Along the way, Wu Lei's mouth was not idle. Sometimes he would ask for a little something, and Zichen could only nod and agree. Before they reached the Raven tribe, Zichen saw many people standing outside. In front of them were the barbarian bulls and the Raven barbarians. The Raven barbarians were busy breaking through. Now that they appeared, it was obvious that they had broken through. It had been almost a month since Zichen left. During this month, the Raven tribe had built many more stone houses. Wu Man and the others all came to welcome Zichen and invited him to the tribe. After that, they prepared delicious food for the returning Zichen. Right now, the Raven tribe was full of vigor and vitality. This was a sign that a small tribe was about to transform into a large tribe. During the banquet, all the barbarians expressed their highest respect to Zichen. They also prepared wine for Zichen. The original Raven tribe didn't have wine. These were made by the elders of the Raven tribe that Zichen had redeemed. These elders not only brought back the method of making wine, but also many of the lost skills of the Raven tribe. After the banquet, Zichen called Wu Man and gave him the last fruit of strength. "What is this?" Wu Man looked at the glowing ball in his hand with a curious face. "Fruit of strength." After Zichen finished speaking, Wu Man still had a puzzled face. Zichen smiled and said, "After swallowing it, it can increase one's strength by 1 level. Quickly go and refine it." After he finished speaking, Zichen drove Wu Man out. Wu Man held the fruit of strength. His eyes were full of shock, but after the shock, there was even more gratitude. Zichen walked out of the room and found the barbarian bulls not far away. They were looking in his direction. It was obvious that they had seen Wu Man take the fruit of strength and leave. Zichen took out the last monkey fruit and threw it to the barbarian bulls. "This is what I promised you. Take it." Chapter 807. The Black Tribe, the tribe that Heya was in. After returning, Heya sent people to investigate the Wood tribe. As long as the Wood tribe surrendered, the other side would attack quickly. Heya and the Black tribe would also surrender immediately. The ground suddenly trembled. The roar of savage beasts came from outside, followed by the cries of the tribesmen. This change made Heya's expression change. When Heya rushed out of the room, the roaring savage beasts had already entered the tribe. This was a group of savage wolf riders. There were more than 100 of them. Each rider was an extremely powerful warrior. In their hands were sharp weapons that emitted a cold light. These weapons were made of materials and not the stone tools that the Black tribe used. They had already rushed into the tribe. Wherever they went, anyone who tried to pick up a weapon or had the slightest intention of resisting would be cut in half at the waist. 1 strike. No matter if it was a rank 3 or 4 warrior, they were all killed in 1 strike. The speed of these people from the large tribes was faster than Heya expected. Moreover, the other side's ruthlessness was also beyond Heya's imagination. While he was still in shock, dozens of tribesmen had already been killed. "Don't kill. We surrender. Surrender. Everyone, put down your weapons. Don't try to resist." Heya reacted and shouted loudly. His voice was a bit hoarse. The most precious thing in the tribe was warriors. Now, the other side was slaughtering their warriors. The Black tribe warriors threw away the stone tools in their hands. Their faces were filled with fear. There were also some who were clearly angry. They would be killed in the next moment by the wolf riders. The weakest of these wolf riders was rank 5. Their riders were rank 4 or 5 savage beasts. Other than the leader, who was a rank 6 warrior riding a rank 6 savage wolf, there were 4 other rank 6 warriors in the group. This was a powerful wolf rider led by 5 rank 6 warriors. They rushed into the black tribe without any scruples. The savage wolves below them let out low growls. The riders also let out sharp cries. Wherever they went, they would kill any black tribe warrior that they didn't like or had the slightest bit of emotion on their faces. Not only were they powerful, but they were also very well trained. They could attack a tribe like the Wood tribe in a few rounds. As for the small black tribe, they didn't even need to deliberately attack. Only when all of the Black Clan people stopped resisting and lay on the ground, not daring to show any dissatisfaction, did the wolf riders shout again and rush into the stone houses one after another. Soon after, a series of chaotic sounds rang out from the stone houses. After a short while, the sound of a woman screaming and panting could be heard from within the stone house. These wolf riders began to do whatever they wanted in the small black tribe. They were unscrupulous. One of the barbarian leaders even broke into Black Cliff's room. The woman who belonged to Black Cliff was quickly pressed under his crotch and shot at by the barbarian. The entire Black Clan was filled with such voices, and the Black Clan warriors were still in a state of panic. These wolf riders, other than wantonly enjoying the women of the Black Clan, would also take away resources that they thought were useful. Of course, these resources included women. However, in the small Black Clan, the only resources that could catch their eyes were women and nothing more. The entire Black Clan had been tossed around in a foul atmosphere. This was a blatant robbery. Clearly, he was thoroughly robbed after showing his willingness to submit. Heia's face was filled with helplessness. The Black Clan that he had painstakingly built up for so many years had suffered a heavy blow today. Leader! Many Black Clan warriors ran over and looked at Heia, waiting for him to make a decision. Looking at the messy Black Clan, Heia's face was filled with helplessness. The other party was the wolf riders of a super-powerful tribe. The small Black Clan was nothing in their eyes. Not to mention a single charge, even half a charge would be enough to destroy the Black Clan. At this moment, Heia only prayed that these wolf riders would not kill anymore. All kinds of confused sounds continued for a long time. Only then did the barbarian wolf riders come out of the room one by one. When they came out, they had some relatively useful things in their hands. The one who entered Heia's room was the leader of the wolf riders. He was also the strongest of the 5 6th rank warriors. He was the one who rushed at the front. In his left hand was a woman, in his right hand was a gourd, and behind him was a 6th rank barbarian wolf. As soon as the leader appeared, he directly walked towards Heia. Heia's pupils suddenly shrank. He did not mind that the woman was taken away, but the gourd was taken away. This made Heia's heart bleed. Looking at the leader of the wolf riders, Heia suddenly thought of something more important than the gourd. Speak, where did these things come from? The leader of the wolf riders came forward and let go of the woman. He pointed at the gourd in his right hand and shouted at Heia. He had opened the gourd before and found that it was monkey wine. This thing was extremely precious. Even the two clan did not have much of it. It's a bunch of delicious wine. I picked it up by accident. Heia was prepared to fool the leader. Slap! The leader of the wolf riders slapped Heia to the ground. The leader stepped on Heia's body and shouted, Don't think that I don't know. This is monkey wine. Speak, where did you get it? I picked it up. Blood flowed out from the corner of Heia's mouth. Damn it, you still don't know the truth. Seeing that Heia was not cooperating, the leader of the wolf riders was furious. He lifted his leg and stomped on Heia. At the side, many of the Black Clan warriors were furious. However, the other barbarian wolf riders quickly noticed the abnormality and rushed over. Heia was also a level 6, which was the same level as the leader of the barbarians. However, he did not dare to resist. He had received news that those who tried to resist did not survive. There were even tribes that were wiped out, leaving only the women alive. Heia was being stepped on by the barbarians. More blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Many of his bones were crushed, but he insisted that he picked it up. Damn it, you still don't know the truth! Under the signal of the leader of the Wolf Riders, the two of them lifted Heya up. After Heya was lifted up, the leader of the Wolf Riders did not continue to ask. Instead, he slapped Heya's face. Heya was coughing up blood. His teeth were spat out one by one. Both of his cheeks were smashed, but he still insisted that he picked it up. He was very stubborn. The surrounding people could not bear to see this, but no one told on him. After following Heya for a long time, they knew his temper. If he did not want to say something, no one could force him to say it. The leader of the Wolf Riders only slapped Heya and did not interrogate the others. Don't hit him, don't hit him. I'll tell you, it's the ravens. This thing is from the ravens. Seeing that Heya was about to be slapped to death, the woman next to the leader of the Wolf Riders screamed. Her face was full of tears. Oh, the ravens! The barbarian stopped slapping and shook the blood off his hand. He turned his head and looked at the woman. Yes, yes, I heard the leader of the ravens say it once. The woman cried. Bitch, you bitch! Heya's eyes were full of hatred. Slap! The barbarian slapped Heya again. This time, he used a lot of strength. Heya fell to the ground and coughed up blood. Where is the ravens? Take me there. The group of Wolf Riders took the spoils of war and left the Black Tribe. As for the ravens' location, naturally, someone told them. Just like before, someone told them where the Black Tribe was, someone also told them where the ravens were. When the leader of the Wolf Riders heard that the ravens only had 100 people, he was surprised. Follow me. The leader of the Wolf Riders laughed, and urged the level 6 barbarian wolf to speed up. Then, more than 100 riders rushed towards the Raven tribe. Behind them were more than 100 barbarians from other tribes. They were in charge of guiding the other tribes. At the same time, they were also in charge of collecting the spoils for the riders. Of course, this also included materials and women. At this moment, Heya was being carried by 2 level 4 warriors. These 2 warriors were from the Mo tribe and were now working for the Wolf Riders. Next to them, the woman who belonged to Heya was applying some herbs to Heya's face. She was now the personal property of the leader of the Wolf Riders. Heya's injury was not light. His whole body was almost in a semi-conscious state. He was being carried by 2 warriors at a very fast speed. Under the fast speed of the Wolf Riders, the ravens soon arrived. This was a tribe with only 500 people. The number of people was too small, but this did not hinder the Wolf Riders' high spirits. Therefore, under the roar of the barbarian wolf and the sharp cry of the Wolf Riders, a group of Wolf Riders rushed toward the ravens with sharp swords. With such a big movement, the ravens naturally noticed. Then, they all appeared and stared at the approaching Wolf Riders. Suddenly seeing so many Wolf Riders, the ravens' faces were full of curiosity and surprise. Of course, there was also a touch of shock and envy, but there was no panic. After seeing this scene, the leader of the Wolf Riders had a cruel smile on his face. He thought that this was really a small tribe. They didn't even have the slightest awareness. Can't they see that we are going to kill them? Facing the attack of the barbarian wolves, the ravens did not react. Only a few of them had taken out stone tools. However, there was one person who caught the attention of the leader of the Wolf Riders. It was a tall barbarian. In his hand, he held a long sword that shone with a cold light. Even though he was far away, he could see that the quality of the long sword was not ordinary. This small tribe had monkey wine and such a high-quality long sword. The leader of the Wolf Riders felt that this trip was not in vain. Because he was too happy, he made up his mind to exterminate this tribe. He would kill the men and leave the women alive. As the leader of the Wolf Riders looked around, he found that there was a beauty in this small tribe. It was Una. Immediately, the leader of the Wolf Riders saw Una as a celestial being. He was deeply attracted by her appearance. The leader of the Wolf Riders raised the sharp sword in his hand and slashed down. Although he did not speak, this action represented the extermination of the tribe. The sharp cry became louder. The wolf riders increased their speed and approached. The sharp swords in their hands flashed with a dense killing intent. A group of level 5 wolf riders exterminating a tribe of 500 was a piece of cake. However, when they approached, they found that the ravens' faces did not show any fear. Instead, they showed a strange expression. Chapter 808. The beast that rushed out from the ravens was a level 6 savage beast, Barbarian Tiger. Barbarian Tiger's body was more than 5 meters long, and it was very strong. After rushing out from the ravens, it arrived in front of the ravens. It opened its mouth and let out a roar. The tiger's roar shook the forest. A sound wave that was visible to the naked eye spread out with a dense king's might. The savage wolves that were charging at the front trembled when they heard the tiger's roar. Almost half of the savage wolves lost control of their bodies and fell to the ground with their riders. The wolf riders that fell rolled on the ground a few times. Their bodies were covered in mud. Their sorry state made the other ravens laugh. Although the other savage wolves managed to block the roar and didn't fall down, their bodies couldn't help but tremble. Their eyes were filled with fear. Although Barbarian Tiger was only level 6, he had refined the monkey fruit and the fruit of strength while he was with Zichin. He had also refined a lot of king-level ancient beast blood. Barbarian Tiger was no longer an ordinary Barbarian Tiger. Barbarian Tiger's body had some king-level ancient beast pressure. This pressure had a strong deterrent effect on savage beasts. After the second roar, many of the wolf riders fell down. The rest of the wolf riders had no choice but to stop because Barbarian Tiger's aura was too strong. Even the eyes of the 6th-grade barbarian wolf under the wolf rider leader, and the other 2 6th-grade barbarian wolves were filled with vigilance and fear towards man who. After the second roar, about 30 wolf riders were forced to stop. The rest of the wolf riders were also shocked when they got up. A single barbarian tiger was able to stop a whole group of wolf riders. When the other barbarians saw this scene, their faces were filled with shock. Heya slowly opened his eyes. The blood on his face had been wiped off, but the wound was still very obvious. He saw the wolf riders, Barbarian Tiger, and the ravens. Suddenly, a cold smile appeared on his face. It was clear that if the wolf riders dared to attack the ravens, they would suffer unimaginable damage. With Zichin present, Heya had already expected this. If he had taken the initiative to tell Zichin that the monkey fruit came from the ravens, he wouldn't have lost anything. However, Heya didn't want to because this wasn't a matter of him losing anything. It was a matter of gratitude. The Black Cliff owed Zichin a debt of gratitude. Zichin had given them both the monkey fruit and the fruit of strength. This was a great debt of gratitude, so he could not be ungrateful. When Heya raised his head to look, he saw the leader of the wolf riders approaching man who. Beside him were 2 other rank 6 warriors who were also riding rank 6 barbarian wolves. It looked like the 3 of them were going to attack man who. At this moment, a muffled roar came from the group of ravens. Barbarian Bull, who had swallowed the monkey fruit and advanced to level 6, also rushed out. After charging out, Barbarian Bull and Barbarian Tiger stood side by side. Barbarian Bull coldly stared at the approaching wolf riders. Their bodies emitted a red light, as if they were burning flames. When Barbarian Bull appeared, although he didn't have the same pressure as Barbarian Hu, his fiery red fur was still extremely eye-catching. The 3 people who originally wanted to charge at Barbarian Hu had a slight change in their expression and subconsciously stopped. But before Barbarian Bull could continue to show off, Barbarian Tiger let out a dissatisfied roar. Barbarian Bull's body slightly trembled and he unwillingly retreated a few steps. Even though Barbarian Bull's strength had reached level 6, he still wasn't Barbarian Tiger's opponent. The leader of the wolf riders stopped. He was surprised. Level 6 Barbarian Tiger and level 6 Barbarian Bull. I didn't think that a mere 100-people tribe would have 2 beasts. 2 more wolf riders came up from behind. They were level 5 barbarian wolves, but the ones riding on them were level 6 warriors. These 2 people followed behind the first 2. 5 people and 5 wolves slowly approached Barbarian Tiger and Barbarian Bull. In their hands were sharp blades that flashed with cold light. The other side's formation was too strong. If the two sides fought, the ones to be slaughtered would naturally be the Barbarian tribe. Barbarian Tiger and Barbarian Bull's timely appearance was only a deterrent. After that, Barbarian Wu took large strides forward. At that moment, other than the 5 wolf riders, the rest of the wolf riders also reorganized themselves and followed behind. The wolf riders' powerful battle strength reappeared. Barbarian Wu looked at the leader of the wolf riders from far away and shouted, "Our barbarian tribe surrenders." "Surrenders? This is surrenders." The leader of the wolf riders spoke with a cold voice. Barbarian Wu was slightly startled and then said, "Our barbarian tribe is small and can't afford to kill. Please forgive us. We surrender." He glanced at Man Hu and Man Yo before glancing at Wu Man. A wisp of a cold smile appeared on his face as he said, "All right, I believe that all of you are sincere in your submission. Now, hand over the monkey bar. Monkey wine." Barbarian Wu was startled. The leader of the wolf riders sneered, "Don't tell me you don't have it or that you don't know. Bring him over." While they were talking, Heya was brought over from behind. His face was extremely swollen and his teeth were missing. Wu Man didn't recognize him at first glance. A moment later, Wu Man reacted and cried out in alarm, "Leader Heya, you are Heya's leader! This was found in his room and it came from your barbarian tribe. Don't tell me you don't have it. Otherwise, your fate will be even worse than his and your little barbarian tribe will no longer have any reason to exist." While they were talking, the wolf riders once again charged forward. But this time, they didn't charge at Barbarian Tiger and Barbarian Bull. Instead, they spread out and circled around the barbarian tribe. Wu Man's expression changed. He didn't think that things would develop like this. This was completely different from what Si Chen had expected. The wolf riders began to harass the barbarians but didn't immediately kill them. In desperation, the barbarians could only retreat. They retreated again and again until they reached the huge open space where they originally refined their bodies. More than 100 wolf riders had surrounded them. Even Barbarian Tiger and Barbarian Bull didn't know whether to attack or not. "Quickly hand over the monkey wine or your tribe will be exterminated." The leader of the wolf riders' expression was much colder. He left Barbarian Wolf's back and walked towards Wu Man. He threatened, "If you don't want to die, if you don't want your tribe to be exterminated, then cooperate with me. Maybe if I'm happy, I'll spare your little barbarian tribe. I don't know what monkey wine is. What do you want me to take?" Wu Man had a puzzled expression. Slap. The leader of the wolf riders suddenly slapped Wu Man's face. Under the great force, Wu Man was sent flying. "You dare to lie? Do you want to die? Do you want your tribe to be exterminated?" The leader of the wolf riders began to madly step on Wu Man's body like how he dealt with Heya. Wu Man was easily beaten and didn't dare to resist. This scene shocked the barbarian tribe. When Barbarian Tiger and Barbarian Bull saw this, they also rushed towards the leader of the wolf riders. But in the next moment, the other warriors of the 6th rank and the 6th rank Barbarian Wolves rushed towards Barbarian Tiger and Barbarian Bull to stop them. The leader of the wolf riders continued to madly step on Wu Man. Seeing this, Wu Mu's face was filled with anger. He shouted, "Dog, you dare to behave so atrociously in the barbarian tribe? Die!" Wu Mu shouted loudly. His face was ferocious as he rushed towards the leader of the wolf riders. However, his loud voice didn't represent his battle strength. He was kicked away by the leader of the wolf riders and was unable to get up for a long time. "Beat them up. Beat them up fiercely. Before I come out, don't stop. If anyone resists, exterminate their entire tribe without mercy." After kicking away Wu Mu, the leader of the wolf riders didn't continue to madly kick Wu Man. Instead, he went straight towards Una. His heart was burning with passion. He couldn't wait to see Una, who was comparable to a celestial. He had just finished controlling the situation when she came. Seeing the leader of the wolf riders charging towards her, Una's face was filled with panic. she exclaimed. What are you doing? A sinister smile appeared on the leader of the Wolf Riders' face as he grabbed at Una. Una resisted and attacked the leader of the Wolf Riders. However, due to the difference of 3 ranks, she was subdued in just one move. Next, the leader of the Wolf Riders carried her over his shoulder. Una continued to struggle, but it was useless. The leader of the Wolf Riders who was carrying her turned his head to look at Wu Man. A cold smile appeared on his face once more. Beating and interrogating were just his hobbies. It was purely a form of torture. As for the monkey fruit, he would be able to find it himself after he killed everyone here. The sinister smile on his face grew more and more complacent. He carried the beauty and headed straight for the largest house in the area. He knew that according to the customs of the barbarians, the largest house would always belong to the patriarch. As for the earthen race, a puny 6th rank like him wasn't much. There was no way he could get close to the patriarch. Thus, to be able to go to the patriarch's house was the most intense desire in his heart. Thus, after coming out, working in the patriarch's house had become his greatest hobby. Originally, when the Crow tribe members heard that their tribe was about to be exterminated, they were completely terrified. Fear and panic appeared on their faces. However, when they saw the leader of the Wolf Riders carrying Una into the patriarch's house, the strange expressions that disappeared from their faces resurfaced once more. Bang! The door of the patriarch's house was kicked open by a powerful force. Next, the leader of the Wolf Riders carried Una into the house. Outside, Wu Man was being kicked by 2 barbarian warriors. Further away was Man Tiger and Man Yo, who were being held back by a group of people. Bang! Suddenly, another loud sound rang out. This sound came from the patriarch's house. Everyone turned their heads to see the leader of the Wolf Riders, who had carried Una in earlier, flying out from the house. As he flew out, Una, who was being carried by him, swayed slightly before falling to the ground. When Una looked at the leader of the Wolf Riders again, her eyes had turned cold. The leader of the Wolf Riders, who was sent flying over 10 meters away, began coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. His eyes were filled with shock. 2 5th-rank warriors rushed forward to help him up. They then turned their gazes towards the patriarch's house. They wondered what was inside that could send their leader flying out. Under their watchful gazes, a person walked out from the house. This person was much shorter than the barbarians. In the barbarian race, there was only one name for such people, and that was outsiders. Outsider. The Crow tribe actually has an outsider overseeing them. Chapter 809. These days, Zichin had been adapting to his new strength. In his spare time, he had been comprehending barbarian techniques. Now, his strength was his strongest attack, so he had to develop it to the extreme. Zichin had already known that the big tribes wanted to unify this area and make the people submit. He had also told the Crow barbarians that if the other party's attitude was good, then they should just submit. After all, the Crow tribe was only so big, so there was nothing that could catch their eye. However, if the other party wanted to kill, then the small Crow tribe would not be able to withstand it. Therefore, Zichin signaled for Man Hu and Man Yo to appear and intimidate them first before submitting. Zichen's plan was excellent, but it wasn't perfect. He was only referring to his own thoughts, but it didn't mean that the barbarians of the other tribes had the same thoughts as him. From time to time, the voices from outside seemed to indicate that this surrender wasn't going well, but Zichin didn't care. He believed that with Man Hu and Man Yo here, and the fact that the Crow tribe was poor, the other party would quickly leave after being intimidated. Only when Wu Shu shouted did Zichin know that something had happened. It seemed that things had gone awry. Therefore, Zichin released his spiritual sense to sense everything. The moment he released his spiritual sense, Zichin caught sight of the extremely arrogant leader of the Wolf Riders. After taking down Una in one move, the leader carried Una and headed straight for Zichen's room. Seeing the fanatical look in the leader's eyes, Zichin knew what he was up to. Within the barbarian tribe, Una was definitely a beauty. Unfortunately, Zichin was incapable of appreciating her beauty. Thus, Zichen had completely overlooked that point. At that moment, when he saw the leader of the wolf riders carrying Una, Zichen's mind was filled with the image of a human bandit who suddenly saw a beautiful woman. According to Zichen's standards, the other party's actions were extremely beastly. This kind of person was devoid of humanity, and wanted to destroy someone's innocence. He was an existence that deserved to die. Just as the other party kicked the door open, Zichen also walked to the door. When he suddenly saw Zichen, the other party's face was filled with shock. The two of them looked at each other for a second. A second later, Zichen punched out. The wolf rider leader felt as if he had been hit by a moving mountain. He lost control of his body and flew backwards. After sending the leader of the wolf riders flying, Zichen walked out of the room. He looked around and saw the wolf riders, as well as Wu Man, who had been kicked. Because of Zichen's appearance, the wolf riders no longer kicked the Wu Man. Instead, they looked at Zichen in shock and surprise. "What's going on?" Zichen frowned, his voice cold. Wu Man stood up. There was blood on his body, but his injuries were much lighter than Black Cliff's. After he got up, he ran toward Zichen and said, "Leader Zichen, it's monkey wine. They're here for monkey wine. If you don't give it to us, we'll be wiped out." Monkey wine. Zichen was startled. He looked around again and saw Black Cliff. When he saw Black Cliff, he naturally saw the wounds on his face. To be honest, Black Cliff looked like a barbarian with a pig's head. If he hadn't sensed Black Cliff's soul with his spiritual sense, Zichen wouldn't have recognized him at a glance. Seeing Zichen look at him, Black Cliff's eyes were filled with tears of grievance. Black Cliff's miserable appearance made Zichen's expression gloomy. Although he wasn't friends with Black Cliff, he didn't have a bad impression of him. Now that Black Cliff had been beaten to such a state, Zichen was still a bit unhappy. After seeing Black Cliff's aggrieved expression and recalling what Wu Man had said before, Zichen vaguely understood what had happened without Black Cliff's explanation. A smile suddenly appeared on his gloomy face, but it was a cold smile. Many people who saw this smile felt a chill in their hearts. Ignoring the leader of the wolf riders not far away, Zichen directly walked towards Heya. Seeing this, the two Mo clan members who were holding Heya immediately left Heya behind and ran to the side. Heya's body swayed as he stood unsteadily. Seeing that he was about to fall, Heya's woman supported him. Zichen walked 5 meters away from Black Cliff. Only at this distance could Zichen look at Black Cliff. Looking at Black Cliff, Zichen said, "You're injured." Black Cliff, this big man, finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Tears began to fall. He was very moved because Zichen didn't ask if it was his secret. Black Cliff's mouth wriggled. He wanted to speak, but his swollen face made him unable to speak. Zichen raised his hand. Light flashed between his fingers and a blood-healing pill appeared. After shattering the blood-healing pill with his yuan force, Zichen controlled the powder of the blood-healing pill and sprinkled it on Heya's face. Black Cliff's swollen face instantly went down. In just a few breaths of time, there were no more scars on Black Cliff's face. "They came to my Black clan and started a massacre. Then they found monkey wine in my room and forced me to tell them," Black Cliff impatiently said as soon as he could speak. But Zichen stretched out a finger, indicating that Black Cliff shouldn't speak. He said, "I believe you." Just those 3 words made Black Cliff incomparably moved. He was so moved that he couldn't say a single word until Zichen turned around. Actually, Zichen was the one who was the most touched. Along the way, he had seen a lot of deception, and he rarely trusted anyone. In his heart, he had only met Heya a few times, and although his impression of him was not bad, he did not treat Heya as a friend. Even so, Heya would rather get hurt than betray him. That kind of trust was the source of Zichen's feelings. And at this moment, Black Cliff had undoubtedly become Zichen's friend. Zichen even felt a bit guilty. He didn't consider him a friend, but he was willing to give up his life for him. Other than strength, friendship was the second thing Zichen had gained here. After turning around, Zichen's eyes became as cold as a blade as he coldly stared at the wolf rider leader. The Wolf Rider leader felt his hair stand on end. When he saw an outsider walking towards him, he felt even less confident. What are you doing? Do you want your clan to be exterminated? Threatened the Wolf Rider leader weakly as Zichen walked over. Zichen's expression didn't change. He continued to walk forward, unaffected by the threat. You don't come any closer, or I will exterminate my clan. Even though you are an outsider, you have joined the Ravens. You are part of the Ravens. Do you want the Ravens to be exterminated because of you? Seeing that the outsider wasn't threatened, the Wolf Rider leader spoke again. This time, his words were much clearer. But Zichen still didn't stop. When he got close to the Wolf Rider leader, Zichen jumped up and slapped him. A golden light flashed. Bang! The Wolf Rider leader was hit and spun around a few times. Blood appeared on the corner of his mouth. He took a few steps back and covered his cheek. He threatened loudly. You dare to hit me? Do you want to destroy the Ravens? Do you want the Ravens to disappear? The other Wolf Riders also let out a sharp cry. They took out their weapons and released their killing intent. Zichen's eyes didn't move. He was still staring at the Wolf Rider leader. He jumped up again and slapped him again. This time, under the loud slap, the Wolf Rider leader started to vomit blood and his teeth fell out. After beating him back again, Zichen said in a cold voice, Every time you attack someone from the tribe, you threaten them like this. Then let me ask you, which tribe are you from? The Earth Tribe. I am from the Earth Tribe. The largest tribe in the barbarian world. When he talked about his tribe, the Wolf Rider leader's face was full of pride. But unfortunately, the word Earth Tribe did not scare Zichen. Before he could finish, he was slapped again. After the slap, the Wolf Rider leader vomited more blood. He staggered back more than 10 steps and his face became pale. After Zichen landed on the ground, he asked coldly, You are so arrogant outside. Do the people from the Earth Tribe know about it? You! The Wolf Rider leader just opened his mouth and blood came out of his mouth again. He was in a sorry state. Zichen walked forward step by step, increasing the pressure on the Wolf Rider leader. But before he could attack, Zichen slapped him again. This slap was so loud that the Wolf Rider leader saw stars and his body swayed. You keep saying that you want to exterminate the tribe. Do you think it's fun? Do the people from the Earth Tribe know about it? Are you not afraid of being exterminated? Zichen approached again and slapped the Wolf Rider leader again. The Wolf Rider leader had just gathered some strength, but it was immediately dispersed, and he was sent flying. This time, Zichen used too much force, so much so that all of his teeth were knocked loose, and he spat them out in several mouthfuls. After being humiliated like this, the Wolf Rider leader went completely crazy. He stood up again and gathered the strength in his body. At the same time, he shouted, Kill, exterminate the tribe. A murderous aura filled the air. The Wolf Riders raised their swords and prepared to slaughter the Ravens. But at that moment, a loud sound completely covered the word kill. It was like thunder, and the killing intent that the Wolf Riders had gathered dissipated in an instant. In front of Zichen, where the Wolf Rider leader stood, there was only a pile of flesh and bones left. The Wolf Rider leader had been killed in one blow. A level 6 leader was killed in one blow. The eyes of the Wolf Riders were filled with fear. We are from the Earth Tribe, the most powerful tribe in the barbarian world. Kill everyone here. The Wolf Rider leader had just been killed. Just as the Wolf Riders felt that they had lost their backbone, the second leader from before opened his mouth to speak. Kill everyone. At the same time, the Wolf Rider leader, who seemed to be the third leader, also shouted. Then, the two of them took the lead and attacked the Ravens. The rest of the Wolf Riders also reacted. One by one, they raised their sharp blades and charged towards the Ravens. Seeing that the Wolf Riders were not completely frightened, Zichen was not surprised. In the next moment, his body emitted a bright golden light. The pressure of a level 6 perfect body was released. Under this pressure, everyone's face was filled with fear. This pressure was very similar to the pressure released by the barbarian god statue. For a moment, Everyone was in a daze, as if they were seeing the arrival of a beast. Chapter 8:10. Zichen had disappeared, and there was only a golden lightning in the field. In the eyes of the barbarians, this was a real lightning, and its speed had already reached the limit. The second leader of the wolf riders only saw a flash of light in front of his eyes. Then, his vision turned black and he lost consciousness. The third leader's sharp blade was about to hit a barbarian from the Raven tribe. Suddenly, the golden light flashed in front of his eyes. Then, the third leader felt that his hand was as light as a feather. When he raised his head, he was shocked to find that his entire arm and the sharp blade had disappeared. Ah! The third leader, who did not feel any pain, let out a scream out of fear. However, his scream only lasted for half a second before it stopped abruptly. The third leader also fell down. The golden light continued to flash. Every time it flashed, a wolf rider would fall down. Moreover, in just one breath, the golden light had flashed more than 10 times. Fast, it was too fast. They could no longer see Zichen. They could only see the golden light. In the second breath of the golden light, dozens of wolf riders had already fallen down. Under the speed of killing more than 10 people in one breath, the remaining wolf riders' fear reached its peak and they tried to escape. However, the golden light continued to flash. Every time it flashed, a wolf rider would fall down. The wolf rider who fell down did not even have the chance to scream. Everyone around was shocked by Zichen's strength. The barbarians who had followed the wolf riders had already escaped when they saw that the situation was not good. Other than the ravens, there was only one man, Heya, and a few women left. They were all the spoils of war that the wolf riders had obtained. In addition, the most eye-catching ones were the barbarian wolves that had lost their masters. Zichen's pressure was only slightly weaker than the barbarian gods. The barbarian wolves did not have the courage to run away. Anyone who tried to escape would be intercepted by barbarian tiger and barbarian bull. At this time, Zichen had already killed a lot of wolf riders. However, he only killed the riders and did not kill the wolves. Under Zichen's pressure, the barbarian wolves did not dare to move. In desperation, the wolf riders could only jump off the backs of the barbarian wolves and walk. It had to be said that they still had a high chance of survival if they fled separately. After the golden lightning chased them for a while, it turned back. Not counting the leaders of the other clans, there were at least 10 wolf riders who ran away, but they all ran away and left their wolves behind. At this moment, over 100 barbaric wolves were crawling on the ground with fear in their eyes. Zichen's expression was as cold as ice. He released the pressure from his body and walked back step by step. Everywhere he passed, all the crouching wolves trembled. In their perception, this human was in existence even more terrifying than savage beasts. The pressure on his body had already surpassed that of a king. There were a total of 115 barbaric wolves. Among them, there were 3 level 6 barbaric wolves, more than 10 level 5 barbaric wolves, and the rest were all level 4 barbaric wolves. Perhaps only a large clan could afford such a large number of barbaric wolves. Zichen suddenly took out the dragon soul spear, and a resplendent silver light flashed on the surface of the spear. Then, a loud dragon roar resounded, and a dragon's might spread out. This was the true might of a dragon, an existence that only existed in legends. When this might was unleashed, many barbaric wolves actually wet their pants in fear. Dragons were sacred and powerful existences. When this might was unleashed, the barbaric wolves felt their souls tremble. Zichen held the dragon soul spear and walked forward. After unleashing the dragon's might, the barbaric wolves' reaction satisfied him. When he reached the leader of the barbaric wolves, Zichen suddenly thrust his spear at it. A dragon's roar resounded as the spear pierced through the barbaric wolf's head and nailed it to the ground. Under this attack, the barbaric wolf's leader actually didn't die immediately. It let out a mournful cry, and its entire body twitched. However, after a few twitches, the barbaric wolf's leader stopped moving and died completely. The instant the barbaric wolf's leader died, the other barbaric wolves roared uneasily. Their bodies trembled even more, and their fear grew even stronger. At this moment, Zichen's cold voice resounded. Submit or die. When these words came out, the barbarians who didn't understand why Zichen wanted to kill the barbaric wolf's leader instantly understood everything. As for Heya, who had recovered from his injuries, his eyes widened. His eyes were filled with undisguised envy. Zichen's action was obviously to help the Raven tribe subdue the barbaric wolves. As for why he killed the leader of the barbaric wolves, it was only to intimidate them. The most important reason was that there were 3 level 6 barbaric wolves. Man Hu and Man Yo weren't easy to suppress. After killing one, there were still 2 left. Even if the 2 barbaric wolves suddenly rebelled, Man Hu and Man Yo would still be able to suppress them. Zichen's action was very far-sighted. Heya admired him from the bottom of his heart. Sure enough, after Zichen's words, the barbaric wolves all chose to submit. They crawled on the ground and didn't move. Zichen's gaze swept over the barbaric wolves, and then he looked at the Raven warriors and said, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and pick up your weapons and find your mounts." Hearing these words, the Raven tribe barbarians were all stunned. They didn't even react immediately. "What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and find your mounts." The first to react was naturally Wu Man. After repeating his words, he was the first to charge towards the barbaric wolves. As a level 6 warrior, Wu Man's first target was naturally a level 6 barbaric wolf. "Wu Man, the barbaric wolf mount isn't suitable for you." Zichen suddenly called out to Wu Man. Wu Man, on the other hand, was stunned and he subconsciously stopped. The moment Wu Man stopped, the others reacted and charged towards the pack of barbaric wolves. As for the level 6 barbaric wolves that Wu Man coveted the most, they were instantly seized. One was Wu Shu, and the other was a level 4 warrior. Both of them were holding the weapons that the barbaric wolf riders used. The others followed suit. They all picked up their weapons and sat on the backs of the barbaric wolves. Their faces were filled with excitement. Including the level 2 warriors, there were over 100 barbaric wolf riders. Wu Man was very anxious. He scratched his head, but the mounts had already been distributed. He didn't have a share. Zichen pointed at the barbaric bull not far away and said, "This is a mutated barbaric bull. It definitely isn't any worse than a level 6 barbaric wolf." Wu Man's eyes lit up and he quickly nodded. He had long been thinking about this barbaric bull mount. Zichen put away the dragon soul spear and walked forward. All the barbaric wolves had already stood up. They faced Zichen again. Although they were no longer afraid, their eyes were still filled with reverence. "Chief Zichen, what do you think of me sitting on it? Isn't it a good match?" The level 3 Wu Shu sat on the level 6 barbaric wolf and excitedly said. Zichen looked deeply at Wu Shu and said, "Right now, it isn't a good match. But in the future it will be. Not bad, this barbaric wolf will be your exclusive mount." "Haha, thank you, Chief." Zichen's words were naturally the highest order of the Raven tribe. After this, no one would be able to take this barbaric wolf away. It belonged to Wu Shu. Wu Shu loudly thanked him. Zichen's gaze fell on the level 4 warrior on the second level 6 mount. This was the second warrior besides Wu Man to break through to level 4. Seeing Zichen looking over, the warrior also had a face full of smiles, waiting for Zichen's evaluation. Looking at the warrior, Zichen calmly said, "A level 6 barbaric wolf doesn't suit you. Go find a level 5 one." The level 4 warrior quickly got off and ran towards the level 5 barbaric wolf. On the back of the barbaric wolf, the level 3 warrior was chased off. This was the suppression of power. Then the level 3 warrior chased off the level 2 warrior. Zichen lightly patted the level 6 barbaric wolf's forehead. He turned his head to look at Heya and said, "Heya, this level 6 barbaric wolf is yours. Give it to me." Heya was clearly startled. Zichen nodded his head and said, "Not bad. For you. As a level 6 warrior, you are qualified to have this barbaric wolf as a mount." Having a level 6 barbaric wolf as a mount was naturally a good thing. No one could resist the temptation of a level 6 barbaric wolf. Heya expressed his thanks again and again. The level 6 barbaric wolf was now Heya's. Next, Zichen walked towards the level 5 barbaric wolf. Then, Zichen gave them some pointers on what level of barbaric beast they should own. Zichen's way of assigning the barbaric beasts was very strange. He did not assign the barbaric beasts according to their levels of power. The owner of one of the level 5 barbaric beasts was actually a level 2 warrior. It appeared that the way he assigned the barbaric beasts was based on his preference. Una, this level 5 barbaric beast belongs to you. When he reached the last level 5 barbaric beast, Zichen turned his head and said to Una. As Una was a woman, she stood far away and did not step forward. When she heard that, she was first stunned. Then, her face became one of ecstasy. She quickly rushed forward and sat down on the back of the level 5 barbaric wolf. She held a sharp blade in her hand and looked like a goddess of war. Use it as support and training, Zichen said to Una. Una nodded her head excitedly. At that moment, everyone felt that Zichen's way of assigning the barbaric wolf riders was very strange. However, they did not understand the specific meaning behind it. Only after several decades after Zichen left the barbarian world did they understand the deeper meaning behind his actions. At the same time, they felt that their leader Zichen was even more unfathomable. Heya, on the other hand, seemed to have some speculations. However, he did not dare to believe it. Even after several decades, he still could not help but sigh. After assigning the barbaric wolf riders, everyone left one after another. They happily went to test out the thrill of riding the barbaric wolf riders. The other ravens also left. It seemed that it was time to cook. Heya seemed to have something to say. However, in the end, he did not say anything. Go back to your tribe first. I will deal with the earthen tribe. However, you need to make plans to migrate, Zichen said. Migrate? Where do we migrate to? Heya looked at Zichen. Zichen gestured for Heya to come out. Then, he pointed to an empty space in the distance and said, That place is spacious enough. You all can move here. In the future, the Black Tribe and the Ravens will never invade each other's territory. Heya understood Zichen's meaning and nodded his head. However, he only understood half of it. He still had many doubts, but he did not ask too many questions. Just as Heya was leaving, Zichen asked how many days it would take for the Earthen Tribe to arrive. Heya said that he was not sure. However, it should be 3 days later. Zichen nodded his head and said that he would definitely arrive at the Black Tribe in 3 days. Heya took the women and left on the level 6 barbaric wolf. As for the other women, they chose to stay in the ravens to continue their ancestral line. After returning, Zichen ate the food that the ravens prepared for him and left the ravens. This time, Zichen flew through the air and headed straight for the barbaric Dragon Mountain range. This time, he had offended the Earthen Tribe. Therefore, Zichen had to be prepared. Chapter 8:11. Zichen soared through the air, speeding along the way. His destination was the group of savage wolves guarded by the Grade 7 Monkey King. Ever since the savage monkeys schemed against a group of savage beasts, and the Monkey King came out and killed many savage beasts, there were no longer any strong savage beasts in this area. Although many savage monkeys died in the last battle, to a large group of savage monkeys, this loss was nothing. Survival of the fittest, this rule also applied to the savage monkeys. Zichen soared through the air and arrived above the savage monkeys. He saw the monkey tree below him, as well as the savage monkeys on top of it. There were also a few shining monkey fruits. Previously, there were 12 monkey fruits. Zichen took 4, so there should be 8 left. But now, Zichen only saw 4 monkey fruits. As soon as Zichen appeared, he was discovered by the savage monkeys. Soon after, a group of savage monkeys let out a sharp cry. They immediately recognized that Zichen was the one who stole the monkey fruits and the monkey wine. Thus, after the sharp shriek, numerous stones rained down on Zichen, who was high up in the sky. Zichen's aura surged, and boundless origin power wreaked havoc. All the whistling stones that came whistling towards him exploded into dust when they were a few meters away from Zichin. Seeing all the stones turned into dust, the savage monkeys let out another scream. It was obvious that they were greatly shocked. Zichen's body suddenly emitted a terrifying aura. When this aura appeared, it pressed down on the ground. Boundless pressure gushed out, and at this moment, the group of savage monkeys' faces changed. The barbaric monkeys that were lying on top of the monkey tree immediately cried out in alarm when they felt the pressure at close range. Their bodies fell downwards until they were firmly pressed to the ground by the pressure of the pressure. Plop, plop, plop. The sound of falling echoed continuously. In the blink of an eye, there were no more savage monkeys on top of the monkey tree. All the savage monkeys fell to the ground crawling, and their eyes were filled with fear. Monkey King, come out! Zichin stood in the air, resembling a barbarian god clad in golden armor. A large group of barbarian monkeys came out of the cave in a single file. However, after they came out, their expressions changed drastically. They were incomparably terrified. The moment they jumped out of the cave, they would be pressed down to the ground by the pressure. During this period of time, regardless of whether it was level 5 or level 6, they all lost the ability to fight under the pressure. Pun! At the entrance of the cave, a thunderous sound rang out. Following which, the large boulder at the entrance of the cave emitted cracking sounds. The Monkey King borrowed the force of the impact and shot up like a bolt of lightning before ruthlessly stomping towards Zichin. As expected of the barbarian Monkey King, it was still able to resist Zichen's pressure. However, that was all it could do. Zichin coldly glanced at the Monkey King. After which, his silhouette flickered as he appeared above the Monkey King. Zichen's strange speed clearly gave the Monkey King a fright. Just as the Monkey King was about to jump into the air to intercept Zichin, it saw a golden footprint ruthlessly stomping towards it. Boom! A thunderous sound rang out as Zichin stomped on the Monkey King's head. A golden energy ripple spread out in all directions. After which, Zichin stomped on the Monkey King and descended from the sky. When the barbarian monkeys below saw this, they cried out in alarm and pounced towards the Monkey King. They actually wanted to be the Monkey King's scapegoat. When Zichin saw this, a strange expression appeared on his face. However, as he waved his sleeves, a tornado appeared out of thin air and swept the charging barbarian monkeys away in an instant. On the ground, a thunderous sound rang out. The Monkey King landed on the ground and a deep pit appeared. At this moment, Zichin was standing on the Monkey King's body. One of his feet was stepping on the Monkey King's head as boundless golden light flashed. The last time Zichin fought with the Monkey King, he was defeated in a single strike. In the end, he had to flee in a sorry state. Today, he fought with the Monkey King again and defeated it in a single strike. The Monkey King was still struggling, but it was useless. More and more barbarian monkeys rushed towards Zichin with extreme speed. Their sharp claws and fangs tore at Zichin. In the blink of an eye, the heavens and earth were covered in a fiery red color. It was as if a fiery cloud was descending from the sky. Zichin's surroundings were instantly filled with barbarian monkeys. The eyes of these barbarian monkeys were all red, as if they had gone mad. Zichin's terrifying pressure was actually ineffective at this moment. Boom! Zichin sneered. The origin energy on his body was released once again. Following a thunderous sound, an origin energy shockwave blasted out in all directions with his body as the center. Wherever the origin energy shockwave passed, all the barbarian monkeys were sent flying. The stronger ones were sent flying for tens of meters, while the weaker ones were sent flying for hundreds of meters. After 2 rounds of origin energy shockwave, other than the Monkey King that was unable to move, there were no other barbarian monkeys around Zichin. The Monkey King was still struggling, and its expression was filled with unwillingness. Zichin coldly said, "Don't make any more useless struggles. If I wanted to kill you, a single move would be enough." As the words left his mouth, Zichin walked down from the Monkey King's body. After struggling for a while, the Monkey King finally got up. Although Zichin's kick was powerful, the Monkey King wasn't injured. However, the Monkey King knew that it wasn't because it was strong, but because Zichen had no intention of harming it. After getting up, the Monkey King looked at Zichen, and its expression kept changing. This human in front of it stole its monkey fruit. After that, it found out that the monkey wine was stolen. It was obvious that this human was the culprit. Towards this human, the Monkey King naturally hated him to the extreme. But today, this human came again, and his strength was actually so terrifying. Finally, after hesitating for a while, the Monkey King pointed at the monkey fruit and two withered trees not far away, indicating that Zichen could take them away. Although it couldn't speak, the Monkey King had already expressed its intention clearly. Its face was filled with regret. The monkey fruit and monkey wine were not only the favorite items of the barbarian monkeys, they were also the foundation for the continuation of the barbarian monkeys. If they were to hand them all over now, the barbarian monkeys here would be weakened for a long period of time. Even the number of barbarian monkeys would decrease because of this. The Monkey King's decision represented the highest decision of the barbarian monkeys. Although the barbarian monkeys in the distance were extremely angry, they didn't refute or come out to protest. Zichen took in the Monkey King's expression. He shook his head and said, "You misunderstood. I didn't come here to take these things. Moreover, do you think these things are still useful to me?" Zichen's words caused the Monkey King to be pleasantly surprised, but it soon became confused. If he didn't come here to take these things, then why did he come here? Zichen said, "I came here to tell you one thing. Very soon, there will be a power that will attack the barbarian dragon mountain range. Your tribe will be in danger of being exterminated." The confused Monkey King's eyes were filled with doubt. "This time, there will be a lot of rank 8 warriors attacking the barbarian dragon mountain range. Other than that, there will be at least 2 powerful existences like me. With my strength, I can kill you in one move." Fear finally appeared on the Monkey King's face. However, it was still confused. It didn't understand why this human would tell it this news. "I'm telling you this news to protect your barbarian monkey tribe. Of course, there are conditions." Zichen looked at the Monkey King and said, "There aren't many conditions, only one. After this crisis is over, you all just have to do me a favor." The Monkey King possessed extraordinary intelligence, and didn't immediately agree. Zichen said again, "It's not a big favor. I just want you to protect the people of a tribe. If this tribe is in danger, you all just have to help." The Monkey King hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded. "All right, you can signal these barbarian monkeys to move away now. I reckon that they will arrive soon. Now, bring me to look for other powerful barbarian beasts in this area. There's no need to look for rank 6 ones. It's best if they are rank 7, rank 8, and of course, rank 9 ones would be even better." The intelligent Monkey King quickly understood the meaning behind Zichen's words. Soon after, a trace of fear appeared on its face. Obviously, if it was rank 6, this human wouldn't have come to remind it. After all, rank 6 wasn't enough for this human to remind it. After ordering its tribesmen to move away immediately, the Monkey King brought Huang Xiaolong to look for other powerful barbarian beasts. Under the Monkey King's lead, Zichen found powerful barbarian beasts one after another. After seeing the barbarian beasts, Zichen wouldn't say anything and would immediately go up and beat them. Only when the barbarian beasts had no strength to resist, would he go up and make a deal with them. Without a doubt, all the barbarian beasts would nod and agree. Although these barbarian beasts only agreed verbally and didn't put any curses on them, Zichen still trusted them. Compared to humans, these barbarian beasts were indeed more trustworthy. At the very least, they wouldn't go back on their words. Just like this, Zichen visited 7 rank 7 barbarian beasts and 3 rank 8 barbarian beasts. As for rank 9 barbarian beasts, he didn't meet any of them. Only when the Monkey King didn't dare to go deeper did Zichen give up. That place was the deepest part of the barbarian dragon mountain range. No barbarian beasts dared to step into it. As for those barbarian beasts who tried to go in and explore, they never came out. After that, Zichen brought the Monkey King back. The barbarian dragon mountain range was very big. When the big tribes attacked, they would only enter from one point. Therefore, these barbarian beasts only needed to stay away from the attack route. As for the place where they temporarily moved to, it was still the barbarian dragon mountain range. After sending the Monkey King to the place, Sichin began to return. More than 2 days had passed. Sichin had to reach the Black Tribe before the big tribes arrived. Otherwise, the Black Tribe would be annihilated. On the way back, Sichin saw the Raven Tribe members. He noticed that many of them were moving construction materials to an empty space a few miles away. After knowing that the Black Tribe was going to move, the few ravens came to help. Sichin didn't stop and directly flew to the Black Tribe. When he arrived, the Black Tribe members had already finished their preparations. Many of the Black Tribe members were either carrying big beds, tables, or tall stone stools. Sichin descended from the sky. Under the surprised gazes of the Black Tribe members, Heya, who had heard the news, quickly walked over. "Chief Sichin, we have received news that the big tribes have already passed through the Wood Tribe. They will arrive here in less than half a day," Heya hurriedly reported. Sichin nodded and said, "I know. I will settle this matter. You let everyone move slowly. There is no need to rush. Take what you need." "Okay, I will arrange it now." Just as Heya was about to turn and leave, Sichin suddenly thought of something. He stopped Heya and said, "There is no need. There is no need to move." "Ah." Heya was startled. "Let everyone put the things back. There is no need to move now. We will talk about it after we settle the matter of the Wood Tribe." Heya could only nod and quickly pass down the order. It took almost half a day for the group of Black Tribe barbarians to put the things back into their rooms. Chapter 8:12. The troops of the large tribes had already set out, heading straight for the barbarian Dragon Mountain range. On the way, the wolf riders cleared the way for everyone, clearing all the obstacles. These obstacles referred to the tribes along the way, and the principle of the two clan was that wherever they passed, all the tribes they encountered would be the vassals of the two clan. This principle was well carried out by the wolf riders, and it was also smoothly carried out until they met the outsider, Sichin. When the dozen people fled back, they also reported the situation of the outsider, Sichin. The loss of more than 100 wolf riders was not enough to make the leader of the two clan feel bad, but what he cared about was the attitude of the outsider, who dared to go against the two clan. Did he not know that there were two outsiders here? Therefore, the large tribes deliberately sped up their advance, wanting to see who exactly this outsider was. Walking at the front of the troops was the leader of the two clan. Apart from them, there were several other clans, such as the Fire Clan, which was second only to the two clan. There were also other clans, whose mounts were all level 6 barbarian wolves. The two outsiders, Chenmeng and Wu Yu, were also among them. "Our people clearly reported their names, but this outsider still wanted to kill them. Could it be that he is very confident in his battle strength?" On the way, there were still some people among the two clan who were angry about the outsider. "Although I don't dare to say that all the outsiders are powerful warriors, but those who have successfully broken the seal here are not weak at all. Moreover, your Earth race's wolf riders should have provoked him, otherwise he wouldn't have killed so many barbarians." Wu Yu had joined the Fire Clan, and along the way, he was somewhat dissatisfied with the way the two clan acted, but as long as they did not provoke him, he did not care. "It is true that he is not weak, but that does not mean that he is strong. If killing a few level 6 warriors is considered strong, then wouldn't there be strong everywhere?" Chenming said. Chenming and Wu Yu had already raised their strength to level 6 with the help of the 6 fruits of power, and their battle strength was stronger, so they were more confident. "If our information is not wrong, the level 7 warriors we sent before might have been killed by this outsider. Being able to kill level 7 warriors is considered a strong person." Chen Meng harumphed as his eyes were filled with disdain. He then said in a prideful tone, "My so-called experts are based on my strength, not yours." "Then, Leader Chen Meng, do you mean that you have the confidence to defeat the other party?" a native asked tentatively. "I wouldn't dare to say 100%, but at least 80%. Chen-Ming said. You should know that even if we are at the same level, the difference in our combat power is 100 times greater. A difference of 100 times? How is that possible? Many people widened their eyes when they heard this. 100 times is not a definite statement. It's just that one can fight against 100 people of the same level. It's like a group of warriors of the 6th level, but the strongest one can defeat 100 ordinary people at the same time. Chen-Ming's explanation made the barbarian's complexion change. One of the leaders said, It seems that the world of the outsiders is indeed frightening. However, the world of our barbarian race is much simpler in comparison. It is already a heaven-defying existence for a barbarian to fight against 4 or 5 barbarians of the same level. I have never seen or heard of anyone fighting against more than 10 barbarians. The leader of the native race, who had been silent all this while, suddenly asked, Leader Chen-Ming, if we see an outsider, should we send someone to test him or? The leader of the native race was only at the 8th level. In the world of the barbarian race, he was naturally the strongest of the strong. However, in the eyes of the outsiders, the physical strength of a mere 8th level was nothing compared to elemental energy. Therefore, in front of Chen-Ming, the leader of the native race had to be humble. Without waiting for the leader to finish, Chen-Ming waved his hand and said, Send out the 8th level first. If it doesn't work, then I will go. If the opponent is weak, then he deserves to die. If he is strong enough, then we can go to the barbaric Dragon Mountain range together. At this moment, the team was rushing toward the Black Tribe. They were all wolf riders, and there were more than 1,000 of them. Even the weakest wolf rider was a 5th-level warrior. Suddenly, a cold smile appeared on Chen-Ming's face. What a confident guy. After releasing his spiritual thoughts, Wu Yu's eyes flashed with a strange light. The other barbarians didn't understand, but after a few miles, they immediately understood what Chen-Ming meant. At the end of everyone's line of sight, there was a person standing there. It was the figure of an outsider. Behind the outsider was the Black Tribe, and he was standing in front of the Black Tribe, facing the entire tribe's army. Everyone who saw the outsiders had a look of surprise on their faces. The team stopped a few hundred meters away from Zichen. Outsider, you are the one who killed the people of the native race. After the team stopped, a wolf rider walked out from the back. He was riding a 6th-level barbarian wolf, and he himself was a powerful 8th-level warrior. Behind Zichen, many people of the Black Tribe appeared. When they saw the thousands of wolf riders, they were shocked. Under Heiya's reprimand, many people retreated, while Heiya hid in a hidden place and watched. Yes, I killed them. Zichen raised his head and looked at the wolf rider in front of him. The 8th-grade wolf rider coldly snorted and said, You've got guts, you even dared to kill my people. Let me ask you again, the 2 7th-grade warriors we sent to the Cloud Mountain range, were they also killed by you? Yes, they were also killed by me. Zichen glanced at him and said coldly, What? If you want revenge, then come at me. I also want to see what kind of person you are. You keep saying that you want to destroy other people's clans. You. Zichen's rude words angered the 8th-level wolf rider, and the other native race members also showed anger. As for Chen-Ming, who had joined the native race, he had a cold smile on his face. Die. The 8th-level wolf rider held his sharp blade and rushed towards Zichen. Zichen's eyes became colder and colder as he stared at the barbarian wolf. In the next moment, a sharp golden light flashed in Zichen's eyes, and boundless killing intent surged out from his body. The barbarian wolf, who was rushing forward, felt an extremely dangerous aura, as if there was a peerless monster in front of it. In fear, its front legs began to bend, and it actually fell down. The barbarian wolf rolled on the ground a few times, his eyes filled with fear as he cried out. The 8th-level warrior took advantage of the barbarian wolf's unstable body and jumped up, then landed firmly on the ground. After landing, the 8th-level warrior ignored the barbarian wolf and rushed madly towards Zichen with his sharp blade, his eyes filled with killing intent. Zichen's lips curled into a cold smile. A bright golden light flashed around his body, as dazzling as the sun. Pure ultimate yuan energy also flowed around his body like golden water. Qinmeng, who was already sneering, felt the yuan energy released by Zichen, and a trace of disdain appeared on his face. A mere early primal core stage cultivator. This kind of trash can be considered the weakest existence among the ancient road trial takers. I thought I could meet a worthy opponent, but it turned out to be a piece of trash. Wu Yu, who was beside him, said, "You can't call it trash. That's ultimate yuan energy. The weakest among them is at least a sky-level warrior." Qinmeng's disdain deepened. "A sky-level warrior? Is he that scary?" As if he felt that his words were too pretentious, Qinmeng added, "Even if he's scary, he's still a sky-level warrior." "Leader Qinmeng, is he not strong enough?" asked the leader of the two clan. Qinmeng sneered. "According to the realm, he's not even a fourth-level warrior." These words boosted the confidence of the two clans' leader. If he wasn't even a fourth-level warrior, then he was indeed very weak. Even if he could fly, he probably wouldn't be able to defeat an eighth-level warrior. Perhaps the eighth-level warrior would be able to kill the outsider today. With this thought in mind, they once again looked at the battlefield. At this time, the eighth-level warrior had already rushed in front of the outsider. He held a sharp blade in his hand and viciously chopped down on the outsider's head. Just as the whistling sound drifted over, the outsider also moved. He swiftly punched out with his fist, as his ultimate yuan force circulated around his fist. The golden light was still as dazzling as before, but this punch actually contained an extremely tyrannical aura. As for the small figure of the outsider, it seemed that after this punch, he had become tall and sturdy. The fist that was wrapped in elemental energy collided with the blade that was chopping down. Under everyone's gaze, the light from the fist exploded, causing a loud explosion. At the same time, the blade in the eighth-level warrior's hand exploded as well. The blade shattered, and a strong force surged. The eighth-level warrior was directly pushed back. There was an inexplicable shock on his face. The weapon that was specially made for him by the two clan was actually shattered just like that. The eighth-level warrior was retreating, but at this moment, he saw the human in front of him moving. He was walking towards him quickly. As he moved forward, there was a flash of golden light. In an instant, the human disappeared without a trace. Immediately after, the eighth-level warrior felt a sense of danger coming from the front. When the danger came, he didn't hesitate at all. He casually cast an eighth-level berserker art. A strong force surged in his body like a real beast emerging from his body. This was the sign of power leaving the body. Such a strong force was no weaker than an attack from a late primal core cultivator. Such a strong attack would not be at a disadvantage against a late primal core cultivator. However, against a sky martial artist like Zichen, it seemed to be very weak. Moreover, Zichen was not an ordinary sky martial artist. Under the surge of ultimate yuan energy, Zichen punched out again. It was still the domineering fist. When this fist was thrown out, the golden light on Zichen's body seemed to dim. The only thing that was bright was the golden domineering fist aura. This resplendent punch directly collided with the attack of the level 8 warrior. Then, there was another loud bang. And in the midst of the bang, the golden light of the fist directly shattered the attack of the level 8 warrior. It broke through the opponent's defense and bombarded the opponent's chest. The 8th level warrior's body flew backwards like an arrow. He flew a few hundred meters. When he landed heavily on the ground, he was already in front of the wolf riders. The 8th level warrior had been defeated in 2 attacks. The scene was dead silent. Only the 8th level warrior's occasional coughs and gasps could be heard. Everyone was in a state of complete shock. Even Qinmeng, who was previously disdainful, had a look of surprise on his face. Chapter 813. In the face of Zichen's disdainful mockery, the people of the Earth Tribe did not dare to say anything. The first strike had destroyed the weapon, and the second strike had forced the level 8 warrior to retreat. In just 2 strikes, the level 8 warrior had been defeated. Who would dare to fight back? Should they send more level 8 warriors? But it would be as simple as a few more strikes. It would be useless no matter how many there were. This was what Chen Meng had said earlier about fighting 1 against 100. Sure enough, there were no weaklings among the outsiders. The appearance of such a powerful outsider was extremely unfair to the world of the barbarians. Behind Zichen, some of the people of the Black Tribe saw this scene and were overjoyed. Zichen had easily defeated the level 8 warrior, which meant that he was stronger than a level 8 warrior. He should be a level 9 warrior. Thinking that a level 9 warrior was protecting them, the people of the Black Tribe were naturally excited. A level 8 warrior with such little combat power, yet you are still clamoring to annihilate other tribes. Aren't you afraid that you will be annihilated one day? Zichen's eyes became colder and colder as he looked ahead. In the face of such a blatant threat, the faces of the people of the Earth Tribe turned ugly. Even the leaders of the other tribes had unnatural expressions. The level 8 warrior did not die. He was only injured and carried away. Without elemental energy, he could not fly. However, he had an unusually strong body. This was the most precious thing that the world of the barbarians had given them. Therefore, the level 8 warrior was still alive after taking a blow from Zichen. If it were any other late-stage primal core cultivator, even if his body did not explode, he would not be able to survive after taking a blow from Zichen. The scene became silent. A group of wolf riders were intimidated by Zichen alone. They could not even hear the breathing of their savage wolves. The level 8 warrior's mount, the savage wolf, also ran away with its tail between its legs. The silence lasted for about 10 breaths. Finally, a cold snort came from the opposite side. Annihilation? How arrogant! You dare to threaten to annihilate other tribes after defeating a level 8 warrior? Who do you think you are? An outsider urged his barbaric wolf to walk forward step by step. With the protection of his elemental energy, the barbaric wolf walked very steadily. Zichen glanced at the outsider with a disdainful look on his face. He said, "We're all outsiders, so let's not talk about such useless things. If you want to fight, let's fight." Haha, good. I like your straightforwardness. However, you are merely at the early primal core stage. Let's see what you have to fight me. As he spoke, the aura around Chen Meng's body began to surge. Violent energy swept out like a tidal wave. After that, he stepped on the back of the barbarian wolf and borrowed the force to soar into the air. At the same time, Zichen transformed into a streak of golden light and soared into the sky. The two of them rose into the air. Without saying anything, they turned into 2 beams of light and charged at each other. At the same time, they launched powerful attacks. Boom! Boom! Tremors continued to resound in the sky as violent energy surged. Large amounts of energy ripples began to spread out in all directions. The powerful energy shockwaves stirred the space and began to distort. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had already exchanged more than 10 blows, and there were no obvious signs of defeat. He is actually on par with Chen Meng. Isn't he supposed to be on par with a level 4 warrior? Why is he so powerful? Seeing that the two of them were on par with each other in the sky, all the barbarians were stunned. Even Wu Yu's eyes flashed with a strange light. He is only at the early primal core stage, but he is actually on par with Chen Meng, who is at the late primal core stage. Such talent and battle prowess is indeed terrifying. Indeed, there is no weakling among those who have entered the ancient road. I cannot underestimate anyone. This person is probably stronger than me. In the sky, the two of them were fighting fiercely. Although they were not fighting to the death, they were still using their full strength. After a long time of not being able to determine the winner and the loser, Chen Meng's disdainful expression slowly turned serious. After another collision, the two of them instantly separated. They looked at each other with a distance of 100 meters between them. Your battle prowess is not bad. However, if that was your strongest attack, then I'm afraid you will have to stay here today, Chen Meng said coldly. It's useless to say more. We will know who will stay after this battle. Zichen's eyes flashed with a cold light. After saying that, the two of them started to circulate their primal energies again. This time, when they were circulating their primal energies, the two of them clearly showed signs of forming hand seals. They were going to fight for real. You two, this is just a misunderstanding. It's not like you have a grudge against each other. There is no need to fight to the death. Wu Yu flew into the sky and tried to persuade the two of them to stop. On the ground, the barbarians who saw this scene already knew how to deal with it. The leader of the barbarians said to Zichen in the sky, "Outsider friend, I think there is a misunderstanding between us. This time, we are attacking the barbarian dragon mountain range. We are here to kill the dragons, not to kill the barbarians." Zichen looked down at the leader of the barbarians and said sarcastically, "Oh, so according to you, I am purposely causing trouble for you? Of course not. It should be our people who have done something out of line and offended you. Since it is our fault, we will not tolerate it. Bring them over." After the leader of the barbarians said that, the wolf riders behind him brought over the dozen barbarians who had escaped to report the news. After stepping forward, the dozen barbarians were all forced to kneel on the ground. "These are the barbarians from last time. You can deal with them as you wish." The leader of the barbarians pointed at the dozen barbarians and said. Zichen frowned slightly. Seeing that Zichen was frowning and not saying anything, the leader of the barbarians' expression suddenly became cold. He shouted at the dozen barbarians, "Damn things, you dare to ruin the reputation of the barbarians outside. Such behavior deserves to be killed." The sharp blade flashed, and in the next moment, the dozen barbarians' heads were all chopped off. Zichen's brows relaxed, but he also looked deeply at the leader of the barbarians. The leader of the barbarians was not shallow. Since the barbarians had already died and apologized, he naturally dropped the matter. After that, the leader of the barbarians suggested that they join forces to enter the barbarian dragon mountain range. After that, the barbarians who were previously enemies sat down and started to discuss the matter of attacking the barbarian dragon mountain range. The former enemies immediately became allies. It had to be said that humans were just so mysterious. "You want to attack the barbarian dragon mountain range? How much do you know about it?" Zichen asked. This was a small meeting, and the people who participated in it were almost all the experts of the barbarians' world. There were even 2 9th-level warriors among them. However, 9th-level warriors were at most at the peak of the late stage of the inner core realm. They were not even at the peak of the inner core realm. Such people could shake the world in the barbarians' world, but in the outside world, they were really nothing. Sky-level warriors of the same level could slaughter a group of them. Of course, if they could train their physical strength to Zichen's level, it would be a different story. However, if these barbarians were to be placed in the outside world, they would still be stronger than normal inner core realm warriors, because they mainly trained their bodies. Their battle strength and vitality were both super strong. The leader of the barbarians said, "The reason why it is called the Barbarian Dragon Mountain Range is not baseless. In the memories passed down by our ancestors, there was a very detailed description of the barbarian dragon. The barbarian dragon is an extremely powerful creature with extraordinary strength. Moreover, they are born with the ability to fly. Other than the big birds, they are the only species in the barbarians' world that can fly. In the memories left by our ancestors, the barbarian dragon is the most valuable treasure for training the body. Using the blood of the barbarian dragon to refine the body will make the body 10 times stronger than normal warriors. Moreover, the barbarian dragon's body is full of treasures. In addition, there is a dragon crystal inside the barbarian dragon's body. This dragon crystal has extraordinary effects. One of them said that after swallowing the dragon crystal, barbarian warriors can reach the 11th level and be able to fly. Obviously, the others knew about this rumor, but they were only telling it to Zichen. After listening to it once, Zichen did not get any valuable clues, but it was time to go. "Zichen, this is the 3rd and 8th ancient roads of my trial. I wonder how many are yours?" Chenmeng suddenly asked when the group was leaving. Zichen glanced at Chenmeng and said, "My luck is better than yours. This is my 3rd ancient road." "What?" As soon as Zichen finished speaking, 2 people cried out in surprise. "The 3rd one? How is that possible? Qinmeng and Wu Yu opened their eyes wide in disbelief. Zichen smiled and said, Maybe my luck is better, but it was also very dangerous when I first came here. I almost died. Then what ancient road is yours? Qinmeng asked again. First. Zichen did not hide it. Qinmeng's face was a little embarrassed, but he did not continue to ask. The group continued on their way, and they naturally bypassed the Black Tribe. The Black Tribe people all came out to see Zichen off. Zichen also stopped and said a few words to them. You all stay here first. As for the migration, wait for me to come back. Heya nodded, his eyes were full of gratitude. While moving forward, the people of the Earth Tribe prepared wolf riders for Zichen, and the group began to speed up. It was worth mentioning that when they passed by the Raven Tribe, they happened to see the Raven Tribe people controlling barbarian wolves to train their soldiers. They were riding barbarian wolves of the Earth Tribe and holding Earth-made weapons. Regarding this, the leader of the Earth Tribe did not say anything, and even his face did not change. After Zichen greeted Wu Man, he went straight to the barbarian Dragon Mountain range. This time, such a large-scale invasion caused a lot of commotion. After arriving, all the savage beasts in the outer area fled in panic. These were all level 3 or 4 savage beasts, and as they went deeper, traces of level 5 or 6 savage beasts appeared. There were many savage beasts of this level in the barbarian Dragon Mountain range. Because all the level 7 and 8 savage beasts had retreated, they occupied this place, and when they saw the barbarians, they began to defend their territory. Battles began to occur frequently, but they were all settled by the wolf riders. Zichen and the rest did not need to do anything. Even if traces of level 7 savage beasts appeared during this period, there would naturally be someone to deal with them. Zichen and the group advanced in a straight line. For those who could not fly, a straight line meant less detours, and when it was necessary to cross mountains, they would still cross mountains. As they went deeper, the number of savage beasts they encountered increased. In the frequent battles, the number of wolf riders decreased. Fierce battles occurred almost every moment, but Zichen and the rest did not stop moving forward. The purpose of these wolf riders was to open a path for them. Chapter 8:14. By the time they reached the depths of the barbaric Dragon Mountain range, the wolf riders had already lost a third of their numbers. The loss of a few hundred allowed them to open up a path to the barbaric Dragon Mountain range. This was a magnificent feat that had never been done before in the history of the barbarian race. Reaching here, the wolf riders' mission was completed. Next, it was time for the warriors above level 8 to go deeper. As they went deeper, the oppressive aura became more obvious. The level 8 warriors, who were relaxed before, became more and more serious. Qinmeng stood in the middle while Zichen and Wu Yu stood on either side of him. The 3 outsiders took the lead while the 2 9th-grade warriors followed behind them. Behind them were more than 30 8th-grade warriors from the various factions. This kind of power was unprecedented in the barbarian race's world. According to the rules of the barbarian race's world, it is impossible to produce a mortal origin stage being, even if it is a barbaric dragon. So, as long as it is a core origin stage being, we can deal with it, Qinmeng suddenly said on the way forward. Everyone was under more and more pressure, so much so that no one answered Qinmeng. Seeing Qinmeng in a tense state, Zichen sneered and said, "That may not be true. Don't forget about the barbarian god." Qinmeng snorted and said sarcastically, "The barbarian god? How can you believe in such a legendary thing? You are a cultivator, but you actually believe in the barbarian god. Why wouldn't I? The barbaric dragon is also a legend. Didn't we also believe in it? Besides, compared to the barbaric dragon, I believe in the barbarian god more because I've seen it with my own eyes." Everyone's gazes all looked towards Zichen. "Greetings, barbarian god." Qinmeng laughed and said, "Are you going to tell me that the barbarian god you saw is the barbarian god statue? Of course not. It is a living barbarian god in the Cloud Mountain range." Zichen sneered and said, "Your fruits of power should be from the barbarian god statue. Mine is from the Cloud Mountain range. The one who gave us the fruits of power was the barbarian god." Seeing that Zichen was not joking, everyone's expression changed. The level 9 warrior from the Earth race said, "Friend Zichen, this is not a joke." Zichen glanced at the 9th rank warrior and asked, "Do I look like I'm joking? If that's the case, then you've really seen the god of berserkers. What does he look like?" Curiosity appeared on the other people's faces. "It's almost the same as the one on the barbarian god statue, but the aura it emits is even more terrifying. Moreover, when it gives out the fruit of strength, the pressure it emits makes people unable to move." Zichen suddenly took a step back, then stepped forward again. "TSK, that's because you are weak," Chen-Meng said. Zichen ignored Chen-Meng and continued. "After distributing the fruits of strength, the barbarian god told us something important." "What news?" Everyone looked at Zichen. Even Chen-Meng was eavesdropping. "Barbarian world, no more immeasurable fruits." Zichen imitated the god of berserkers' tone. "What?" Everyone's expression changed slightly. "Who can prove what you said? Who can guarantee that you didn't make it up?" Disdain appeared on Chen-Meng's face again. "Heya from the Black Clan and the 2 4th-rank warriors from his clan can prove it for me. If there are any survivors from the Cloud Mountain range, they can also prove it for me." "Nonsense. So what if there are no fruits of strength? What use does it have to us? What does it have to do with us?" Compared to Chen-Meng's disdain, the barbarian's face was filled with shock. Zichen had actually seen the barbarian god, and the barbarian god had been protecting the barbarian world all this time. Zichen looked at Chen-Meng with an inexplicable expression. A strange smile appeared on his face as he said, "Indeed, it has nothing to do with the barbarian world. However, what I'm about to say is related to us." "What?" Everyone looked at Zichen again. "We seem to have come to a strange world." "A strange world." "That's right. Look behind us. According to our speed, we can only walk a few miles at most. But where are the wolf riders behind us?" As soon as Zichen finished speaking, everyone turned their heads and looked behind them. There was nothing behind them. The forest and the wolf riders were nowhere to be seen. Even the roars of the savage beasts could not be heard. How could this be? Everyone's expression changed. Chen-Meng and Wu Yu's expressions also changed in an instant. Clearly, the two of them did not know when this had happened. "Could it be that we have accidentally stepped into an illusion formation?" Wu Yu, who had not sensed anything with his spiritual sense, asked. "There is no spiritual energy in this world. It is impossible for there to be an illusion formation," Zichen said. Chen-Meng's hand flashed and a gorgeous elixir weapon appeared in his hand. He did not know when he had been tricked. At this moment, his face was full of vigilance. The others were also on high alert. However, the surroundings were empty. There was no movement at all. It did not seem like there was any danger. Among the group, only Zichen was relatively calm. Everyone looked at Zichen again. Chen-Meng asked, "Do you know something? Or is this your doing?" Zichen looked at Chen-Meng with a cold gaze. He said coldly, "If I wanted to kill you, I could do it in a matter of minutes. Why would I need to play tricks with you? Shameless boasting. Come and try." Chen-Meng was enraged. He tightened his grip on his elixir weapon. The others quickly separated the two of them. This was the depths of barbarian Dragon Mountain range. It was definitely not the time for internal strife. Chen-Meng was still shouting loudly. Zichen said coldly, "Idiot, if you have the ability, then shout loudly and attract a powerful existence. I guarantee that the one who will die will be you." Chen-Meng was naturally unconvinced. However, he did not dare to continue shouting. The others looked at Chen-Meng with dissatisfaction. Chen-Meng had been targeting Zichen the whole time. Now, he was even more ignorant. Zichen moved his disdainful gaze away from Chen-Meng. He said, "The possibility of this being an illusion formation is not high. Previously, I used my spiritual sense to check the surroundings. I discovered that the wolf riders behind us disappeared naturally. We should have unknowingly entered another world. Another world? You are saying that we have entered a small world? Wu Yu looked at Zichen. Zichen nodded. He said, "This is only my guess. However, we cannot go back the way we came. When I sensed that something was wrong, I tried to take a step back. However, I did not discover that the wolf riders had disappeared." Everyone's expression changed. They had already recalled that Zichen had indeed taken a step back for no reason. If it's a small world, there's naturally an exit. Furthermore, the exit is very likely deep inside. From the looks of it, we have to continue going deeper, Wu Yu said. Isn't that obvious? If we don't go deeper, are we going to return? Chen Meng finally found an opportunity to speak. Since he could not mock Zichen, he switched to mocking Wu Yu. Wu Yu smiled slightly and did not bicker with him. Everyone continued forward. As they advanced, they felt an inexplicable pressure. This pressure made them feel vexed. Everyone was in a state of alert. Even Wu Yu took out his pill armament. Only Zichen remained relaxed. At that moment, not only was Zichen extremely relaxed, but he was also so excited that he wanted to laugh maniacally. In fact, he had been lying previously. He hadn't released his spiritual sense at all. Zichen wasn't crazy. Why would he probe the wolf riders for no reason? The reason why he knew that the wolf riders had vanished was because after Zichen took a step forward, he felt the perfect body's circulation speed suddenly increase. Then Zichen, who had released his spiritual sense, sensed the wolf rider's disappearance, and took a step back. The perfect body's circulation speed increased as Zichen felt a summoning force. This was a summoning that belonged to the perfect body. Therefore, Zichen appeared extremely relaxed. As they went deeper, everyone sensed the vexing pressure. Zichen was extremely excited because this was a familiar pressure. It belonged to the perfect body. To be more specific, it belonged to the barbarian god. The barbarian god was very likely deep inside, and there was also a high chance that there was something here that could allow a perfect body to break through. Zichen's emotional changes were all hidden deep in his heart. No one could sense it. At most, they saw that Zichen was relatively relaxed. Chen Meng, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped. He stared intently at Zichen and said, "Why do I feel that you are very smug? Do you know something?" Chen Meng, that's enough. Wu Yu, who had always been kind, was finally enraged. As for the others, their expressions clearly turned ugly when they saw Chen Meng. The current Chen Meng was already detestable. "I can't say that I'm smug, but I'm not nervous either. I do have some guesses about this place." Zichen had an unfathomable expression as he said, "This slightly familiar pressure makes me feel that this might be the barbarian god's habitat." The barbarian god's habitat. Everyone looked at each other. "Didn't you say that the barbarian god was in the Cloud Mist mountain range?" Chen Meng was also apprehensive. Zichen sneered. "I said that the barbarian god appeared in the Cloud Mist mountain range, but I never said that the barbarian god was there." Regardless of whether the barbarian god was in the depths or not, everyone had to go deeper. As they went deeper, the pressure became stronger. As for Zichen, he felt the summoning of the perfect body become stronger. Now, he was 100% certain that there was something related to the perfect body here. Perhaps the barbarian god was really here. After advancing for about dozens of kilometers, everyone reached the end. There was no path ahead. It's a barrier. The outsiders had seen such a scene before, so they weren't surprised. While on guard, everyone stepped onto the barrier. The barrier began to ripple like water. Then, a passageway appeared and everyone walked in. When everyone walked out and felt that they were stepping on solid ground, they heard a strange sound. The sound was extremely sharp and ear-piercing. In addition to the sound, everyone felt an even more terrifying pressure. "Look, what are those?" Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from the side. Everyone was standing above a large canyon. Below the canyon, there was a group of creatures that were dozens of meters long flying around the canyon. Chapter 8:15. What appeared in front of them was a group of gigantic creatures. Their bodies were like pythons, dozens of meters long. They had 4 legs and were covered with green scales. The green scales emitted a dazzling green light. Their huge heads were majestic and ferocious. They did not have wings, but they could fly in the air. Seeing these strange creatures, all the barbarians were stunned. Zichen and the other 2 were petrified as if they had been struck by lightning. Dragon. What appeared in front of them was the totem of the human race, one of the most tyrannical creatures, a dragon. And it was not just one dragon, but a group of them. It's a dragon. Oh my God, a dragon, a group of dragons. How is this possible? Shinmeng could not help but exclaim. Could it be that these are all azure dragons? Barbaric dragons, could these be barbaric dragons? They can fly without wings. The barbarians' faces were also filled with shock. Compared to the shocked crowd, Zichen had seen the thunder dragon before. He was only shocked by the number of dragons. But besides the shock, Zichen found something wrong. The azure dragons below were different from the legendary azure dragon totem upon closer inspection. The azure dragon totem had 5 claws, representing 5 claws. But these green dragons had 4 claws. In addition, the azure dragon totem had 2 horns on its head, like the horns of a divine deer. It was very sacred. But the green dragons below had no horns. Some only had 1 horn, like the horn of a rhinoceros. It was sharp but not sacred. This should not be the azure dragon totem, but a kind of flood dragon. After discovering the difference, Zichen said, "Flood dragon, it is indeed a flood dragon. But after transforming into this, it should be called a flood dragon." Wu Yu also came to his senses. His eyes were still filled with shock. Although they were not azure dragons, a group of flood dragons appeared in front of everyone. This kind of scene was extremely shocking. The valley below was very big. The flood dragons were circling around, so they did not immediately notice these uninvited guests. Everyone's eyes moved away from the flood dragons and looked down the valley. With a glance, everyone's expression changed again. In the center of the canyon, there was a tall altar. This altar was very similar to the altar under the statue of the barbarian god. However, there were vein patterns engraved on the altar. These vein patterns could be seen clearly even from a distance. At this moment, the runes were glowing, emitting a green light. This green light seemed to be materialized energy, and it was passing through the array and dispersing to the outside world. It was like some kind of spirit dispelling array. After the cyan light left the formation, it would turn into cyan chi that floated between heaven and earth. This cyan chi was extremely pure, as if it was a type of extremely pure spiritual chi. It also carried a unique sacred aura. With a roar, one of the flood dragons opened its mouth and sucked in a strand of green gas into its stomach. Then, the flood dragon revealed a satisfied expression and continued to circle in the canyon. Around the flood dragon's body flickered and flickered as if it was refining the strand of green gas that entered its stomach. This cyan chi was actually the energy source of the flood dragons. All of the flood dragons were circling around the altar. In addition, Zichen also found a larger, denser mass of cyan chi in the distance. This mass of cyan chi was constantly rippling, twisting and rolling. There seemed to be living creatures in it. Just as everyone's eyes fell on the mass of cyan chi, they heard the roar of a flood dragon coming from the cyan chi. Then, the boundless cyan chi surged and a small gap appeared in it. Through the gap, everyone saw a relatively small flood dragon being nurtured. It seemed that the little flood dragon would be born soon. This cyan chi was not only the source of food for the flood dragons, but also their foundation for survival. This discovery made everyone's expression change instantly. Obviously, the cyan chi that could nurture a flood dragon was extraordinary. The cyan chi that escaped from the array could nurture such a tyrannical creature as a flood dragon, and it could even allow the flood dragons to survive and evolve. What was being decomposed in the array? Everyone's face was full of curiosity. Their eyes moved from the mass of cyan chi to the center of the altar, where the source of the array was. At first glance, everyone seemed to see a sun-emitting cyan light. The dazzling light was so dazzling that they could not open their eyes and look at it directly. With just a glance, the level 8 warrior could not help but scream. Then, he closed his eyes and tears of blood flowed out from the corners of his eyes. The level 9 warrior fared better, but the two of them could only see a mass of dazzling light. Other than that, they could not see anything else. Zichun and the other two outsiders, who had spiritual thoughts, could naturally see what was in the array. Not only could they see it, but they could also see it very clearly. In the middle of the array, in a state of decomposition, was a huge egg emitting a dazzling cyan light. The entire egg was surging with a sacred aura. However, this aura was blocked by the array and could not be released. They could only sense it through spiritual thoughts. An egg, a huge egg. It contains an extremely powerful and pure sacred aura. Could this be an egg of a dragon? This must be a dragon's egg. But why use an array to seal it and absorb its life force? Do they want it to be destroyed on purpose? The moment they saw the huge egg, the expressions of the two outsiders changed greatly. At this moment, greed appeared on their faces. Not to mention whether this dragon egg could hatch an azure dragon, just the sacred aura within the dragon egg was enough to make the two of them excited. There was no need for verbal communication. The two turned into cold lights in the blink of an eye and rushed toward the valley below. During this time, Zichen's expression was still relatively calm, but his heart was also filled with excitement. This situation was just like when Zichen found the giant egg where Longhu was in the ancient beast world. Zichen's reaction was slightly slower. The two of them had already flown out, but they only flew about 10 meters away from the valley before they fell in a straight line. With two loud bangs, the two of them smashed into the ground. Their faces were covered in dust as they struggled to get up. Above them, Zichen, who had sensed all this with his spiritual thoughts, had a slight change in expression. He exclaimed in a low voice, "Forbidden Sky Domain!" The two of them fell in a straight line. The Yuanli around them was still there, and it was not sealed. The only explanation for their fall was the Forbidden Sky Domain. After falling, the two of them quickly got up and ran towards the altar at top speed. All of a sudden, a series of hissing sounds rang out in the air. Those flood dragons that had been extremely leisurely before seemed to have gone mad in the next moment. They swooped down towards the two people below. Within their huge bodies, a powerful force surged, and then they attacked the two people ruthlessly. The two of them used their elixir weapons to block the attacks. However, the attacks from the flood dragons were extremely powerful. The two of them were constantly pushed back and away from the altar. "Didn't you want to kill the dragons? Why aren't you coming down?" Chen Meng, who was pushed back, shouted at the barbarians above him. At the same time, he channeled the Yuanli in his body into his elixir weapon and slashed at one of the flood dragons. This attack contained Chen Meng's extraordinary strength. The flood dragon's eyes were filled with fear as it dodged to the side. Poof! The beam of light descended, and one of the flood dragon's dragon claws fell down. However, just as the dragon claws left its body, they dissipated with a bang, transforming into a stream of cyan chi that shot toward the altar. Then, they were absorbed by the cyan egg within the altar. At this moment, the barbarians were all jumping down the valley and did not notice this. Only Zichen noticed it. Furthermore, he also noticed that after one of the dragon's claws was broken, there was no blood flowing out from its body. Furthermore, the green energy that had not been refined previously was converging towards the broken claw in the next moment. Within a short period of time, the dragon's broken claw was restored. Zichen saw this scene clearly from above and his expression changed. It was a no-fly zone below. It was already difficult for the barbarians who could not fly to kill the flood dragon. However, they did not expect the flood dragon to be able to recover from its injuries. Furthermore, when the flood dragon flew in the air, no one could attack it. As a result, it could still attack after recovering from its injuries. All the flood dragons swooped down, Chen Meng and company were having a hard time fighting. They kept retreating and were unable to approach the altar. Zichen also jumped down the valley. As soon as he reached the valley, a flood dragon attacked Zichen. The powerful force surged and the attack was rather powerful. Zichen clenched his fist and punched out. The domineering fist appeared again. Golden light flashed around his body as his perfect body released its suppression. Peng! This golden punch had some of the perfect body's strength, but most of it came from Yuanli. This punch was filled with a threatening aura. Zichen's original intention was to shatter the flood dragon's head, but the latter's reaction was extremely agile. It dodged instantly, causing the punch to explode at its neck. A huge hole instantly appeared in the flood dragon's neck. It let out a shrill cry before rising into the air in a bid to recover from its injuries. However, how could Zichen give it a chance? He exerted strength with his feet and his body soared into the air like a cannonball. Then, he threw a punch at the flood dragon's head. Boom! Zichen's sudden attack caused the flood dragon to panic. It let out a terrified cry, but it was unable to dodge and was struck. Just as Zichen's punch landed on the flood dragon's head, a dragon tail quickly swung over from the other side and ruthlessly struck half of Zichen's body. Zichen blasted the flood dragon apart with a single punch. On the other side, Zichen was also sent flying by the dragon tail. In the sky, the flood dragon's head exploded and instantly turned into a green gas. At the same time, the rest of its body dispersed and turned into endless green gas. At that moment, no one looked at the green gas. Instead, they looked at the spot where the flood dragon's head had exploded. They saw a ball emitting a resplendent green light quietly floating there. It was none other than the dragon crystal. Everyone's gaze landed on the dragon crystal. As for Zichen, no one looked at him. After being struck by the dragon's tail, he seemed to be severely injured even if he didn't die. However, at the next moment, Zichen got up from the ground and patted the dust off his body. He was safe and sound. Chapter 8:16. Zichen stood up. No one was paying attention to him. Everyone's attention was on the dragon crystal. The dragon crystal was the main reason why everyone was here. Therefore, the next moment, they gave up on attacking and ran towards the dragon crystal. This included not only the barbarians, but also the two outsiders. At the same time, the flood dragons also flew towards the dragon crystal. It seemed that the dragon crystal was also very attractive to them. Bang! But before they could get close, cracks appeared on the surface of the dragon crystal. Then, the cracks spread and intensified, and the dragon crystal exploded. Inside the exploded dragon crystal, there was a surge of green light energy. But soon, this energy surged toward the altar and was forcibly absorbed by the green light giant egg. Gone. Everything was gone. The dragon crystal was gone. It meant that their hope was gone. How could this be? All the barbarians' faces were filled with doubt, unwillingness, and disappointment. The flood dragon looked at the green egg with hatred. It was as if the egg had taken away everything that belonged to them. The two outsiders and Zichen's expressions were not as complicated. The dragon crystal was gone, but the dragon egg was enough. The battle started again. The barbarians were unwilling to give up. However, they did not think that every dragon crystal would disappear. Therefore, they fought again. In the midst of the fierce battle, the crowd realized that Zichen had entered the battlefield again. Furthermore, he was not injured in the slightest, and his attacks were still as sharp as ever. Seeing Zichen again, Chen Meng's expression became more serious. Obviously, his opponent was able to kill a flood dragon with his bare hands. In addition, his strong defense was enough to make him take him seriously. He knew that if he had taken such a powerful attack, even if he did not die, he would have been seriously injured. Since he was wary of Zichen, he was naturally on guard. While he was attacking, he also paid some attention to Zichen in case the other party suddenly launched a sneak attack. In fact, it was not only Chen Meng. Even Wu Yu was wary of Zichen and Chen Meng at this moment. Zichen did not care. he would fight when it was time. After learning from Zichen's mistake, the barbarians attacked the flood dragon's head. However, they were not sure if they could hit the flood dragon's vital points. Pun! A LV8 warrior was hit by the flood dragon and was sent flying. In the process of flying, all the bones in his body were shattered, making cracking sounds. After falling heavily to the ground, he never got up again. Boom! At the same time, another level 8 warrior was struck in the head by the dragon's claw. A powerful force surged, and the warrior's head was easily smashed like a watermelon. Among these flood dragons, the weakest was at level 8, and there were quite a number of them at level 9. With such a powerful combat force, the barbarians were unable to gain the upper hand at all. As soon as the battle began, the level 8 warriors were in a defensive state. Only the 2 level 9 warriors managed to kill the 2 flood dragons with their combined attacks. However, just like before, the flood dragons turned into green light and disappeared after they died. The dragon crystals that they needed would also explode in the next moment, and turn into a torrent of energy that would be absorbed by the giant egg. How could this be? Why did the dragon crystal explode? There is indeed a dragon crystal, but it doesn't match the legends. Dragon crystals can't exist in this world. They will shatter the moment they appear. After expending so much effort to kill the flood dragons, they didn't get anything. The barbarians couldn't accept this fact. If they continued to fight, it would be meaningless. It would only cause more casualties. Therefore, the barbarians began to have thoughts of retreating. As for the green light that the outsiders wanted, they didn't expect to get it because the 3 outsiders were each stronger than the other. They knew that they wouldn't be able to snatch the food from the tiger's mouth unless the 3 of them killed each other and suffered heavy injuries. The barbarians were very disappointed. They wanted to retreat, but they suddenly realized that there was no exit at all. Moreover, under this no-fly zone, it was extremely unrealistic for them to jump up and reach the top of the canyon again. Where is the exit? Where is the exit? A level 8 warrior roared anxiously. Facing the continuous attacks of the flood dragons, it seemed that they couldn't hold on any longer. Without an exit, they only had 2 options. Either kill all the flood dragons or be killed by them. From the looks of it, even if everyone died, the flood dragons wouldn't die because unless the flood dragons were hit in the head, they would be able to recover on their own. No one knows where the exit is. Let's just kill. Kill all the flood dragons first. Qinmeng sneered. The elixir weapon in his hand emitted a cold light. He suddenly accelerated and arrived in front of the flood dragons like a bolt of lightning. The elixir weapon went straight for the flood dragons' heads. After killing one of the flood dragons, Qinmeng pulled out his elixir weapon and retreated, dodging the attacks of the flood dragons beside him. As more and more flood dragons died, the green light floating in the sky became less and less. Without the green light, the flood dragons would have no source of recovery. Just as the barbarians slowly gained a chance of winning, they realized that the other flood dragons suddenly soared into the sky and flew towards the biggest ball of green light. When they reached the ball of green light, they began to tear and devour the green light. Within the green light, the cries of their companions could be heard. However, the flood dragons didn't care at all until they ate the entire ball of green light. As for the unhatched flood dragons, they turned into green light and disappeared, never to appear again. In the blink of an eye, there was no more green light in the canyon. There were only 8 flood dragons left. These 8 flood dragons were extremely powerful level 9 flood dragons. As for the barbarians, more than half of the level 8 barbarians were dead or injured. 2 level 9 barbarians were also injured. After a short pause, the flood dragons swooped down and attacked again. This time, because they had swallowed a large ball of green light, the flood dragons' attacks were much more powerful. They were fighting with their lives on the line. Death happened in an instant. This time, it was accompanied by the deaths of even more barbarians. Zichen bore the brunt of the attack and killed a flood dragon. During this time, his attacks were neither strong nor weak. He killed more than 5 flood dragons. After Zichen killed the enemy, the other 2 barbarians also killed a flood dragon. The 3 barbarians looked at each other, and then rushed towards the second flood dragon. The 3 barbarians faced another 3 flood dragons. However, this time, before Zichen could kill a flood dragon, he felt a strong sense of danger. Zichen smiled coldly. He turned around and threw a punch at Lin Feng. A golden fist light illuminated the sky as Zichen punched out, colliding with the incoming energy. With a loud bang, the energy was shattered by Zichen. After shattering the energy, Zichen coldly glanced at Chenming, whose face was filled with killing intent. Then, a golden light flashed under his feet as he used his extreme speed step art. Zichen gave up on the flood dragons that were closing in on him and attacked Chenming. Just like the first time he met Chenming, Zichen didn't say much. This time, he didn't say much. Die! Chenming shouted loudly. Zichen's strange speed had surprised him, but as someone who had come out of the first great ancient road, he was naturally not weak. He slashed down with his Dan force, and a light ray blocked Zichen's path. Zichen snorted and displayed his level 6 strength. The pressure that was comparable to the barbarian god reappeared. Zichen shattered the light ray with a punch. Then, he flashed forward and continued to punch. Zichen used a level 6 berserker art for this punch. With the addition of a level 6 berserker art and the power of a level 6 berserker art, Zichen's attack was far more powerful than an attack that used elemental energy. An ear-piercing shriek sounded in the air. The void started to distort under Zichen's punch. A terrifying aura and pressure instantly wreaked havoc in the area. Chenming's expression changed drastically. His eyes were filled with shock. He took a step back and switched from attacking to defending. He was shocked that Zichen's combat power was so frightening. Bang! Another punch landed. Dazzling golden light shone and Chenming was sent flying by Zichen. Chenming, who was sent flying, was not injured at all. However, the shock on his face was even more intense. In the next moment, cracks appeared on the excellent quality elixir weapon in his hand. Then, it shattered with a loud bang. Chenming's near supreme grade Dan force shattered with one strike. Zichen's body shone with golden light. His perfect body provided him with immense strength. The golden blood in his body flowed and produced a sound like waves. At that moment, Zichen seemed to have become a god of war. His cold eyes swept towards Chenming as he enunciated each word clearly. Today, I will kill you! Not far away, the other barbarians were stunned. They looked at Zichen in disbelief. They couldn't believe that a person's physical strength could be so powerful. At that moment, a level 9 flood dragon launched a sneak attack on Zichen. Although it sensed danger from him, the sneak attack from behind gave it confidence. However, before its attack could reach him, Zichen turned around and punched. The golden fist flashed, and the flood dragon's vision turned black. Before it died, it seemed to have heard a thunderous explosion. The level 9 flood dragon exploded, but Zichen remained motionless. Furthermore, the light around the motionless Zichen seemed to have dimmed significantly. But soon, the barbarians were shocked to discover that the extremely weak Zichen had vanished into thin air. In the next instant, a thunderous explosion rang out from the area where Chenming was standing. Chenming was sent flying a second time, but he still wasn't dead. His voice still echoed. What are you waiting for? Why aren't you attacking? There was a hint of fear in Chenming's voice. Sorry, I don't wish to participate in your matters, Wu said calmly. Then, he took large strides back and held back a level 9 flood dragon. Damn it, you despicable person! Aren't you afraid that he'll kill you after killing me? Chenming cursed in exasperation. I don't have any conflicts with Zichen. Moreover, this is my 5th and 8th ancient roads. After I walk out of here, I will reach the human gathering place. It will be a long time before we meet again. Therefore, we are not enemies, Wu said again. It wasn't clear whether he was talking to Chenming or Zichen. Despicable, truly despicable. You just promised me that you would kill him with me. This time, Wu only smiled faintly and didn't say anything. At that moment, the other flood dragons seemed to have gone crazy. They suddenly abandoned the outsiders and attacked the barbarians. Chapter 8:17. The level 9 flood dragon had gone berserk, and the barbarians were in imminent danger. The exit tunnel appeared at the right time, and all the barbarians rushed towards it. This was a desperate attempt to escape. Along the way, the barbarians lost their lives under the flood dragon's sharp claws. However, they did not care. As long as they were still alive, as long as they had one breath left, they had to get out. As long as they could get out, they would never come back. Moreover, they had to spread the news so that no one from the barbarian world would ever come back again. The rumor about the flood dragon was just a lie. In just a few dozen meters, almost half of the barbarians had fallen. Swoosh! However, before they could escape, a figure that was even faster than them rushed into the tunnel. In a flash of light, the figure had already disappeared. The first to escape was the outsider Wu Yu. From the current situation, Chen Meng had undoubtedly kicked an iron board. He was afraid that after Zichen killed Chen Meng, he would come to kill him. After all, there was always hostility between the outsiders. Therefore, he immediately escaped when the tunnel appeared. As for the so-called green light egg, Wu Yu did not even dream of getting it. The battle power that Zichen had displayed had completely frightened him. He did not even have the slightest intention to fight for it. Wu Yu, just you wait. I will kill you! Just before Wu Yu disappeared, Chen Meng let out a thunderous roar. Immediately after, he coughed out a mouthful of blood essence. His entire body emitted a resplendent blood-red light. Chen Meng, who was emitting a blood-red light, moved at an extremely fast speed, dodging Zichen's sure-kill attack in an instant. Chen Meng's sudden change was completely out of Zichen's expectation. By the time Zichen reacted and chased after him, Chen Meng had already reached the entrance of the tunnel and disappeared in a flash. However, wherever Chen Meng passed by, there was a large amount of blood mist left in the air. He must have used some kind of secret technique. In the blink of an eye, there were no traces of humans left. There were only a few flood dragons that had lost their target. These flood dragons seemed to be extremely afraid of Zichen. They did not even attack Zichen. Zichen did not feel that it was a pity that Chen Meng had managed to escape under certain death. This was a lesson for him. In truth, just as Chen Meng had underestimated Zichen, Zichen had also underestimated Chen Meng. That was why he had been careless and allowed Chen Meng to escape. In fact, no one who had stepped onto the ancient road was weak, especially those who had dared to enter the first-class ancient road. If Zichen had not relied on his perfect body, which was comparable to a mid-stage primal core cultivator, it would have been impossible for him to suppress Chen Meng to that extent. If you want to revive the dragons, you have to kill these flood dragons first. Suddenly, a voice rang out in Zichen's sea of consciousness. Zichen instantly became alert. He looked around and released his spiritual senses at the same time. However, he did not find anyone. I'm here. The voice from before sounded again. This time, it was above Zichen's head. Zichen raised his head and saw an unfamiliar human man standing on top of an altar. He was only a little taller than Zichen. Obviously, he was an outsider. Zichen, who was already on high alert, suddenly narrowed his eyes. He quickly took a few steps back to distance himself from the man. Zichen had not noticed the sudden appearance of an outsider. Who are you? When did you come in? Zichen asked coldly. His spiritual senses kept scanning the man's body. However, he could not find any clues. The man was just like an ordinary person in the outside world. However, how could the man be an ordinary person if he could appear here without a sound? Zichen's spiritual senses could not find anything. This could only mean that his spiritual senses were too weak. The man was definitely an unfathomable existence. At this moment, Zichen actually had the urge to run away. You can't leave. If you leave, the dragons will not be able to be reborn. The man on the altar seemed to have guessed what Zichen was thinking. Zichen stared at the man. He was still on high alert. Haha, you're a cautious little guy. The man chuckled. Then, the aura around him began to surge. It was an extremely powerful aura. Under this aura, Zichen seemed to be fixed in place. He could not move his body. Zichen's eyes instantly widened. Hearing the familiar voice and feeling the familiar aura, he exclaimed, You're the barbarian god. If you want to catch up, then wait. Now, let's kill these annoying dragons first. As he spoke, the man withdrew his pressure. Zichen could already move. Just as he could move, Zichen found that the rest of the dragons had already closed in on him and were attacking him. Zichen's expression became puzzled. However, he did not hesitate and attacked the dragons with all his might. In just a few attacks, all the dragons were killed. After the dragons died, their bodies and dragon crystals turned into endless green gas. They flew back to the green light egg and were completely absorbed. The man jumped down from the altar and looked at Zichen with admiration in his eyes. You're really the barbarian god. Zichen looked at the man and sized him up. He had previously guessed that the barbarian god might be a human, but it was only a guess. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, he could not believe it. What do you think? The man smiled faintly. Zichen's expression was uncertain. However, the perfect body in his body indicated that the man was in existence with the same constitution as him. It was also the man who summoned him. Time is of the essence. If you have any questions, ask them later. Now, let's break the array above first. The man pointed at the array above. Why me? Zichen looked at the man, his heart filled with vigilance again. The man spread his hands and said, If I could break it, I would have done it tens of thousands of years ago. It wouldn't be your turn. Zichen was still puzzled. The man continued, Haven't you noticed that my power can suppress you in an instant, but it can't suppress that damned flood dragon? I can suppress you to the point that you can't move, but the flood dragon can dive towards you. This involves some secrets, I'll tell you later. Now, hurry up and break the formation. Seeing that Zichen was still indifferent, the man's expression suddenly turned cold. He said, You don't have the right to refuse because I'll kill you with one slap. It'll be easier than you killing the dragon. Being threatened, Zichen had no choice but to walk up the altar. Because the passage was already closed, Zichen had no other choice. The man smiled faintly and said, Be quick. Use your blood to break the seal. Zichen did as he was told, and used his blood to break the seal. The altar began to tremble, and the array pattern that was emitting a green light slowly dimmed because of Zichen's blood. Not long after, cracks began to spread across the altar, and the array on the altar was destroyed. After destroying the array, Zichen walked down. The man was looking at him with a kind smile. What's going on? Zichen asked. He could tell that the man didn't have any ill intentions. Are you asking me why I'm here, or why it's here? The man pointed at himself, and then at the egg. Both. A bitter smile appeared on the man's face, and he said, I appeared here because I made a low-level mistake, and was sent to guard the ancient path. As for it, it originally came from here, but it was also banished because it made a low-level mistake. However, it was more unlucky than me, and was directly killed by someone. Although it was reborn through nirvana, it was sealed. If you had come 10,000 years later, it probably would have never been able to come out of this world. Guarding the ancient road? Mistakes? What are you talking about? Zichen looked confused. When you entered the ancient road of the strongest ancient road, you should have seen the ancient road guardians, right? Of course I saw them. They're a bunch of people who use their position for personal gain. Thinking of the ancient road guardians, Zichen clenched his teeth. A strange smile appeared on the man's face. He didn't say much and directly said, Let me tell you this. Originally, my rank was even higher than the ancient road guardians. However, because I offended a certain existence, I was demoted. I just happened to know about the situation with the barbaric dragon, so I took the initiative to come here. Zichen's eyes were wide open as he stared at the young man and said, What did you just say? You're at the same level as the protectors of the ancient road? In other words, you're a cultivator of the human origin layer. Zichen's shocked expression made the man feel a bit proud. He proudly said, Of course. Since you're a mortal yuan expert, who would dare demote you? Who could demote you? Zichen was still shocked. The ancient path is the most mysterious place in the entire martial heaven continent. It's also a place where experts gather. Let alone a lowly person in the origin realm, even someone stronger would be demoted. However, I was demoted because I offended some higher-ups. A higher-up. Of course, as long as there are people, there will be disputes. The ancient road is no exception. In fact, it's even worse. However, you're too weak, so it's useless to tell you. The man didn't seem to want to say more. Zichen also didn't want to ask. He hated power struggles and killing each other. Suddenly, the man exclaimed, "Why hasn't the barbaric dragon been born yet? Furthermore, there are no signs of it coming out. Could it be that it's already dead?" Zichen shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. The man suddenly looked at Zichen and asked, "When you broke the formation, did you use your life essence blood to awaken the barbaric dragon?" Facing the man's question, Zichen said, "You didn't tell me. How would I know?" "Idiot, the barbaric dragon belongs to the body cultivator faction. It has been sealed for so many years that most of its memories have been erased. Its power has also greatly weakened. How could it come out on its own? Hurry up and use your life essence blood to awaken it." Zichen was helpless. He could only continue walking up the altar. He then forced out his life essence blood and smeared it on the cyan egg. As soon as the golden life essence blood touched the cyan egg, it immediately disappeared and was absorbed. Several drops of life essence blood were quickly absorbed. This absorption speed startled Zichen. This is the barbaric dragon of the body cultivator faction. It's one of the true dragon totems. Its power is unfathomable. You think you can awaken it with just a few drops of life essence blood? Who do you think you are? God? Is your life essence blood divine? Hearing the man's flustered and exasperated voice, Zichen could only place his entire hand on the cyan egg. Chapter 8:18. Zichen's normally rosy complexion turned pale in the next moment. Under the crazy devouring of the giant egg, both his blood essence and normal blood were rapidly draining away. Zichen's blood essence was almost instantly devoured by half. However, this was not the end, but the beginning. The blood in Zichen's body flowed out at a crazy speed. Zichen's face was filled with panic. He tried to break free, but it was as if the hand was a part of his body. He could not shake it off at all. He could only watch as he was sucked dry. In the blink of an eye, half of his blood essence was gone. Not even a quarter of Zichen's blood was left. Just as the blood in Zichen's body was about to be sucked dry, and Zichen's life essence was about to be sucked dry, the giant cyan egg finally gave up and slowly let go of Zichen. Zichen no longer had the strength to stand, and he sat down on the ground. His entire body was limp, and his face revealed an expression of someone who had just survived a calamity. The man rushed forward and brought the weak Zichen down. "Here, quickly swallow this to recover." The man handed Zichen an object. It was shining brightly. It was the fruit of strength. Zichen took it and weakly swallowed it. Then, he sat down cross-legged and began to recover his strength. The fruit of strength entered his body and quickly replenished Zichen's lost blood and strength. The man beside him watched quietly and did not disturb him. On the broken altar, after absorbing Zichen's blood essence, the giant green egg finally showed a trace of vitality. One fruit of strength allowed Zichen to fully recover his strength. Zichen opened his eyes and looked at the man with dissatisfaction. He had almost died just now. The man's eyes were filled with admiration. He praised, "As expected of a perfect body cultivator. This power is really strong. If it was anyone else, they would have been sucked dry. You want to harm me? If I was an ordinary person, I would have died long ago." Zichen glared at him to express his anger. The man laughed and said, "If you were an ordinary person, you wouldn't have the qualifications to be here. You wouldn't have the qualifications to accept my 10 fruits of strength. The man's words proved that he was the barbarian god. Zichen looked at him. You've planned this all along? The man shook his head and smiled faintly. It can't be considered a scheme. I've just been waiting for the perfect physique cultivators to arrive. So many years have passed, and I haven't met a single one. I thought that something had happened to the starting ground and that it had become foul. Fortunately, you came. It seems that the starting ground is still considered a pure land that hasn't been polluted. What do you mean? Zichen was puzzled. The man said, This is the ultimate path of perfect body cultivators, but you have to enter from the ancient road of the strongest trial. You should be from there, right? Zichen nodded. Then, he clenched his teeth and said, I was tricked by them. Otherwise, I would have entered the first-grade ancient path. A strange expression appeared on the man's face again. What kind of place do you think the ancient road of the strongest trial is? Do you think that anyone can enter? Stop dreaming. If you don't have the strongest talent, no one will let you enter. If they tricked you, they would have sent you to the first-grade ancient path. If you entered the first-grade ancient path, as a perfect body cultivator, you would have missed this place. That would be your greatest loss. What's going on? Zichen looked at the man in confusion. The true purpose of the ancient road of the strongest trial is to nurture peerless experts. Anyone who comes out alive from the ancient road of the strongest trial is an existence that can shake the entire martial sky continent in the future. Among the numerous ancient roads, only the two most ancient roads can nurture such experts. One is the strongest ancient road, which is the one you entered. The other is known as the most special and mysterious ancient road, which is the 9th grade ancient road. What? The 9th grade ancient road? You mean the one with the greatest chance of survival? That place can nurture peerless experts? Zichen's eyes widened in disbelief. He believed the man when he said that the strongest ancient road could nurture peerless experts. But he also included the 9th grade ancient road. That was something he didn't agree with. The 9th grade ancient road and the strongest ancient road of the strongest trial were naturally formed. No one knows their origins. Or perhaps it could be said that the history of these two ancient roads is as long as the martial sky continent. The 9th grade ancient road is known as the most special and mysterious ancient road of the strongest trial. When it opens on its own, it will release an unfathomable energy. If it doesn't open on its own, then the 9th grade ancient road is naturally the weakest. However, as far as I know, the strongest ancient road of the strongest trial has opened many times, but the 9th grade ancient road of the strongest trial has never opened. As for the 1st and 8th grade ancient roads, they were artificially created later on. They are the training grounds of the martial sky continent's experts. What the man told Zichen was clearly the secrets of the ancient road. When Zichen heard this, he was incomparably shocked. The ancient road that had appeared on its own was already strange, but to be able to create it, it was naturally even more extraordinary. I have two friends who also entered the ancient road of the strongest like me. However, we are not in the same place. Could it be that the ancient road of the strongest isn't just a single ancient road, but many? Zichen asked in puzzlement. Ordinary people can't enter the ancient road of the strongest trial. Everyone who enters has their own ancient road that is suitable for them. It's normal that you haven't met them. For example, this place is extremely suitable for perfect physique cultivators. There are also perfect physique cultivators techniques, but it might not be suitable for your friend. You're saying that they'll also find a suitable training ground for them. One of them is a monk, and the other is a sky-rending battle ape. Do you know which two heavens they'll be on? Zichen asked, his face filled with anticipation. The man looked at Zichen with a strange look in his eyes, but he didn't answer. Why aren't you saying anything? This involves some secrets that can't be revealed. There's only the two of us here. What's there that can't be said? Besides, you've already offended someone and been demoted. Are you still afraid of secrets being revealed? The man thought about it seriously, but he still didn't tell Zichen. He only faintly muttered, I remember that there really is a monk in a certain place. Moreover, there's also a place where many outsiders have died. At this point, the man didn't say anything else. Zichen already felt relieved. As expected, the other two ancient roads were extremely suitable for the monk and the devil ape. As for entering the ancient road of the strongest trial, it was also deliberately arranged by the guardians of the ancient road of the strongest trial. However, Zichen couldn't understand why they had put on a double act. After the dragon egg swallowed the blood essence, it didn't hatch immediately. Although the vitality inside was rich, it needed to awaken on its own. It needed to wait patiently. Moreover, the man clearly told him that once the dragon hatched, Zichen could bring it away and explore the ancient road of the strongest trial. After that, the man told Zichen some information about the ancient road. These were all true secrets. Although they weren't confidential, they benefited Zichen a lot. For example, the man clearly told Zichen what the body cultivator lineage was. The body cultivator lineage referred to the body cultivator lineage. The strongest physique of this lineage was the perfect body. Zichen also asked an extremely important question. When the perfect body is cultivated to the extreme, it can evolve into the fruit of strength. The man answered seriously. Of course, the fruit of strength is the inheritance power of the perfect body cultivator. Without the fruit of strength, it's almost impossible for the perfect body cultivator to reach the perfect trial. Zichen looked at the man again and asked expectantly, "Can the fruit of strength be evolved in the mortal origin realm?" Mortal origin realm? How is that possible? The man curled his lips and said, "Not to mention the mortal origin realm, even the earth origin realm, which is stronger than the mortal origin realm, might not have this ability. As for whether the heaven origin realm can evolve it, I don't know." It was also the first time Zichen knew that there were two realms after the mortal origin realm. After the core realm were the heaven realm and the mortal realm. As for whether the immortal realm was after the heaven realm, Zichen didn't know and didn't ask. Right now, he wasn't even in the mortal origin realm, so there was no need for him to know so many illusory realms. If you can't condense the fruit of strength, where did your fruit of strength come from? Zichen asked doubtfully. You said these. The man stretched out his hand and several fruits of strength appeared in his hand. Some of these were left behind by the barbarian god. The others were condensed by me by borrowing some of the rule power and the power of the mortal origin realm. Seeing the man casually take out a handful of fruits of strength, Zichen's eyes flashed with a strange light. He asked in shock, "Borrowing the rule power? You can actually borrow the rule power? This is unbelievable. However, I think it's very difficult to condense the fruit of strength with the rule power. How is that possible? I just casually took one." The man didn't seem to care about the fruit of strength at all. Is that so? Zichen's eyes suddenly lit up. Since you can casually take one, why don't you wave your hand a few more times and give me more? Your power has reached a bottleneck. You need luck to break through. It's useless to give you more. The man curled his lips. I don't expect to break through. Can I use it to recover my power? Also, it's useless to me, but it should be useful to my friends. If I have the chance to meet them, I'll give it to them. Zichen said. The man looked at Zichen. You're giving my things to them. Zichen also looked at the man and said, You can take out one with a wave of your hand. It's not like you'll lose anything. What's there to be afraid of if you give me more? Moreover, you said that after the Torvosaurus is born, its strength won't be very strong. I still have to protect it. But as far as I know, you already have a lot of little devil wine. That can help you recover your power, the man said. Zichen's face was dejected as he said, Fine, I'll tell you the truth. I was cheated in the starting ground. Most of my resources are gone. I want these fruits of strength because I want to exchange them for resources. You came out from the ancient road, so you should know how dangerous it is if you don't have any resources and can't replenish your energy. The man seemed to be moved by Zichen's words and sank into his memories. After a while, he nodded and said, Yes, that's indeed the case. Since that's the case, I'll give you more fruits of strength. The man wasn't stingy and directly gave Zichen dozens of fruits of strength. Zichen received them and was immediately overjoyed. There were actually 50 fruits of strength. 50 fruits of strength. Zichen was delighted, but he still wanted to be happy. He looked at the man again. Chapter 8:19. When Zichen heard that he was going to bleed again, he staggered and almost fell. His face suddenly changed, and he shouted, "Oh no! I forgot something important. You have to let me leave now." The man looked at Zichen mockingly and asked, "What is it?" "I almost killed Chenmeng. That bastard is very cunning. I am afraid that he will harm the ravens and the black race. I have to go back and kill him." Zichen looked anxious. The man's face was still full of mockery. "I think you are the cunning one. You want to take the fruit and run away. Ha ha, do you think I am easy to fool? How can I? I can leave the fruit and come back after I killed Chenmeng." Zichen was about to put down the fruit to show his sincerity. The man waved his hand and laughed mockingly. "That won't be necessary." "All right then, let me go quickly," Zichen urged, immediately putting away the fruit of strength. The man smiled. "I mean, you don't have to go. Those two outsiders have already left this world." "What? Left? When did they leave?" Zichen was confused. "When they stepped on the passage. The exit is on the other side. Those two rank 9 warriors went to train." The man's words completely dispelled Zichen's idea of leaving. The rank 9 warriors and the outsiders had left. As for the rank 8 warriors of the Earth race, they did not dare to cause trouble for the two races. At least, they would not dare to do anything until they heard that he had left. Without a reason to leave, Zichen could only continue to bleed. This time, it was the same as last time. He did not stop until he had used up all of his essence blood and needed his own essence blood. Afterwards, the weakened Zichen had to refine the fruit of strength to recover. While he was recovering, the man also told Zichen about the matters of the ancient road. After Zichen's essence blood was fully recovered, everything went back to normal. The first 2 times, Zichen had been extremely unwilling. However, when the essence blood energy in his body was replenished for the 3rd time, Zichen suddenly realized that the bottleneck of his power at the peak of the 6th level seemed to have loosened a little. This discovery obviously made Zichen feel energized. Unfortunately, the barbaric dragon no longer needed it. Just like the birth of Longhu back then, the birth of the barbaric dragon caused quite a commotion. Glaring green light filled the entire world as a dense and viscous divine aura permeated the air. After which, the eggshell that was formed from energy instantly shattered and turned into pure energy that was devoured by the barbaric dragon that broke out of the eggshell. This was a dragon with a length of nearly 10 meters. It was as thick as a barbarian's bull. Its whole body was covered with shining green scales. It had a majestic dragon head, long dragon whiskers, a pair of divine deer horns, and 5 claws. It was just like the legendary totem of the Azure Dragon. The barbaric dragon that was born roared towards the sky. Its loud and clear dragon roar resounded throughout the heaven and earth. "It has finally appeared." Seeing the Torvosaurus, the man's eyes flickered with excitement. Because it had absorbed his essence blood, the Torvosaurus was not much different from Longhu. As soon as it was born, Zichen could sense its soul aura. Moreover, their souls were already connected. When the Torvosaurus looked at Zichen, it was filled with intimacy. With the birth of the Torvosaurus, the restrictive spell collapsed instantly. The forbidden sky domain disappeared, and the small world disappeared. 2 people and 1 dragon appeared in the depths of the barbaric dragon mountain range. The forest here was lush and ancient trees towered into the sky. The aura of the Torvosaurus was released. The aura that belonged to a superior being made all the savage beasts tremble from the bottom of their souls. Their bodies prostrated and trembled. Seeing the Torvosaurus soaring in the sky, the man let out a sigh of relief. "It has finally appeared. It has also fulfilled one of my wishes." Hearing this, Zichen felt something was wrong and asked, "Don't tell me you want to leave?" With the birth of the Torvosaurus, there is no meaning for me to stay here. It is time for me to leave. Weren't you demoted? Don't tell me you can still leave. Zichun looked at the man in confusion. The man pointed at the Torvosaurus and said, This can be considered as a merit. The merits offset the demerits. I can return now. Then what will happen to the barbarian world when you return? You are their barbarian god. You have already completed the trial. There is no need for the barbarian god here. Furthermore, I am not the barbarian god. The real barbarian god has long since left the barbarian world. Zichun wanted to say something but was interrupted by the man. What? We have only known each other for a few days. You don't even know my name and you are already unwilling to let me go? Zichun revealed an awkward expression and said, My name is Zichun. May I know? Zichun didn't know how to address the other party. Should he call him Barbarian God or Senior? You should just call me Barbarian God. I feel that this name suits me very well. The Barbarian God smiled. Zichun felt disdain in his heart, but he didn't reveal it. Senior Barbarian God, since you are going to leave, the fruits of strength are useless to you. Why don't you make more of them for me? Give me more so that I can feed this Torvosaurus in my free time. If there is a chance to meet again, you will be able to see a white and fat Torvosaurus, right? The barbarian god laughed. Good, Zichun. So the reason you are unwilling to let me go is because you want the fruits of strength. Zichun smiled awkwardly. I can give you the fruits of strength, but does this count as you owing me a favor? Asked the barbarian god. Yes, of course it counts. It counts as a big favor. Zichun didn't have the slightest idea of the use of his favor. Haha, good, I, the barbarian god, will remember this big favor. If there is a chance, I will definitely find you to return the favor. Now I will give you the fruits of strength. The barbarian god waved his sleeve, and numerous shining fruits of strength appeared. They were densely packed and fell from the sky like raindrops. Seeing so many fruits of strength, Zichun was completely stunned. With a rough count, there were more than 1,000 of them. Goodbye, Zichun. I look forward to our next meeting. The barbarian god's figure slowly disappeared. Right, you have to be careful. Don't be careless and don't die. With that, everyone dispersed. Zichun put away these fruits of strength. His heart was filled with joy, as if flowers had bloomed many times over. Little did he know that the barbarian god who disappeared was also very happy. He used the useless fruits of strength to gain a favor from a pure body cultivator. This was a good deal. After the barbarian god disappeared, Zichun also prepared to leave. He called the Torvosaurus over and flashed onto its back. At this moment, Zichun treated himself as a dragon knight. Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound came from the sky. A black dot fell from the sky with the speed of a cannonball, causing Zichun's expression to change. The Torvosaurus carried Zichun and flashed, dodging the black dot's attack. The black dot smashed into the ground and exploded. Then, a bottomless black hole appeared on the ground. Zichun and the Torvosaurus hid in the distance, and looked at the black hole in puzzlement. After a moment, 2 hands stretched out from the black hole, and then a human head appeared. Zichun's face was filled with surprise. He didn't expect the barbarian god to appear again. He asked doubtfully, Barbarian god, didn't you leave after your merits offset your faults? Why are you back? Moreover, you want to sneak attack me? Bah, why would I need to sneak attack you? Hearing Zichun's ridicule, the barbarian god was furious. It's all your fault. Otherwise, I would have left. Me? What does it have to do with me? I'll give you something. It's because he delayed my departure. The barbarian god pointed at Zichun. When his finger landed, a shining golden ball appeared in his hand. This ball directly flew towards Zichun. What is this? A fruit of strength? Zichun had a look of curiosity. Goodbye, no, never again. No, you still owe me a favor. We'll meet again someday. The barbarian god soared into the sky and left with his tattered clothes. This time, he left completely. Zichun didn't send him off. He didn't even greet him. At that moment, after Zichen caught the golden ball, it was as though he had been immobilized. The golden ball entered Zichen's sea of consciousness, and transformed into a tall figure in Zichen's sea of consciousness. This figure was evolving a strength-based combat skill. This was an extremely complicated strength-based combat skill. Even though Zichen was extraordinarily talented and had the divine power of the lightning youth, he couldn't immediately comprehend this strength-based combat skill. After carefully studying and sensing it, Zichen knew that this was an offensive skill that was specially created for perfect bodies. It was unique to perfect bodies. If one had to assign a grade to it, it would be at least level 10 or above. Seeing Zichen endlessly studying it, the Torvosaurus placed Zichen on the ground and quietly guarded him. As for Zichen, it took him a total of 10 days to comprehend it. In these 10 days and nights, Zichen had only comprehended a small portion of this strength-type battle skill. However, just scratching the surface allowed Zichen to feel his strength increase by several folds. This feeling was similar to using elemental energy to execute the Lightning Clan's combat skill. 10 days later, Zichen opened his eyes and saw the Torvosaurus staring at him with its eyes wide open. Zichen smiled and gently patted the Torvosaurus' head. Following that, a man and a dragon soared into the sky and headed towards the outer region. Everywhere they passed, beasts would submit and prostrate themselves in respect. Zichen didn't immediately leave the Torvosaurus mountain range. Instead, he went to look for the savage beasts that had left earlier. The storm had passed, and these savage beasts should have returned. When these savage beasts saw the Torvosaurus and felt its terrifying aura, they were all terrified to the extreme. Following that, they all gathered together according to Zichen's instructions. Zichen waved his sleeve and 2 places appeared in the air like a mirror. One was the Wood clan and the other was the Raven clan. Zichen pointed at the 2 places and said, "Soon the people from these 2 places will gather together. If there is any danger, you will all help after receiving the signal. I don't need you to help me multiple times. Just one time will be enough." With the Torvosaurus on the side, no savage beast dared to refuse. They all nodded. Following that, Zichen gave each savage beast a jade pendant. He stated that if the jade pendant broke, it meant that the 2 clans were in trouble. Seeing the savage beasts accept the jade pendants, Zichen sat on the Torvosaurus and headed towards the outer region. Zichen first went to the Raven clan. When Zichen didn't return, the Raven clan were worried sick. However, when they saw Zichen riding the Torvosaurus, they were all stunned. Heya just happened to be in the Raven clan. When he saw the Torvosaurus, he was so shocked that he couldn't say a word. Moreover, the moment the Torvosaurus appeared, all the savage beasts in the clan went into a prostrating state. Chapter 820. The dragon descended from the sky and spread its aura. All the beasts retreated, including the barbarian tiger. "Leader Zichen, you're finally back. We were so worried about you. The 2 race and the other clans have already returned." Wu Man went up to greet him. It was not difficult to see the joy on the other's face, but there was also a trace of uncontrollable shock. "The barbarians didn't come looking for trouble, right?" Zichen asked. The dragon flew to the side and scared the other beasts away. Wu Man shook his head and said, "No, they took the initiative to take a detour when they were still some distance away from us." Zichen nodded and said, "I'm done here. I'll leave soon. But before that, tell the Black Tribe to move here." "You're leaving?" When everyone heard this, their expressions instantly became gloomy. Although they had long known that such a day would come, it had come too quickly. "The outsiders don't belong to this world, and this world doesn't belong to the outsiders. The other 2 have already left. I should leave too," Zichen said. The cheerful atmosphere turned gloomy. Haya knew that his persuasion was useless, so he stopped and asked, "Do you want to move now? I'll go back and tell them. You come with me. You don't need to move. Just gather everyone." As soon as he finished speaking, Zichen brought Heya and flew in the direction of the Black Clan. For Zichen, who could fly, 100 miles was not far, so he left the barbaric dragon there. The dragon was left there. It attracted the attention of many barbarians from the black tribe. They were all shocked. He didn't need to deliberately increase his speed to cover a distance of more than 100 miles. Zichen arrived in less than a minute. Such extreme speed made Heiya's eyes widen in amazement. After arriving, Zichen put Heiya down and asked him to gather all the barbarians. Call all the barbarians back. Then stay in your rooms. Remember, no matter what you hear, don't come out. Heiya did as he was told by Zichen. About half an hour later, all the people from the black tribe were called back. They followed Zichen's instructions and returned to their rooms. At this moment, only Black Cliff and Zichen were left outside of the black tribe. Light flashed in Zichen's hand, and the purple gold gourd appeared. As the lid of the gourd was opened, an illusory light was released. Zichen held the bottom of the gourd with his right hand, with the mouth of the gourd facing down. With the activation of his spiritual thoughts, the psychedelic light from the mouth of the gourd suddenly grew larger and longer until it completely covered the stone house. Under Black Cliff's shocked gaze, Zichen shouted, "Collect!" Amid the rumbling sound, the stone house and its foundation left the inside and flew toward the purple gold gourd. As it flew, the stone house became smaller until it entered the purple gold gourd. Such a big stone house was taken away by a small gourd just like that. Black Cliff was dumbfounded. He was extremely shocked. Just like that, Zichen collected the stone houses one by one. Rumbling sounds continued to ring out. When the thousands of houses of the Black clan had been collected, Heiya discovered that the purple gold gourd was still as big as before. There was no change at all. Follow me. After taking away all the stone houses, the Black tribe's territory was now empty. Zichen pulled Black Cliff, who was almost petrified, back to the Raven tribe. A few miles away from the Raven tribe, Zichen released the stone houses in the area reserved for the Black tribe. Boom! Boom! Amidst the loud rumbling sounds, the stone houses fell down, and their foundations drilled deep into the ground. This rumbling sound was comparable to an earthquake. It startled the Raven tribe barbarians. When they came to see Zichen pouring out so many stone houses from a small gourd, they were all stunned. The Black tribe's relocation took less than a day. When the Black tribe received the signal, they walked out of their houses with faces full of amazement. To them, this was a miracle that was worth spreading for generations to come. The Black tribe moved a few miles away from the Raven tribe. Under Zichen's witness, the Black tribe and the Raven tribe became the most sincere allies. That night, everyone sang and danced, ate large pieces of meat, drank freely, and indulged. Zichen only let the two tribes form an alliance, but did not merge. This was a very deep meaning. Wu Man and Heiya understood, so they did not ask much. The next day, Zichen called Heiya and Wu Man and gave each of them a token. What is this? The two of them overindulged last night, so their spirits were not very good. When they received the token, their faces were full of confusion. This is a life-saving thing. It can only be used once. Remember, unless the tribe is facing a life and death situation, do not use it. Zichen warned them and then told them the truth. What? There is an army of savage beasts coming to help. After hearing Zichen's words, the two of them were completely stunned. They didn't expect that Zichen had already found a group of savage beast allies for them without anyone noticing. After telling them everything, Zichen said that he would leave in a few days. The two chiefs said that they would like to see Zichen off, but Zichen refused. On the third day, before dawn, Zichen left the room. As if they knew that Zichen was leaving, Man Hu and Man Nyo were already waiting outside. Zichen gently patted their heads and strode to the open space. The sleeping Torvosaurus had already opened its eyes. Right after Zichen stepped on its back, it soared into the sky. The dragon soared into the sky and quietly left. Just as Zichen's figure disappeared from the horizon, all the barbarians of the two tribes came out of their rooms and looked in the direction where Zichen disappeared. They silently wished him a safe journey. Zichen signaled the dragon to go in a straight line. On the same day, many barbarians of the two tribes saw an outsider leaving on the dragon's back. Just as the sky brightened up, Zichen arrived at the depths of the region. From afar, he could already see the tall statue of the god of berserkers that represented the god of berserkers' true form. Compared to the other statues, the pressure emanating from this one was indeed much stronger. Moreover, about 100 meters away from the barbarian god statue, Zichen saw a large stone house. He spread out his spiritual sense and felt a dangerous aura from the stone house. When Zichen approached, an old man came out of the stone house. The old man raised his head and saw Zichen, then he saw the dragon. His eyes were filled with surprise. Zichen looked at the old man indifferently. Both of them looked at each other and nodded. Just a few miles away from the statue of the true god was the territory of the Earth race. Zichen's figure on the dragon was naturally seen by the group of Earth race people. Apart from being shocked, other expressions also changed on their faces. The leader of the barbarians who was lucky enough to survive saw the scene of Zichen leaving. His eyes instantly turned cold. With a loud dragon roar, Zichen and the dragon entered the passage and left the barbarian world. They entered the fourth ancient road. Zichen had already bid farewell to this place. What would happen in the barbarian world in the future had nothing to do with Zichen. Zichen didn't know if the Black Tribe and Raven Tribe would rise again. However, if the barbarians dared to attack these two tribes, they would definitely suffer a crushing defeat. The number one tribe in the barbarian world would also change. In the fourth ancient road, there was still no Ling Qi of heaven and earth. Here, Zichen's Yuanli would decrease every time he used it. If he wanted to recover, he could only rely on Yuan stones or Yuan liquid. As soon as Zichen and the dragon arrived, they encountered a crazy attack. This was an unknown beast with a very strong combat power. It attacked the human and dragon together. In this ancient road, Zichen was surrounded and attacked crazily. After killing one of the beasts, Zichen found a crystal stone in its body. It was like a Yao Dan that could replenish some energy. In the first ancient road, Zichen only faced one powerful existence. The second ancient road was also to defeat them one by one. The third ancient road was related to the growth of one's strength. Then the fourth ancient road would be a crazy attack. Zichen rejoiced that he only encountered a group of beasts on the fourth ancient road. If the situation was reversed, Zichen wouldn't have a chance to survive on this ancient road. In this place, the consumption of Yuanli and strength was almost impossible to estimate. Zichen drank the monkey wine to recover his strength. As for the blood vitality pill that recovered Yuanli, it was even more painful for Zichen to swallow. If one had to use simple words to sum up this ancient road, it would be a battle of attrition. During this period, injuries were unavoidable. Serious injuries were also normal. The number of supreme pills was also decreasing. In this place, there was no day or night. Zichen didn't know how long he had been fighting. In short, when he arrived at the exit of the fourth ancient road, Zichen was already exhausted. However, he didn't dare to stop and rest. He didn't dare to take another breath. Grabbing the dragon that was riddled with wounds, he stepped into the fifth ancient road. After that, the human and dragon faced each other in battle. In the endless battle, Zichen's comprehension of battle skills was also deepening. His strength and Yuanli were also improving. Time passed by. Zichen relied on the human and dragon to forcefully break through the fifth ancient road. The resources on his body had decreased once again. The ancient road journey was filled with danger. Before he reached the first and ninth ancient road, Zichen's resources had already decreased by a lot. However, as he continued to fight, Zichen also grew in battle. As his resources decreased, Zichen became more frugal. In the process of growth and frugality, Zichen's unique fighting style was formed. This fighting style was cultivated by the majority of people who explored the ancient roads. That was to kill with one strike. Zichen didn't waste any extra energy. Every strike was a powerful one. Every strike was a sure kill strike. If his strike didn't hit, he would immediately flee. Because if he couldn't kill or injure his opponent with one strike, any number of attacks would be useless. Ziqin had broken through the 6th and 7th ancient roads. During this period, the human dragon would always encounter fatal threats. By the time he had broken through 7 or 8 ancient roads and reached the 9th, Ziqin had already spent a total of 9 years. After 9 years, Ziqin had broken through the first 9 ancient roads and reached the first gathering point. This was the gathering point of the ancient roads. There was a guardian here, and this was also a small trading area. The danger on the first ancient road was already very low. After several years of fierce battles, Ziqin could finally relax. Chapter 821. After 9 years, Ziqin had finally stepped onto the first 9 ancient roads. In these 9 years, a group of people had already entered the ancient road, and the second group was about to be gathered. On the square, there were still many core realm cultivators gathered. Some of them had already been here for years. The teleportation array suddenly lit up, and a violent and powerful aura appeared. Behind this violent aura was a turbulent airwave that turned into a gust of wind that blew in all directions. Many core realm cultivators below the array platform cursed and waved their sleeves to disperse the airwave. When the airwave disappeared, a person appeared on top of the array platform. To be precise, it was a woman and a beast. The woman was dressed in white and had a peerless appearance, like a fairy. She was riding a white tiger with black and white patterns all over its body. This white tiger was not ordinary. Its 2 sharp teeth were exposed, like 2 sharp blades that flashed with a cold light. In addition to this, the white tiger also had a pair of huge wings on its back. There were naturally many knowledgeable core realm cultivators present. The moment they saw the white tiger with wings, someone exclaimed, "Flying tiger! It's the flying divine tiger!" An indescribably beautiful woman riding a flying divine tiger with an extraordinary bloodline appeared. The combination of this beauty and the divine tiger instantly attracted everyone's attention. The woman was beautiful and gorgeous, while the flying divine tiger was domineering and ostentatious. This combination almost stunned everyone, so much so that they did not react in time and immediately wanted to drive this woman and beast off. "Get lost, don't block the way." The flying divine tiger's cold eyes swept around, then he roared and leaped down. Feeling the violent aura around the flying divine tiger, many core realm cultivators' faces changed and they all moved aside. "You still dare to block the way? Do you want to die?" One of the core realm cultivators was too slow to dodge and was hit by the flying divine tiger's claw, instantly flying out. The flying divine tiger was domineering, ostentatious, and powerful. On the back of the flying divine tiger, there was a fairy-like beauty, quiet, gentle, and calm. "Who can tell me where this place is?" The flying divine tiger's cold eyes swept around, and his loud voice was like thunder. Quite a few people's expressions changed when they heard the flying divine tiger call him Grandpa Tiger. However, the ancient road was about to open, so no one wanted to stir up trouble at this time. Naturally, no one answered the flying divine tiger's question, because no one was willing to recognize such a tiger lord, even if the other party looked very mighty. "What? Are all of you mute?" Being ignored, the flying divine tiger was enraged. Its eyes turned cold, and with a flap of its wings, it instantly appeared in front of one of the Dan Origin realm experts. Pressing down on him with its claws, it coldly said, "Tell Grandpa Tiger what this place is. Could it be that it isn't the ancient road?" "Yes, it's the ancient road of trials. It's the starting ground." Under Shinhu's sharp claws, this Dan Yuan cultivator was unable to move at all. His face was filled with terror, as he hurriedly replied, afraid that Shinhu would suddenly kill him. Who would have thought that after Dan Yuan opened his mouth, Shinhu's eyes would become even colder? His thunderous voice rang out once more. "Don't you know that before you answer you should first say Master Hu?" Shinhu exerted more force on his claws, and Dan Yuan's bones instantly made cracking sounds. Dan Yuan was almost scared to death by Shinhu's strength. At this moment, the woman on top gently patted Shinhu's back and said, Little tiger, ask him nicely. Don't scare him. The woman's voice was gentle, like a spring breeze. Hee Ming Yao, if I don't scare him, he won't be honest. Shenhu half turned his head and smiled at the woman on top of him. The people here are not as bad as you think. As long as you ask nicely, they will definitely speak nicely. The woman named Meng Yao said again. Dan Yuan, who was being pressed down by Shenhu's claws, quickly nodded. Looking at the woman's eyes, he was also filled with gratitude. Shenhu retracted his claws, and Dan Yuan quickly got up and retreated a few steps. On Shenhu's back, the woman asked, You just said that this is the starting ground. What do you mean? Without waiting for Dan Yuan to answer, an extremely surprised voice suddenly rang out from behind. Is that you, sister? Hearing this extremely familiar voice, the woman's delicate body trembled slightly. Then, she slowly turned her head, and on that peerless face, there was actually a hint of nervousness. After turning her head, the woman saw that two people had appeared on the platform. Because everyone's attention was on this woman, they did not notice that there were actually two more people on the platform. Just as the woman turned her head, everyone also turned their heads to look at the platform. With one look, everyone was almost petrified. What's going on? Why is there another peerless beauty? Everyone felt that their minds were not enough. In this ancient road, the number of men was far greater than the number of women. Although there were some women who were above average in terms of beauty, there were almost no peerless beauties. But today, there were actually two such peerless beauties. The peerless woman who came after was wearing a green robe, like a green lotus that had just bloomed. Beside the green-robed woman, there was a slightly plump man who was directly ignored. Swear it's you. The woman in white turned around. After seeing the green-robed woman, she let out a low cry. Her gentle voice also began to tremble. Sister, it's really you. The woman named Shuai's face was also filled with surprise. Then, she directly rushed towards the white-robed woman. The two of them hugged in the air, their faces filled with excitement. Seeing this scene, many cultivators felt extremely regretful. They all thought that it would be great if they could be between the two of them. Shui Lin and Su Meng Yao, these two sisters who came from a barbarian land, finally met here after decades of separation. If Zichen had come 9 years later, he would definitely have been able to see the two of them. With two beauties present, even the flying divine tiger was ignored, not to mention the ordinary-looking little butterball. This Lu Chen from the Lu family walked down the platform alone. It seemed that he had long been used to being ignored after wandering around with Shui Lin for so long. The two of them had not seen each other for decades. Now that they met again, they naturally had endless things to say. But at this moment, with so many pairs of eyes looking at them, the two of them could not say much. After a while, Su Mengyao asked, Is he still alive? Shui Lin's eyes dimmed. She gently shook her head and said, I don't know. There has been no news of him. Around them, hearing their conversation, everyone was dumbfounded. Him? Which him? Obviously it was a man. But which guy could get the attention of two beauties at once? In an instant, everyone began to feel jealous. The two of them who were just happy to see each other became gloomy. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from afar. You two are Shui Lin and Su Mengyao, right? This was an unfamiliar voice. Hearing it, the two of them immediately turned around and saw a one-eyed, one-legged man. Hey, little guy, how do you know my Mengyao's name? Tell me the truth, or I'll tear you apart. Shinhu coldly looked at the approaching tavern owner and bared his teeth. The sudden appearance of the tavern owner was already very surprising. But after hearing Shinhu's roar, everyone's face turned strange. Calling a powerhouse who had passed through the ancient road a little guy, this Shinhu was simply courting death. Hee, you're the little guy. Flying Shinhu, your bloodline is not bad. But you must be placed on the strongest ancient road in order to transform. The tavern owner smiled faintly and patted Shinhu's head. Shinhu was extremely arrogant before, but in the next moment, his eyes were filled with fear. As for the others, they even had a gloating expression on their faces. Obviously, this sentence was the death sentence for Shinhu. Senior knows us. Su Mengyao noticed Shinhu's abnormality, and a light flashed in her gentle eyes. The tavern owner shook his head and said, "No, but 9 years ago, before entering the strongest ancient road, a little guy left something for you too. He said that he would give it to you when you came." 9 years ago, a person. Su Mengyao was startled, then quickly asked, "Senior, may I ask who he is? What is his name?" The tavern owner did not immediately answer Su Mingyao's question. Instead, he said, "I still have to take care of the tavern's business. I just took some time out. Why don't you two come with me to the tavern and we can talk over there?" Okay. The two looked at each other and nodded. At this moment, their eyes were filled with excitement, because they had already vaguely guessed who the person who left them something was. In the tavern, Shui Lin and Su Mingyao sat in their seats, with a large glass of wine in front of them. Obviously, the tavern owner was quite generous, giving them large glasses. But the two had no time to drink. They were just eager to know if that person was the one in their hearts. "Senior, is the person you're talking about a man or a woman, and what is his name?" Shui Lin asked anxiously as soon as they sat down. The tavern owner smiled and said, "If I say it's a woman, you two will be very disappointed." "A woman?" The two were startled, their faces full of confusion and disappointment. I guessed it would be like this, so I'll tell you the truth. That little guy is a man, and his name is Zichen." The tavern owner laughed. "Zichen, it's really Zichen." The disappointment and confusion on the two's faces were immediately replaced by ecstasy. They were very excited. "Senior, what does this Zichen look like? What happened when he came here?" Shui Lin couldn't wait to ask, afraid that she would be happy for nothing. "He's a good-looking guy, but he's a troublemaker. He came with 3 people, and he even dared to beat up the ancient road guardian," the tavern owner said. At this moment, there were naturally other people in the tavern. Hearing this, their expressions immediately changed. Then, they immediately drank the wine in their glasses and left quickly. Their expressions were as if they had seen a snake or a scorpion. Su Mengyao and Shui Lin still didn't understand what the ancient road guardian meant. They were only concerned about some things about Zichen, so they asked many more questions. If Zichen was here at this moment, he would definitely see that his treatment couldn't compare to the two's. Because the two's questions had already exceeded the amount of yuan liquid Zichen had given, and the tavern owner was also generous and didn't mention anything about the reward. It seemed that beauties were treated very well wherever they went. After the two spent the shortest amount of time to understand everything about Zichen and the ancient road, their excited expressions were replaced by worry. It seemed that Zichen's situation was worrisome. Chapter 822. After knowing what had happened to Zichen here, the two began to worry for Zichen. The ancient road was even stronger than the first great ancient road, so the chances of survival were not high. However, Zichen had survived several life and death crises. Although the two were worried, they were still confident in Zichen. At this time, there was no one else in the tavern. The tavern owner came forward and began to put things on the table. Soon, the same amount of things were placed in front of the two. These were left behind by Zichen. 1,000 blood origin pills, 100 special blood origin pills, 1,000 drops of mid-grade origin liquid, 10 treasure pills, 100 blood healing pills, and 25 blood explosion pills. These were left behind by that little guy. "You can each take half." The tavern owner finished speaking and walked back. The two looked at the resources with complicated expressions. They were touched and felt guilty. Even after so many years had passed, they still hadn't forgotten about Zichen. Similarly, Zichen hadn't forgotten about them either. Despite knowing that they would enter the strongest ancient path, he still left behind resources for the two of them. Back then, Zichen hadn't even dared to say whether or not the two of them would come. The two put away the resources and remained silent for a long time. "Those wines were left behind by that little guy. They are really good things." Back then, Zichen spent a lot of money to help his companions break through. In order to thank that little guy for his generosity, before the ancient road is opened, the two of you can come here and drink a cup for free every day," the tavern owner said generously. The two of them did not drink, but this was left behind by Zichen, so they had to drink. After drinking, the two of them felt that this wine was extraordinary. After that, the two of them came here every day to refine this large cup of wine. As for Lu Chun and Shinhu, they were not so lucky. They could only wait outside the tavern. This situation lasted for 5 days. After 5 consecutive days of offering large cups of wine, the tavern owner seemed to be unable to bear it. Fortunately, on the 6th day, the ancient road was opened again. Sophie, the old man, and the tavern owner appeared again and opened a passage in the air. It was also the first time Lin Shui and Su Mingyao saw the ancient road's guardian, Sophie, who looked ugly and fat. Sophie seemed to have lost interest in opening the ancient road because of the appearance of the two beauties. After briefly explaining the rules of the ancient road, she directly opened the passage. All the passageways were opened, allowing the passageways to choose their own people. In the middle of the gigantic portal, beams of light cascaded down. These beams of light landed on the core origin realm cultivators, as if they were selecting the most suitable people to enter the ancient paths. Buzz! Suddenly an aura emerged from the portal. It was the aura of the ancient road of the strongest trial. This aura fell from the portal and directly landed on Shui Lin. Oh, the strongest ancient road! Its grade is even higher than that of a first-grade ancient road. Congratulations! Sophie smiled faintly at the sight of this, but she was extremely shocked in her heart. Such a woman was actually chosen by the strongest ancient path. Clearly, she was extraordinary. Everyone's expression changed when they heard this. They all looked at Lin Shui, but many of their eyes were filled with mockery and schadenfreude. It was even stronger than a first-grade ancient path, so the chances of survival were extremely slim. Shui Lin's eyes were extremely calm. She glanced at Su Mingyao and then looked at Lu Chen next to her. She was ready to enter the ancient road of the strongest. Just as the ancient road of the strongest was about to disappear with Shui Lin, an ancient aura suddenly descended from the sky. This aura was even more ancient than the ancient road of the strongest. The moment it landed, a huge force gushed out. This force directly pushed the ancient road of the strongest away, and the light cascaded down. The light that pushed open the ancient road of the strongest directly landed on Su Mingyao below. Then, this light extended again, covering the flying divine tiger. Such a scene, not to mention the surrounding core origin realm cultivators, even the 3 guardians' expressions changed in an instant. The tavern owner exclaimed in disbelief. "This is a 9th-grade ancient road. Oh my God, it actually appeared by itself." The old man was also shocked. "It is indeed a 9th-grade ancient road. It is known as the most mysterious ancient road." During this time, as the guardian of the ancient road, Sophie's perception was the clearest. This mysterious aura from the 9th-grade ancient road was so vast. Her eyes fell on Su Mingyao. Looking at this unbelievably beautiful woman, she was so shocked that she couldn't say a word. Swoosh! The next moment, the light cascaded down from the 9th-grade ancient road shrank. Su Mingyao and the flying divine tiger disappeared. The 9th-grade ancient road opened by itself. The 3 guardians were completely stunned, but the others were puzzled. They didn't understand why the 3 guardians were so excited. Wasn't this the weakest 9th-grade ancient road? The 9th-grade ancient road opened by itself, taking Su Mingyao and the flying divine tiger away. Then, the strongest ancient road opened, taking Shui Lin away. At this point, everything was on the right path. The others entered the 1st and 9th-grade ancient roads. During this time, Lu Chen was lucky enough to enter the 5th-grade ancient road. Rays of light flashed, and many core origin realm cultivators entered the ancient roads. Soon, only the 3 guardians were left. But the 3 of them were still in shock. There were guardians on the ancient roads, and the entire ancient road was under the control of humans. Except for 2 kinds of ancient roads. One was the path of the strongest trial by fire. No one knew what would happen inside, and no one could monitor the entire process. There were only a few ancient paths that could be opened, and only then could they be explored. The other was the ninth great ancient road. The number of times this ancient road was opened was extremely limited. Since ancient times, no one had opened any of the 9 ancient roads. It could be said that everything that happened on the ninth great ancient road was unpredictable, undetectable, and unforeseeable. After everyone left and the ancient road closed, the tavern owner pondered for a moment and asked, "A ninth great ancient road has appeared. Should we report it?" Sophie didn't answer. She looked at the old man. The old man pondered for a moment and shook his head. "Forget it. If the other party enters the 5th great ancient road alive, they will naturally know. If he unfortunately dies midway, it's useless to tell them." The two nodded. They felt that the old man's words made sense. The tavern owner sighed. "Zichen, this little fellow, is indeed extraordinary. His 3 confidants all have extraordinary backgrounds, and their aptitudes allowed them to enter the path of the strongest trial. His friends are also extraordinary." Speaking of Zichen, Sophie nodded in agreement. "Zichen is indeed extraordinary. But I don't know if he has reached that place. Speaking of which, it's the first time I've met a body cultivator who has obtained a perfect inheritance," the old man said. "No matter whether he succeeds or not, we have already done what we should do. Everything will be up to fate." Then the old man looked at Sophie and said, "If that little guy successfully exits the ancient road, I don't know if he will come and find trouble with us. Who knows? But even if he comes, I'm not afraid of him. Can't he just run away if he can't win?" Sophie said disdainfully. Hee, that little guy knows the ThunderClan's techniques. He is known as the fastest in the world. Even if he is not in his complete state, he is still extremely fast. It's hard for you to run away." The old man shook his head and laughed. At this moment, the 3 of them were talking about Zichen. He had just brought the Torvosaurus out of the 8th ancient road and arrived at the 9th ancient road. As soon as they arrived, the 2 of them collapsed on the ground. After 9 years, Zichen finally felt the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that he had not felt for a long time. He opened his mouth and greedily absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He was so moved that he was about to cry. He finally felt the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. After catching his breath, Zichen hurriedly sat down cross-legged to recover the elemental energy in his body and the strength in his body. To be honest, if it wasn't for his perfect physique that had reached the peak of level 6, Zichen wouldn't have been able to make it here alive. There was spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the ancient road, but it wasn't very dense. In order to save some resources, Zichen relied on absorbing the spiritual energy of the outside world to replenish his elemental energy. This time, it took him a total of 7 days to replenish his elemental energy. After 7 days, Zichen finally reached his peak state. The Torvosaurus also used these 7 days to have a good sleep and completely recovered. Before they came, the Torvosaurus' strength was around level 6. During these few years, it had grown once and reached level 7. The combat strength of a level 7 Torvosaurus couldn't be underestimated. Just the strength of its body was comparable to Zichen's perfect physique. Other than that, the energy contained within the dragon crystal was also extremely terrifying. During these few years, Zichen had saved the Torvosaurus several times, and the Torvosaurus had also saved Zichen. It could be said that one man and one dragon had supported each other to reach this point. "This is the first 9 ancient road. There should be a place for trading. Follow me and find it." Zichen gestured for the Torvosaurus to get up. He then took large strides forward. As for the Torvosaurus, it followed Zichen and circled at a low altitude. During the battles along the way, Zichen understood that walking was much safer than flying in the air. But after walking for several hours, Zichen still didn't find any traces. Not to mention human traces, Zichen didn't even see a single building. If it wasn't for the fact that this place had heaven and earth Lingqi, Zichen would definitely have thought that he had gone the wrong way. 4 hours later, Zichen began to fly at a low altitude. After flying for several thousand miles, Zichen finally saw a building. Seeing the building, Zichen didn't reveal any excitement on his face. That was because these buildings were all dilapidated. Moreover, after the baptism of time, these buildings had already weathered away. Just the slightest tremor would cause the entire building to turn to dust. No one has set foot here for at least several tens of thousands of years. Is there still anything to trade here? Zichen's face was clearly filled with doubt. After that, Zichen continued forward. Along the way, he found many more buildings, but they were all undoubtedly dilapidated. As Zichen flew past, these buildings turned to dust one after another. Seeing this deathly silent place, Zichen's expression became more and more unsightly. In these 9 years, he had nearly exhausted all of his resources. If he didn't exchange the useless resources for useful resources, he wouldn't be able to pass the next trial. As the buildings turned to dust, Zichen's heart sank. From these buildings, it wasn't difficult to see that this place used to be bustling. It seemed that many cultivators had come here. But now, this place was deathly silent. There was nothing. Chapter 823. Flying at a low altitude for several thousand li, Zichen finally found a building that hadn't been eroded by the wind. It was a stone house. It wasn't very tall, and there was a faint energy radiance circulating on the surface of the stone house. This was a seal that prevented the stone house from being eroded by the wind. After approaching the stone house, Zichen sensed that there were energy fluctuations within the stone house, as well as life fluctuations. There's someone here, there's actually someone here. Zichen, who had already given up hope, was reignited in his heart. If there were people, there would be resources. With resources, the road of trial would be a lot easier. Although he didn't dare to say that he had 100% chance of passing, at the very least, he would have a higher chance of survival. Zichen's figure descended, and the Torvosaurus also landed not far away. Zichen pushed open the door and entered, and was instantly dumbfounded. This room wasn't very big. Aside from a stone table and 2 stone stools, there was only a stone bed. The life aura was on the stone bed, but it wasn't a person. To be more precise, it wasn't a complete person, but a skeleton that possessed the flame of life. This was a human-shaped skeleton, and it was quietly lying on the stone bed. There were only bones left of the skeleton, and there wasn't a trace of flesh on its body. The source of the life aura was within its skull, and there was a ball of soul fire that wasn't even as big as a fist. The soul fire was burning, and it emitted a weak life aura. It seemed like it was in a deep sleep. Just as Zichen pushed open the door and entered, the other party seemed to have sensed something. The soul fire burned even more vigorously, and the life aura also became denser. Zichen was instantly stunned when he saw this scene. He didn't expect to see such a scene. A spiritual sense spread out from the burning soul fire. This spiritual sense's essence was extremely high, but it was extremely weak at the moment. Zichen was completely capable of erasing it. The spiritual sense swept across Zichen's body, and then it asked blankly, "You're a trial taker?" The other party's voice was very ancient, but through the spiritual sense, Zichen was able to sense the other party's meaning. Thus, he nodded and said, "Yes, I just arrived at the ancient road. Previously, I used up a lot of resources, so I want to exchange some resources here." After he finished speaking, Zichen's face was filled with bitterness. The other party was already in such a state. It was obvious that there were no resources for him to exchange for. The soul flame in the skull burned brightly, and the previously muddle-headed skeleton seemed to be completely awake. Startled, he exclaimed, "A trial taker! It really is a trial taker! I can't believe I've been waiting for a trial taker. What did you just say? Ancient Road 19? You only took 19 to reach this place." Zichen nodded and said, "That's right. It's the first trading ground on the first 9 ancient paths. However, it seems that I've come too late." "That's right. You're too late. There's no one here anymore. They've all left." The voice from the soul flame turned gloomy. I saw a lot of weathered buildings earlier. Were there people who lived here before? But they've all left. Where did they go? Zichen asked. This used to be an extremely prosperous ancient road. Many trial takers would come here to exchange for resources. However, something happened to the ancient road, and no trial takers came here for thousands of years. It gradually declined, and in the end, the resources here were no longer enough to sustain everyone's survival. Thus, they all stepped onto the ancient road and left, the soul flame said. What about you? Why didn't you leave with them? Zichen was puzzled. I'm the guardian of this ancient road. Guarding here and serving trial takers is my mission. If I leave, this ancient road will be completely abandoned. The skeleton's answer filled Zichen's heart with admiration. The skeleton's current state was also caused by the exhaustion of its spiritual power and the loss of its life force. Young man, you're the only trial taker to reach this place in all these years. Moreover, you're a trial taker who reached here in 19. I'll give you a choice now. A special choice. Special choice? Zichen was puzzled. Yes. It's a very special choice, but also a great opportunity. The ancient road is extremely long and filled with all kinds of dangers. If you had come a little later, I might have disappeared on my own. I can't guarantee that there won't be any surviving guardians on the ancient road. If there aren't any, it means that there won't be any resources left. Your journey on the ancient road will be even more dangerous. Under such circumstances, you'll be lucky if you can keep your life. Wanting to break through to the human origin stage is just a dream. Right now, you have a chance to turn a fish into a dragon. It can help you break through to the human origin stage. As long as you stay here and guard this place, I can help you break through to the human origin stage immediately. I'll guard this place forever. I'm sorry, but I can't agree. Faced with such a great opportunity, Zichen didn't hesitate at all and immediately rejected it. The temptation of breaking through to the human origin stage was indeed great, but the price he had to pay was so great that Zichen couldn't bear it. Zichen could imagine that even if he broke through to the human origin stage, he would still be waiting for death here silently. You don't need to spend your whole life here. 1,000 years is enough. Stay here for 1,000 years, and I'll use the authority of the ancient road's guardian to help you improve your cultivation. During this period of time, you can fully comprehend this stage without affecting your potential. After 1,000 years, you can choose to leave. Zichen had only cultivated for a mere 100 years. 1,000 years was too long a time. Moreover, if he had to stay here for 1,000 years, Zichen was afraid that others couldn't. Wang Xian'er's status was unknown, and Lin Shui and Su Mingyao were very likely to come to this training ground. Therefore, Zichen had to hurry to the ancient road and wait for them. Breaking through to the human origin stage was great, but unfortunately it wasn't Zichen's ultimate goal. Zichen didn't hesitate and decisively rejected the temptation. A low sigh came from the soul fire. All right then, I won't force you. I don't have any extra resources to exchange with you. There's only a bottle of aged wine under the bed. You can take it. Zichen found a bottle of wine under the bed. There were yuan energy fluctuations on it, and it was obviously in a sealed state. Zichen thanked the soul fire. Thank you for your gift, senior. I wonder what I can do to help you. The soul fire let out a bitter laugh. I've been here for so many years that even I have forgotten the years. Tens of thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years. I've long grown tired of it. Now that I've waited for you, I've completed my mission. There's nothing left here, and there's no need for this place to exist. Go. After you leave, this place will disappear forever. The soul fire sighed. Zichen nodded, his eyes filled with admiration. He then bowed deeply to the soul fire. As he bowed, a ray of light shot out from the soul fire and landed in between Zichen's eyebrows. Zichen didn't notice this scene. After bowing, Zichen took away the bottle of wine. Since it was sealed for so long, it was obviously extraordinary. No matter how bad it was still better than the monkey wine. When they left, I warned them that they could leave, but they had to leave some things behind. This place will never open again, so those things are useless. You can go and look for them. If you find them, you can take them all. Just as he was about to close the stone door, the soul fire transmitted its voice again. Thank you for your advice. Zichen thanked it again, and then closed the stone door. After that, Zichen walked towards the weathered ruins in the distance. He was afraid that the Torvosaurus would be careless and damage things. Zichen signaled the Torvosaurus to follow him. Walking in front of the ruins, Zichen waved his big sleeve, and the weathered dust was rolled up and scattered in all directions. At the bottom of the dust, Zichen really found something. It was a jade bottle with a seal on it. The seal was still in good condition. Zichen picked it up and opened it. He found that there were 5 pills inside, and they were all of extraordinary quality. After finding something, Zichen was happy. He then began to search for treasures in the ruins. During this period of time, Zichen found elixirs that could restore one's energy, resources that could restore one's strength, spirit fruits, and essence liquids. In the end, Zichen even found a special wine. This wine was of a higher grade than the wine in the Origin Tavern. After Zichen took a sip, he felt a burning sensation in his stomach. It was like a fire was burning, and a surge of energy was surging. Zichen praised it and then began to refine it. After that, the bottleneck of his strength that had been stuck for a long time actually loosened a little. After a while, Zichen opened his eyes. There was a bright light in his eyes. Breaking through to the 7th level is just around the corner. After sweeping through almost all the ruins and raising his strength to the peak, Zichen stepped on the ancient road. Before leaving, Zichen bowed to the stone house from afar and then left on the dragon. I don't know if the ancient race is still in this world. I'll let this little guy go and explore. After Zichen left, a sigh came from the stone house. Then, the whole place began to tremble. The trembling became even more intense. It was as if the world was moving. Amidst the violent trembling, the world was separated from the ancient road. This was the oldest ancient road. The current ancient road forces were unable to detect it. Therefore, even if an ancient road disappeared, they would not be able to detect it. After leaving the first ancient road, Zichen stepped on the first ancient road of the second ancient road. Bang! As soon as he arrived, before Zichen could see his surroundings, he was hit by a huge force. Under this attack, he and the Torvosaurus were instantly sent flying. The one who sent them flying was a huge creature that was comparable to a mountain peak. When he saw the other party, Zichen did not know why, but the first thing that appeared in his mind was the ancient road's guardian, Sophie. This creature was almost as tall and mighty as the other party. They were both so powerful and terrifying. Zichen climbed up from the ground. The dragon soul spear was already in his hand. Not far away, the Torvosaurus was also ready for battle. After that, a man and a dragon rushed towards the huge creature and continuously attacked. Zichen's attacks were extremely sharp and terrifying. Each time, he would leave a deep wound on the huge creature's body. However, the other party was simply too huge. A mere injury would not affect his performance. The battle with the huge creature took a full hour. After an hour, the two of them finally killed each other. The consumption of the two of them was also huge. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.